Words matter. Ideas drive change. And wisdom can transform the human action. These are the words, ideas and wisdom that transformed profession of chartered accountancy over the years. Our forefathers and their vision of modern India, driven by strong economic foundation, led to the setting up of Free India's premier accountancy institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India or ICAI in the year 1949. From the past 70 years, ICAI and its members have followed the essence of its motto, Ya Esha Supteshu Jagarti, the person who is awake in those that sleep. As our nation's democracy was being shaped, the responsibility of shaping the future of accountancy profession, the strongest pillar of a robust economy, was entrusted to the forefathers of accountancy profession. They not only set the highest standards, but also paved the way for the generations to follow. And what followed thereafter, as they say, is history. This 70 years journey has indeed made ICAI a treasure trove that will enrich the path of future generations to build a resilient new India.
Across sectors like infrastructure, real estate, information technology, telecom, healthcare and SME, a vibrant India continues to surge ahead, emerging as a market with enormous untapped potential and a destination for global investments. As an integral part of this growth story, the role of chartered accountants has expanded to a wider canvas, a role that is cross-functional, multi-dimensional and multifaceted. The cornerstone of this profession was laid in 1949 by an Act of Parliament with the establishment of a statutory body called the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India or the ICAI.
It is a privilege for me to address you all as the President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. ICAI has had the privilege to grow under the guidance of leaders who have a definitive direction to the profession through their vision, conviction and belief with constant perseverance. They possessed the courage of making tough decisions to overcome the challenges and stood strong in the face of adversity. It is their selfless dedication, relentless commitment and rich values that have helped us in attaining the phenomenal growth and brought glory to the profession.
ICAI is guided by a vision to be the world's leading accounting body, a regulator and developer of trusted and independent professionals with world-class competencies in accounting, assurance, taxation, finance and business advisory services.
The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICAI, bears testimony to the fact that strong foundations go a long way in creating a unique and historic institution. ICAI is contributing to the nation's growth path with a model that defines excellence, independence and integrity. With strong commitment, hard work and dedication, ICAI has emerged as one of the most revered institutions in the field of education and professional excellence. Starting with a few thousand members and students, ICAI has reached gigantic proportions. In this sagacious journey of 72 years, the CA profession carries with it the legacy of pursuit of excellence, being relevant and forward-looking, and above all, a partner in nation building.
The ICAI plays a pivotal role as partner in nation building by assisting and strengthening the financial system in different tiers of government, suggesting measures for boosting economic growth, tackling challenges being faced by key sectors of the economy, leveraging financial services sector, providing training to the officials at center and state levels in professional areas, educating investors on the nuances of the capital market, and much more.
As a true partner in nation building, ICAI has always collaborated with various initiatives of government and regulatory bodies for facilitating the implementation of various policies and measures directed towards development of the economy. Footprints of the institute can be traced to almost all major initiatives of the government, be it Make in India, Startup India or Digital India. ICAI, through its research wing, ICAI ARF, has taken up major projects in the field of accounting and auditing in national interest. In the present complex commercial world, financial literacy empowers individuals and businesses alike. As a part of its agenda, the Institute would develop material on financial and tax literacy in layman's language. This material shall be provided in several vernacular languages. Further training programs would also be conducted for disseminating the financial and tax knowledge to the society at large. In the direction of improved governance, ICAI's endeavor would be to provide advice and support to the government through Group on Public Advocacy. Whenever there are new laws to be introduced or existing laws to be amended, this group would provide professional advice to the government.
The ICAI curriculum is aptly designed by combining education, training system value-added soft skills and personality development to produce globally competitive accounting professionals.
Chartered accountancy is a coveted profession. By virtue of the success it brings, chartered accountancy is considered by many as a means to secure a sound career option. Revolution in information technology, including emergence of artificial intelligence and other advancements, has necessitated changes in the expected skills of chartered accountants. The CA course curriculum is regularly being reviewed and updated with global benchmarks. ICAI believes in focusing to strengthen the present of its students so that their future is bright. In the new millennium, India has emerged as the dynamic face of the global accountancy profession. ICAI believes in providing useful learning to its members in the form of contemporary continuing professional education. The past 7 decades, enthused with integrity, professionalism, independence, competency and ethics, has shaped the Institute to be a leading body in the accounting world.
Expanding knowledge resources, creating talent pools, nurturing young professionals. Over the years, the ICAI has played a pivotal role in formulating and implementing a host of academic initiatives aimed at keeping chartered accountants on the leading edge of business and industry.
The accounting profession in our country has been progressive and has stayed relevant in this fast-changing and complex world. The young members of CA fraternity symbolizes enthusiasm, energy, and enterprise. Given the professional upbringing by their alma mater, the power of practical training, insightful multi-purpose knowledge and skills, the young members are achieving newer heights. The Institute has been constantly working towards the skill development of CA students. On the educational front, The new Committee for Review of Education and Training, CRET, has been established this year to study the existing scheme of education and practical training. The committee will identify the modifications required in the context of global economic environment, technology and policies of the government.
ICAI has been making ongoing contribution to quality assurance through disciplinary, peer review and financial reporting review. These are aimed at ensuring and enhancing the quality of audit and assurance services offered by chartered accountants.
As endorsed by the founding fathers of our nation, CA profession has been successfully assuming the mantle of leadership and influence in the fiscal discipline of the country since ICAI's inception in 1949. Our endeavor is to augment the exalted position of leadership, particularly through ICAI's role as a regulator and facilitator. To this effect, ICAI's Disciplinary Directorate, Ethical Standards Board, Financial Reporting Review Board, Tax Audits Quality Review Board and Peer Review Board are putting all efforts to fulfill the ever-increasing expectations of the stakeholders and society at large.
ICAI is also playing an increasingly proactive role on the international front and has signed MOUs and MRAs with various accounting bodies, which entails working in tandem with each other to provide synergy. ICAI is the founder member of IFAC, CAPA, SAFA and IN, and its members hold important positions on the boards and committees of these organizations.
The Indian Chartered Accountants are highly respected for their commitment and hard-working attitude across the globe. With an aim to accentuate and empower younger members to take up global careers, ICAI is taking several initiatives by entering into MOUs, MRAs with global accountancy bodies and spreading its presence in various other nations. ICAI is geared up to harness the opportunities and address the challenges presented by the rapidly changing environment so that the three words excellence, independence and integrity continues to have great relevance for the profession.
As India integrates with the global economy, the ICAI is playing a key role in updating Indian professionals and businesses by providing education, knowledge resources, and practical guidelines in the relevant areas.
Accountancy and finance is one of the 12 champion services sectors that the government is focusing on to boost India's growth to the next level. Members of Indian accountancy profession have significant technical competence that is of substantial use for businesses in India and globally. Many of our members are working tirelessly and excelling in foreign jurisdictions to achieve success and bring laurels to the country. ICAI is also facilitating this cause by creating suitable structures across the world. Our profession has registered brilliant growth since its inception. Today, ICAI is the second largest accounting body in the world. ICAI is contributing at all possible international platforms and helping the profession to grow and strengthen. Institute has expanded its footprints across the world with establishment of many overseas chapters and representative offices. Further endeavors are being made to develop the Indian accountancy profession as a truly global brand at the international level.
The ICAI has been constantly formulating new accounting standards as well as revising the existing ones, with the objective to bring the Indian accounting standards in line with the international accounting standards. This has a far-reaching impact on business reporting and holds enormous benefits for capital markets and the investor community. ICAI truly believes that women's participation is essential for the nation's development. They have the qualities of dedication, consistency, hard work, and honesty, which are the need of the hour. Education is one of the most important means of empowering women with the knowledge, skills and self-confidence necessary to participate fully in the development process. ICAI offers equal opportunities to women, and this is evident from the fact that year after year, top positions in CA examinations are being secured by female students. Creating benchmarks, raising standards, sharing knowledge, evolving solutions, nurturing a new generation of professionals, participating in the writing of India's success story. The ICAI moves ahead ceaselessly, working towards a brighter tomorrow. Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, a charter for excellence.
Words matter. Ideas drive change. And wisdom can transform the human action. These are the words, ideas and wisdom that transformed profession of chartered accountancy over the years. Our forefathers and their vision of modern India, driven by strong economic foundation, led to the setting up of Free India's premier accountancy institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India or ICAI in the year 1949. From the past 70 years, ICAI and its members have followed the essence of its motto, Ya Esha Supteshu Jagarti, the person who is awake in those that sleep. As our nation's democracy was being shaped, the responsibility of shaping the future of accountancy profession, the strongest pillar of a robust economy, was entrusted to the forefathers of accountancy profession. They not only set the highest standards, but also paved the way for the generations to follow. And what followed thereafter, as they say, is history. This 70 years journey has indeed made ICAI a treasure trove that will enrich the path of future generations to build a resilient new India.
Across sectors like infrastructure, real estate, information technology, telecom, healthcare and SME, a vibrant India continues to surge ahead, emerging as a market with enormous untapped potential and a destination for global investments. As an integral part of this growth story, the role of chartered accountants has expanded to a wider canvas, a role that is cross-functional, multi-dimensional and multifaceted. The cornerstone of this profession was laid in 1949 by an Act of Parliament with the establishment of a statutory body called the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or the ICAI.
It is a privilege for me to address you all as the President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. ICAI has had the privilege to grow under the guidance of leaders who have a definitive direction to the profession through their vision, conviction and belief with constant perseverance. They possessed the courage of making tough decisions to overcome the challenges and stood strong in the face of adversity. It is their selfless dedication, relentless commitment and rich values that have helped us in attaining the phenomenal growth and brought glory to the profession.
ICAI is guided by a vision to be the world's leading accounting body, a regulator and developer of trusted and independent professionals with world-class competencies in accounting, assurance, taxation, finance, and business advisory services.
The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICAI, bears testimony to the fact that strong foundations go a long way in creating a unique and historic institution. ICAI is contributing to the nation's growth path with a model that defines excellence, independence and integrity. With strong commitment, hard work and dedication, ICAI has emerged as one of the most revered institutions in the field of education and professional excellence. Starting with a few thousand members and students, ICAI has reached gigantic proportions. In this sagacious journey of 72 years, the CA profession carries with it the legacy of pursuit of excellence, being relevant and forward-looking, and above all, a partner in nation building.
The ICAI plays a pivotal role as partner in nation building by assisting and strengthening the financial system in different tiers of government, suggesting measures for boosting economic growth, tackling challenges being faced by key sectors of the economy, leveraging financial services sector, providing training to the officials at center and state levels in professional areas, educating investors on the nuances of the capital market, and much more.
As a true partner in nation building, ICAI has always collaborated with various initiatives of government and regulatory bodies for facilitating the implementation of various policies and measures directed towards development of the economy. Footprints of the institute can be traced to almost all major initiatives of the government, be it Make in India, Startup India or Digital India. ICAI, through its research wing, ICAI ARF, has taken up major projects in the field of accounting and auditing in national interest. In the present complex commercial world, financial literacy empowers individuals and businesses alike. As a part of its agenda, the Institute would develop material on financial and tax literacy in layman's language. This material shall be provided in several vernacular languages. Further training programs would also be conducted for disseminating the financial and tax knowledge to the society at large. In the direction of improved governance, ICAI's endeavor would be to provide advice and support to the government through Group on Public Advocacy. Whenever there are new laws to be introduced or existing laws to be amended, this group would provide professional advice to the government.
The ICAI curriculum is aptly designed by combining education, training system value-added soft skills and personality development to produce globally competitive accounting professionals.
Chartered accountancy is a coveted profession. By virtue of the success it brings, chartered accountancy is considered by many as a means to secure a sound career option. Revolution in information technology, including emergence of artificial intelligence and other advancements, has necessitated changes in the expected skills of chartered accountants. The CA course curriculum is regularly being reviewed and updated with global benchmarks. ICAI believes in focusing to strengthen the present of its students so that their future is bright. In the new millennium, India has emerged as the dynamic face of the global accountancy profession. ICAI believes in providing useful learning to its members in the form of contemporary continuing professional education. The past 7 decades, enthused with integrity, professionalism, independence, competency and ethics, has shaped the Institute to be a leading body in the accounting world.
Expanding knowledge resources, creating talent pools, nurturing young professionals. Over the years, the ICAI has played a pivotal role in formulating and implementing a host of academic initiatives aimed at keeping chartered accountants on the leading edge of business and industry.
The accounting profession in our country has been progressive and has stayed relevant in this fast-changing and complex world. The young members of CA fraternity symbolizes enthusiasm, energy and enterprise. Given the professional upbringing by their alma mater, the power of practical training, insightful multi-purpose knowledge and skills, the young members are achieving newer heights. The Institute has been constantly working towards the skill development of CA students. On the educational front, the new Committee for Review of Education and Training, CRET, has been established this year to study the existing scheme of education and practical training. The committee will identify the modifications required in the context of global economic environment, technology and policies of the government.
ICAI has been making ongoing contribution to quality assurance through disciplinary, peer review and financial reporting review. These are aimed at ensuring and enhancing the quality of audit and assurance services offered by chartered accountants.
As endorsed by the founding fathers of our nation, CA profession has been successfully assuming the mantle of leadership and influence in the fiscal discipline of the country since ICAI's inception in 1949. Our endeavor is to augment the exalted position of leadership, particularly through ICAI's role as a regulator and facilitator. To this effect, ICAI's Disciplinary Directorate, Ethical Standards Board, Financial Reporting Review Board, Tax Audits Quality Review Board, and Peer Review Board are putting all efforts to fulfill the ever-increasing expectations of the stakeholders and society at large.
ICAI is also playing an increasingly proactive role on the international front and has signed MOUs and MRAs with various accounting bodies, which entails working in tandem with each other to provide synergy. ICAI is the founder member of IFAC, CAPA, SAFA and IN, and its members hold important positions on the boards and committees of these organizations.
The Indian Chartered Accountants are highly respected for their commitment and hard-working attitude across the globe. With an aim to accentuate and empower younger members to take up global careers, ICAI is taking several initiatives by entering into MOUs, MRAs with global accountancy bodies and spreading its presence in various other nations. ICAI is geared up to harness the opportunities and address the challenges presented by the rapidly changing environment so that the three words excellence, independence and integrity continues to have great relevance for the profession.
As India integrates with the global economy, the ICAI is playing a key role in updating Indian professionals and businesses by providing education, knowledge resources and practical guidelines in the relevant areas.
Accountancy and finance is one of the 12 champion services sectors that the government is focusing on to boost India's growth to the next level. Members of Indian accountancy profession have significant technical competence that is of substantial use for businesses in India and globally. Many of our members are working tirelessly and excelling in foreign jurisdictions to achieve success and bring laurels to the country. ICAI is also facilitating this cause by creating suitable structures across the world. Our profession has registered brilliant growth since its inception. Today, ICAI is the second largest accounting body in the world. ICAI is contributing at all possible international platforms and helping the profession to grow and strengthen. Institute has expanded its footprints across the world with establishment of many overseas chapters and representative offices. Further endeavors are being made to develop the Indian accountancy profession as a truly global brand at the international level.
The ICAI has been constantly formulating new accounting standards as well as revising the existing ones, with the objective to bring the Indian accounting standards in line with the international accounting standards. This has a far-reaching impact on business reporting and holds enormous benefits for capital markets and the investor community. ICAI truly believes that women's participation is essential for the nation's development. They have the qualities of dedication, consistency, hard work and honesty, which are the need of the hour. Education is one of the most important means of empowering women with the knowledge, skills and self-confidence necessary to participate fully in the development process. ICAI offers equal opportunities to women, and this is evident from the fact that year after year, top positions in CA examinations are being secured by female students. Creating benchmarks, raising standards, sharing knowledge, evolving solutions, nurturing a new generation of professionals, participating in the writing of India's success story. the ICAI moves ahead ceaselessly, working towards a brighter tomorrow. Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, a charter for excellence.
all our viewer online, good morning to you, all of you, and I'm thankful for joining this mega conference. A small announcement. In all our technical sessions, in all our technical sessions, we are going to ask questions online. To all our viewers, please be attentive. In all our technical sessions, we have 6 technical sessions, 3 today, 3 tomorrow. We are going to ask questions. When we will ask, nobody knows. It may be after 1 minute, after 10 minutes, or after 15 minutes. You have to, I think screen is visible to your screen. You have to be attentive and you have to answer by choosing one of the options, that is A, B, C, D. And correct answer will be awarded 500 rupees for each question. And if you are receiving more than one correct answer, there will be draw lots. And I believe office is ready with more than 30 or 40 questions. So everybody have chance to win. Be attentive, be alert. And our conference will start right at 10, 2 minutes to go.
Across sectors like infrastructure, real estate, information technology, telecom, healthcare, and SME, a vibrant India continues to surge ahead, emerging as a market with enormous untapped potential and a destination for global investments. As an integral part of this growth story, the role of chartered accountants has expanded to a wider canvas, a role that is cross-functional, multi-dimensional, and
a very good morning to all and one. On the behalf of Board of Studies Operations, Student Skill Enrichment Board, I welcome you all to the International Conference of CA Student 2022 with the theme as Aim, Act and Achieve. It is our privilege to have our esteemed dignitaries among us. They have been a tremendous guiding force for the entire team. Good morning and a warm welcome to all of you. May I invite all the dignitaries to the dais. Mr. Vivek Gupta, MLA and Editor-in-Chief, Sanmark, he's a chief guest. Mr. Maninder Singh, former Indian cricketer, guest of honor. CA Nihar and Jambu Saria, President ICAI. CA Dr. Debashish Mishra, Vice President ICAI. CA Sushil Kumar Goel, Chairman, Board of Studies Operations, Student Skill Enrichment Board, ICAI. CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, Council Member ICAI. CA Sunil Kumar Sahu, Chairman EIRC. CA Ravi Kumar Patwa, Chairman ICASA and Vice Chairman EIRC. May I request CA Durgesh Kabra ji to present a bouquet and a shawl to Mr. Vivek Gupta, MLA and Editor-in-Chief, Sanmark. CA Manu Agarwal ji.
Manu ji, please join.
CA Manu Agarwal ji to please present a bouquet, and CA Prakash Sharma ji to present a shawl to CA Nihar and Prakash Sharma ji to please present a bouquet to Nihar sir and Anik. I welcome the EIRs.
All regional council members, please join Prakash Sharma ji. Nitish, Devyan, Hariram ji, please join.
Now I request CA Rajendra Kumar ji to present a bouquet and a shawl to our Vice President, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra ji. Now I request CA Anuj Goyal ji to kindly present a bouquet and a shawl to Sushil Kumar Goyal ji, Chairman, Board of Studies Operation. I request the IRC candidates to please be on the dais. Please. Now I request EIRC Chairman, sir, to please present a bouquet and a shawl to Ranjit Kumar Agarwal ji. Sir, please. Sir, you. Chairman, sir, please. Now I request Manu Agarwal ji to please present a bouquet to Sunil Kumar Sahu ji, Chairman EIRC, and CA Ravi Kumar Patwa, Chairman ICASA and Vice Chairman EIRC. Vice Chairman EIRC. Sunil Kumar Sahu ji. Getting on with our program, may I request everyone to rise for the motto song. Please play a Institute motto song.
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्मिमाणः निर्मिमाणः तदेव शुक्रं तद्ब्रह्मा तदेवामृतमुच्यते तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यति कश्चन एतद्द्वैत 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 एतद्द्वैत.
May I now request Honorable Chairman, sir, to enlighten us with a word of wisdom and welcome all the guests. C. Sushil Kumar Goel ji. I welcome Mr. Maninder Singh ji, former Indian cricketer. He's a guest of honor. He is joining us virtually through a Zoom link. Kindly present a bouquet to him. Okay. Now, may I request Chairman Sir to enlighten us with the words of wisdom. C.A. Sushil Kumar Goel ji, Chairman, Board of Studies Operation, Student Skill Enrichment Board.
My heartiest welcome to Honorable Chief Guest, Mr. Vivek Gupta ji, MLA and Editor-in-Chief, Sanmark, a well-known figure to our Calcutta city. Honorable President Sir, C.A. Nihar Jambusaria ji, who travelled all the way from Amritsar. Yesterday he was in Amritsar program and sir travelled from there. We are really obliged, sir. Our own Dr. Devasis Mitra, sir, Vice President, ICAI, going to take charge as a president on 12th of February. And I always call him as a World Congress president. Mic band. Sound. Video वहाँ है, मैनेज करो, मुझे बाद में बताना. Maninder Singh ji, who is virtually available to us from Delhi, is although not keeping very good health, but he agreed to address our student, and it will be a great motivator when some sportsman addressing our students. Ranjit Agarwal, my council colleague, Sunil Sahu, first man of the region who is hosting this mega conference, and first chairman from the Odisha state, city of Bhubaneswar. Ravi Patwa, Vice Chairman, EARC and ICASA Chairman, belongs to city of Assam. Honorable Central Council members, Regional Council member, newly elected Regional Council member who are present in the auditorium, my dear students, great morning to all of you. I believe we have prepared this conference just for you. I was telling few days back that this conference is named as International Conference of CA Student, not for CA Student. So it is your conference, and you have shown it by joining in large number. Last figure which is received by me is 6,200 delegates. And it is ever history of ICI. Ever history of ICI, any student conference or any member conference never crossed the figure of 5,000. So we are very much thankful to each student. The 6,200 students sitting across the country, and we have international delegate that is almost 250 included in this. So we are really thankful to each one of you for becoming part of this conference and made us proud. We are proud of you. This 2 days conference, we have kept 6 technical topics, 24 paper presenter, selected across the country, and they are all ready to set the stage on fire. Believe me, all participants online or physically present here, you will see how talented our students are. I have no doubt. A round of applause for our paper presenter. They are going to show you a great show. In the last competition which was organized in Hyderabad, that is debate competition, one of judge said, seeing these students now, I am pretty sure that our future is in safe hands. We have four motivational, we need motivation during this pandemic time, it is required more. So we have four motivational sessions that will be delivered during this entire 2 days conference. Each half will we have one motivational session. So we have made it sandwich, some technical, some motivation, then some technical, then some motivation. So it will go like this, and somehow we wanted to utilize each minute of the student. So sessions are really jam-packed. 60 minutes for technical sessions where one session chairman, one keynote speaker, 4 paper presenter. Everybody have to deliver within this 60 minutes only. Similarly, these motivational speakers are speaking 55 minutes, 5 minutes just to set the stage. So I am requesting each one of you, organizers, team, and the persons present in this conference, please maintain the time. We should not overlap beyond 1 minute even. Even President Sir is present here at 10 o'clock, but somehow we forced him to be here without taking breakfast. So this conference will go on time. We are getting support from each one of you. So once again, a round of applause for each and every who is present online or virtually. Sorry, President Sir, we forced you to be here on 10. Somehow, President Sir traveled late in the night. He reached our hotel around 1 p.m. only. We can understand, sir. So now I am requesting all the dignitaries for lighting of lamp on the stage, off the stage. Please join us for inauguration of this conference, and please light the lamp. Chief guest, sir, our President, sir, our Vice President, sir, please. All Central Council members, please join. And I believe Regional Council member can also join, finding the space. Thank you.
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु।
May I request CA Sunil Kumar Sahuji, Chairman EIRC, to address our audience.
Respected Chief Guest, Mr. Vivek Gupta, MLA and Editor-in-Chief, Sanmark. Mr. Maninder Singh, former Indian cricketer, guest of honor. He joined virtually. Our own President of ICAI, CA Nihar Jambu Saria ji, Vice President CA Dr. Dabashish Mitra, CA Sushil Kumar Goyal, Chairman BOS Operation, CA Ranjit Ji Agarwal, Council Member, ICAI from Eastern Zone, CA Ravi Kumar Patwa, Vice Chairman, EIRC and Chairman ICAI, and present Central Council members, all regional council members, and newly elected regional council members, and paper presenters, judges, and my dear students. Good morning to all of you. It is a pride moment for the Eastern India Regional Council to host the International CA Student Conference at Kolkata. And I am fortunate to be part of this mega conference as chairman of Eastern India Regional Council. And at the outset, I should thank our President, ICAI CA Nihar and Jambu Saria ji, Vice President CA Dr. Debasis Mitra, and Council who permitted to host this mega conference at Kolkata. And I should acknowledge the efforts made by CA Sushil Goyal as Chairman BOS and Council Member from Eastern Zone, and it is equally supported by CA Ranjit Ji Agarwal, Council Member from Eastern India Eastern Region. Friends, as I remember, this CA International Conference hosted by Eastern India Regional Council in the year 2013-14, 9 years back, when CA Subhaji Agarwal was the president of the institute, and that time chairman was CA Ranjit Ji Agarwal. It was hosted physically with good number of participants, and it was also my first experience to participate in this type of mega conference. And this time it was very much tried to hold it in physical mode in Bisho Bangla. But because of COVID, it could not happen. But alternatively, it is happened in online mode and with large number of participants, both internationally and nationally. In ICAI, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, has mostly two wings. One part is members. Another part is our students. Both are equally important for the institute. Members are our present and students are our future professionals. So they should be groomed properly so that they can bring bring the institute and reputation of the profession at highest level in future. I just remember when I was a student of CA, I have done my articleship in Calcutta, but at that time we very hesitate to come to the institute because it was not so friendly, student friendly. But at present, it is very our institute is very student friendly, and in regular manner, seminars and conferences are organized, and institute is trying to solve the problems of the students. My advice to the students to train them properly, and they should specialize in particular area so that they can excel. Today is the days of expertise, no general practice. They can start as a general practitioner, but in future, after a certain time, they should make themselves a specialist in particular area like income tax, GST, internal audit, Ind AS, international accounting standard, blockchain, and data analysis. So I'm very happy to see all the students present here, and I wish all presenters to reach the success and for their best paper presentation. Thank you. I will not take more time. Thank you, all the participants. Thank you, Board of Studies Operation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I request CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal ji, Central Council member, to address the audience.
Thank you. Very respected our chief guest, Vivek Gupta ji. First of all, we should congratulate him being elected MLA from Jodasaku, Calcutta. After a long time, I have seen a MLA from Jodasaku, Vivek ji Gupta. Sir, welcome, sir. Maninder Singh, guest of honor, former Indian cricketer, our president and vice president, respected leaders of our profession. Sushil ji Goyal, the person behind this entire show of international conference. Sunil Sahu, our chairman of EIRC, Ravi Patwa, vice chairman, all my council colleagues who have come from all across the country, east, west, south, north, central, all places. The more than 20 council members are present here to witness your show. And all the regional council members, newly elected members, and very, very respected and very dynamic, these young paper presenters. I welcome all of you in this very important international conference of the students. First of all, you must thank the President, Vice President, and the Chairman Board of Studies Operations, Sushil ji, for bringing this international conference to city of Kolkata. Normally, Calcutta has very rare chance to host these kind of events. So thank them for a big round of applause for bringing here. And as you are, we are witnessing you. 24 students has been selected as a paper presenter out of 8 lakh students we have. So you already are winner, whether you win or not, because once you are here as a paper presenter, you are already winner. So big round of applause to all of you for these 24 students. And friends, since the leaders of the profession will witness your deliberation, caliber, and what you want to achieve. And there are so many subjects we have seen in this, all these 6 sessions of the paper presenter. And there are artificial intelligence, blockchain, and the institute is also moving in the various technological direction. Tomorrow the mark sheet will be digitally delivered to you through blockchain technology. The examination can be online. So many things are happening. So if you know what is relevant for this profession and what is relevant for the future of this country, and you must know why you want to be CA. And if you know why you want to be CA, you are already CA. Because there is a saying in the Hindi, it is not your najar, your nazariya matters a lot. How you see the things, your attitude, everything, it matters a lot. So I wish all of you best of luck for this, your entire presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request CA Dr. Debashish Mitra ji, our Vice President, to address the audience.
The chief guest for this inaugural session, Honorable MLA Vivek Gupta ji, the guest of honor, Maninder Singh ji, who is joining us virtually, the Honorable President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Neha Jambusaria ji, Chairman EIRC, Sunil Sahu, Vice Chairman Ravi Patwa, the very important person today, Chairman BOS Operations, Sushil Goel, my council colleague Ranjit Agarwal, and to everybody present here, a very, very good morning to all of you. And you see, first of all, hearty congratulations to BOS Operations, ably led by my council colleague Sushil Goel, for having achieved this milestone of having more than 600 delegates for this international conference. A fantastic achievement. And to all of you students, hearty congratulations for whatever you have done. The institute is run by a council of 40, out of which 32 are elected and 8 are government nominees. These 32 elected members are the gems of the profession, and they ensure that all the programs are done for the benefit of the membership and the students. And some of them are present here today. I would like to acknowledge their presence. Prakash Sharma from Jaipur, Pramod Jain from Delhi, Kemisha Soni from Indore, Anuj Goel from Ghaziabad, then Durgesh Kabra from Bombay, R.K. Rajendra Kumarji from Chennai. So many across, they are all here to encourage the students do well. Vivek ji was just now talking to me about our examination system and what's the pass percentage, what do we do. Let me just, brief him about Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. We have been set up under an Act of Parliament on the 1st of July 1949, even before India became a republic. Today, and to Maninder Singh ji also, today we are the second largest accounting body in the world, having 164 branches in India, 44 overseas chapters, 29 overseas representative offices. We are present in 73 cities of the world. We are truly a global organization today, a huge monolith organization. That is the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. I just thought I should speak for the benefit of Vivek ji, who has been a great friend of the Institute, and Maninder Singh ji, who is here. Recently, those of us who follow the news, the Supreme Court had an occasion to praise the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India's examination system. They said that this is really quality examination system that the institute has. And they told the Supreme Court, so the Bar Council of India, advised Bar Council of India to follow the path of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. And those of us, who are hearing me, even the examiners who examine your papers, they have to also pass an examination, and where the pass percentage is more than 70%. The total examination system of the institute is digitized. Despite even the challenges of COVID, we have had examinations. That is the kind of pride that we have in the examination system of the institute, which has been, as I repeat myself, which has been appreciated by the Supreme Court very recently. Knowledge sharing is going to be very, very important. And we all want you to be a global accountant. We are having a change in the curriculum. The Committee for Review of Education and Training has been set up. We know that there are a lot of changes on the technological front in other areas. So there could be a change in the curriculum in the recent future. Under the leadership of Neha Jambusaria, the crate has been set up, and we are doing everything possible to see that the curriculum becomes more updated and modern. We have in our midst Maninder Singh, and those of us who have watched him play, you have seen the way, you see the smooth way in which he used to bowl his spinners. But people like him, 3 aspects, they distinguish people like him. They are passionate about the game, they enjoy the game, and they feel proud that they are representing India. So my advice to all of us who are listening to me, be passionate about the course, enjoy the course, and be proud to be a chartered accountant. That is, so important. At the Institute, we believe that of being a partner in nation building, and that nation is first to us. So you see, please note that that is another aspect which you must always inculcate, that nation first. Whatever happens, that we take great pride in being a partner in nation building. 3 words, and today I will make it 6 words. 3 words on which I always stress: integrity, excellence, and independence. And today, I will add 3 more words to those 3 words, which has been coined by the BOS operations: aim, act, and achieve. I wish all of you a very happy learning, and I wish all of you a very great confidence, and wishing all of you the great success in all your future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I invite all the dignitaries who are joining us. Now, may I request CA Nihar and Jambu Sarya ji, our president, to welcome the audience.
Good morning, everybody. Today's chief guest, Honorable Member of Legislative Assembly, CA Vivek Gupta, or sorry, we are used to say CA, Sri Vivek Gupta, but when you are among chartered accountants, you will Honorable Guest of Honor, Sri Maninder Singh ji, we have seen you bowling, and students say that the way you used to confuse the batsmen, perhaps our question papers confuse them. Honorable Vice President of the Institute, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra, the Chairman of Board of Studies Operations, CA Sushil Goyal ji, my council colleague, CA Ranjit Agarwal, dignitaries, the Chairman of the Eastern India Regional Council, CA Sunil Sahu, Vice Chairman, CA Ravi Patwa, all my colleagues in the council who are present here. From there, CA Prakash Sharma, CA Pramod Jain, CA Kemisa Soni, CA Anuj Goyal, CA Durgesh Kabra, CA P. Rajendra Kumar, the past colleague who is going to become again member from 12th February, CA Sanjay Agarwal, co-opted member, CA Jayesh Jobanputra, all the students who are here and who are on virtual mode. Friends, we would have desired to have this conference on physical mode. However, perhaps this pandemic is still trying to teach us something very different. We thought it has gone, the third wave came, and it lifted its head, and we had to convert this conference into virtual mode. However, I realize that apart from a few students who we can physically see here, there is a large number of students on virtual mode. This is an international conference of CA students, and therefore I requested organizers to just provide some data on how many participants are attending from foreign countries. And the data shows that there are 223 participants from Pakistan, 11 from Sri Lanka, 7 from Bangladesh, 4 from Dubai. So out of 6,232, 200 plus participants are from foreign country. And I think going forward, we will make further attempts to see that there is an equal number of participation from foreign countries. Even I was asking how many female members are attending. And I am told today the attendants, male and female, are equal in number. Even this is a very good sign. The Institute is pursuing sustainability development goals very keenly. And last year a separate board was established. Gender equality is one of the goals, and you will be happy to know that at present we have 44% CS students, female CS students undergoing the course. And the membership of female members has gone up to 30%. Going forward, let us hope either it will be equal or in future the females may outnumber even males. And that is how we can practice gender equality effectively in the country, by demonstrating that this country is as much serious about gender equality as much it is for climate change. And these are the two important areas even for CS students. I may mention that as CS students you are studying accountancy. And right from the time you joined commerce education, you have learnt one bottom line, and that is profit. But today countries are talking about triple bottom line: profit, people and planet. By the time you become CA, perhaps in your syllabus, non-financial reporting, that is reporting about sustainability, may become very significant. Vice President indicated that Committee for Review of Education and Training has already been set up. It is in the final stage of finalizing your syllabus and revision and training modules. So this will happen very soon. And going forward, perhaps, see, in the past the Institute revised syllabus every 10 years. This time we are doing it after 5 years. And perhaps going forward, time will come when Institute will have to, on continuous basis, revise both the syllabi and the training modules. Last year, Board of Studies Operations was formed as a separate board. There was only one Board of Studies earlier. And when this was split into academics and operations, there were questions in mind whether this board will have sufficient profile to do activities. But in two years' time, it is shown by the board, that is BOS operations, that there are so many things on skills side which the students need to learn. When we studied, perhaps academics was the only thing that we had to learn. Today, the expectation from industry, expectation from people, the society and the government is such that a chartered accountant should be a perfect personality. He or she should be able to communicate very effectively, and that is how this board gains a lot of significance. I was going through the subjects which are selected for this 2-day conference, and 50% of the subjects are on skill development, ease of doing, soft skills, emotional resilience, and all these topics have become so important today that a student's psychology, by the time he or she becomes chartered accountant, should be perfect to be a perfect professional. And that is how this conference is very important. Again, my hearty congratulations to all those paper presenters who chose to write paper and who are selected as paper presenters. And for you, when you are presenting papers, you will realize how these presentation skills are so important. And I am sure that all those who are physically present here and those who are on virtual mode will really enjoy students presenting different subjects in their own way. So eventually you will be groomed, and by the time you become CA, you will have many other skills which are required for a chartered accountant to effectively perform as a professional. So with this, again, I may add one thing. The Vice President mentioned about all our branches, chapters, etc., overseas chapters. There is one more aspect. We have got 135 study circles across the country, and we have got 70 plus industry study circles. And they are also contributing by conducting activities at grassroots level. When you become CA, be connected with the institute, all these study circles, study chapters, branches, regional councils, wherever you get connected, you will have a lot of value add, because after all, CA course is not such that after you acquire the degree, it is the end or it is the achievement of your goal. In fact, you have achieved one goal when you become CA, and you have to achieve another goal of being a successful CA after you qualify. So when you get connected with the institute and participate in all these activities, you will be current with what is going on in the profession. And regarding opportunities, these new students don't have to worry. So many opportunities will come your way. The CA profession has not remained just auditing and tax profession. Small and medium industries, sustainability, insolvency law, money laundering law, all these are very important for you. And they are newer areas of practice which will open up so many avenues for you. So with this, my best wishes to all the students who are attending. Those who are not attending, I am sure BOS operations will provide the recording, and they will also be able to see what was going on. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's a pleasure talking with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now it's time to have our guest of honor on screen, who is a famous amongst our youngsters, Mr. Maninder Singh. May I request to present a bouquet to him? He is connected virtually. अगर है तो क्या हुआ? क्रिकेट के लिए दिल तो सबका धड़कता है. Now, a mic to us, sir. Mr. Maninder Singh.
Yeah, namaste to everybody and very good morning. And thank you for giving me this honor to be speaking in front of all you learned people. I've just done my graduation, and there was a time I used to think that I want to study further and do something in life, but then my interest was in cricket. And I'm a little under the weather, so if my voice is a little heavy, please excuse me. But this was a chartered accountants thing, so I had to come because I have got a special love for chartered accountants, as my brother is a chartered accountant. He's in Canada at the minute, working with the Ministry of Finance there. So, and my chartered accountants, they were his partners before he left for Canada. And a few things that have come to my mind when President Sir was saying that, once you become a chartered accountant, your job is not over, basically, because you've got to, whoever your clients will be or wherever you work, trust is going to be very, very important. That trust, because if I depend on anybody for my investments or anything, or where to invest my money, I straight go to my chartered accountant, who was my brother's partner, and he's like a brother. And I've seen, whenever I go to his office, I've seen he treats everybody the same, whoever their clients are. So that, to grow that trust is very important. Whatever you do, whether you're in a job, whether you do your own practice, your job is not over once you become a chartered accountant. And stop thinking that, this is the time now I'm going to earn money. Yes, earning money is important, but earning love and respect is probably more important. That is what I've realized in life with time. So that was the first thing I really wanted to say. The second thing, Dr. Mitra, the Vice President, was saying passion is very important. You can never, ever achieve anything without passion. That is what I had. That is what drove me to play for India. That is what drove me to wake up at 4 in the morning, go for training, then go for a match, then in the afternoon go for practice. So from 4 in the morning till 8 in the evening, I was only thinking cricket, because that is what I wanted to do in life. Of course, I was lucky that I got a good coach. Then at the age of 14, I met Bishan Singh Bedi sir, who made me play Ranji Trophy for Delhi at the age of 15. But I thought that I was working so hard that God said, okay, now time to give you rewards. So working hard is very important, but you can only work hard if you have passion. And that is what I saw in my brother, because he wasn't a very good student in school. But once my mama, my mother's brother, told him that this is a good profession to go into, and once he went into it, I used to see him study all night. I mean, because he was somebody who couldn't study during the day, so he would rest during the day and he would study in the night because there was no disturbance at all. And I've seen him work hard. Because, at that time, the passing percentage, I don't know what it is now, but since my brother was doing chartered accountancy, the passing percentage was what, 2%, 2.5%. So out of so many thousands, only so many could pass. So it was difficult, and I'm sure it is very difficult. As sir said, somebody said before I started speaking that we always testing you with the kind of questionnaires and whatever during your exams are given to you. But that test is on all the time. I believe that once we are born, that test is on in life. So that test is going to be till you leave this world. So never get frustrated with them, never get frustrated with failures, because every failure is going to teach you something in life. And I can only give my example. Once I reached the top, I didn't realize at that time that I had to work 10 times harder to stay here. So I learned from that when I started doing commentary and when I started working with news channels, I wouldn't just go for that half an hour or just that 1 hour or just think of that half an hour session of my commentary. I used to work for it. That this is how I'm going to say things. This is the topic, so this is what my answers are going to be on which line. I never used to prepare the answers, but I used to prepare how I'm going to go about it. So you learn with every failure in life, because when I started doing commentary or started working with news channels, I thought that, oh God, when I used to see my old videos, that I should have played at least 100 test matches, which I didn't, obviously. But then now I'm into another profession and I will not let this go. And I've been doing commentary and been on news channels, been a cricket expert for the past 25, 26 years. So, the time to learn never ends, and failure should always give you that positive that, okay, maybe I wasn't fully prepared. And, with chartered accountants, it's as I said, the passing percentage is so low that it's not going to be easy for you. So your testing time is on all the time. Keep that in your mind. कि कुछ ना कुछ इसमें भी अच्छा होगा. Maybe God is saying कि थोड़ा और prepare करो. अभी पूरा preparation नहीं हुआ है. But one thing, please grow trust in people, and the people should, whoever you're working with, should grow trust in you. That is very, very important. So passion के बिना तो कुछ नहीं होने वाला. I'll give you an example about the passion. When my coach used to teach me something when I was 13, 14, 15, even 16, even 19, when I used to go back home, मेरे को in a glass of water, I used to see a cricket field, I used to see the pitch, and I used to start, my father used to say, कहाँ खो गया? But I was seeing the cricket pitch in a glass of water, गोल था, उसमें मैं दिमाग से पिच बना लेता था, रोटी में मैं पिच बना लेता था. और मेरे को जो मेरे कोच सिखाते थे मैं वो करता रहता था मेंटली, क्योंकि मुझे कुछ बनना था। मैंने 12-13 साल की उम्र में बिशन सिंह बेदी को बॉलिंग करते हुए देखा एक टेस्ट मैच में। मुझे कहा कि मैं भी लेफ्ट हैंडर हूं, मैं भी सीख हूं, मुझे ऐसा बनना है। सो आई वर्क टुवर्ड्स इट। और पैशन इतना था कि मैं सोता भी था ना तो मुझे क्रिकेट फील्ड दिखती। सो you know, when Mitra sir was saying about having passion is very important, he was absolutely, he hit the nail on the head. क्योंकि पैशन होगा तो आप मेहनत करेंगे, और मेहनत के बिना कुछ मिलने वाला नहीं है। बिकॉज माई फादर ऑलवेज यूज्ड टू से दैट वर्किंग हार्ड इज इन योर हैंड्स, रिजल्ट्स आर इन गॉड्स हैंड्स, एंड दैट इज स्टिल देयर विद मी, यू नो, एट दिस एज। सो ये बड़ा जरूरी है। और दूसरी एक जरूरी चीज जो मैंने किया और मैंने सीखा कि आप अपनी स्ट्रेंथ्स पे कंसंट्रेट करें, क्योंकि कभी कभी हम भटक जाते हैं, कभी कभी हम सोचने लगते हैं कि सामने वाले को सक्सेस ना मिले। उससे क्या होगा? उससे आपको सक्सेस नहीं मिल जाएगी। Because I remember I was working with the news channel and somebody in that sports department was he used to write for hockey and he was a fan of hockey, and Indian cricket wasn't doing very well, and I was being called as a cricket expert on that channel, and he one day just said that, oh, I'm glad cricket is coming down, you know, hockey will come up. So I had an argument with him that, sir, how will hockey come up if cricket goes down? So वही बात मैं कहने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं, that we need to work on our strengths, we need to work on ourselves to become better, than thinking that if somebody falls we'll look better. We don't want to look better, we want to be better. So we have to work for that in life, and that can only happen if you have got a positive frame of mind, and that can also happen if you enjoy others' success. Because when you start enjoying others' success, then you think that, okay, I'm going to work harder and I want to be more successful than the person we are feeling happy for. So ये चीजें कैसे आएंगी? If we are sincere. If we are sincere in whatever we do. And sincerity, I think, you know, all the dignitaries, you know, sitting on the dais would agree with me that they've all been very sincere in whatever they've done in life, and that is why they're sitting there where they are. That is why they are achievers. क्योंकि sincerity से वो जो ये there is no shortcut to success. अगर हम सोचे ना कि हम बस ये कर ले successful हो जाएंगे, ऐसा नहीं होता है. We have to work towards it. Like Mahendra Singh Dhoni always said that, you know, when, you know, the Indian team in Test match cricket became #1, you know, his first comment was that, yes, we are proud, but we've gone through a process. And this process actually, you know, was, I think it started with Saurav Ganguly. You know, who taught us that we can win on a foreign land, we can fight it out, because before that थोड़ा सा ऐसा था कि बाहर की conditions में हम कैसे जीतेंगे. Saurav Ganguly.
Maninder Singh ji, you have to close it within 1 minute, please.
So I think what is very important is passion, sincerity, if you want to really rise in life, and लोगों का trust जीतना बड़ा important है. So I wish you all the best, and thank you for giving me this honor to speak with you all. Thank you.
Sir, now I request our chief guest, Mr. Vivek Gupta ji, to enlighten all of us with his words.
Namaskar and pranam to everybody. Maninder Singh ji, again, I've been a fan like all others, and nice connecting with you today here, and nice listening to you.
before Sushilji is doing his duty, interrupting us. But Sushilji, we will also do our duty. We will, especially as a journalist and an MLA, we will say what we need to say here. You know, when Subodh Agarwal ji called me yesterday, I was actually, there was a vaccine camp today, and I said, "Mera camp cancel ho gaya. Okay, I can come here." I told him I want to leave early, but this session was actually very enriching. So Nihar Jambusaria ji, Devashish Mitra ji, Sushil ji, Ranjit ji, Sunil ji, Ravi ji, welcome all of you. Thank you all for having me here. I have actually, you know, sitting down, I was just gathering some thoughts. You know, the first chartered accountant is actually, or if you want to use the word chartered or not, was Chitragupta. You know, and he's the eternal accountant. And when we end our life, he is the first person we meet at the gates of heaven or hell, who tells us what we've done in life. So I think somebody who can balance your books or somebody who can keep an account or track of things that you've been doing is probably the most important person in your life. So I would like to give a shout out for all of you. You can please. Since this conference is about students, I was thinking about the relationship that Dronacharya and Arjun had and Dronacharya and Eklavya had. I think so there are both kinds of students. Now what we want to learn from our Dronacharya is up to you young folks. You know, I just want to recount one or two small incidents because I don't think I get enough credit, so I think I have to make sure that I get credit. Companies Act 2013 was being discussed in Parliament, and Arun Jaitley ji was leader of opposition. And I went up to him and I said, "Sir, I want to say something, and the speaker is not giving me time." So he says, "Okay, I'll get you time, but what do you want to say?" As I said, "I have 2 points." I said, the leader of India, you know, one of the largest democracies in India, at the age of 80, he can lead a country, but if he's at the age of 80, he cannot be the CMD or in any leadership position in a company. I found that little odd. You know, you can run a country, you can press a nuclear button, but you can't sign a check. So I found that odd. And the second is that there are 4 most important people in a man's life, or in any, sorry, not, I should be, in a person's life. You know, spouse, lawyer, doctor, chartered accountant. I mean, you tell your innermost secrets to these 4 people. You are not asking me to change the other 3, yet you're asking me to change my accountant every 5 years. I mean, is it fair? So, you know, surprisingly, there was not much of a fight for that. You know, yesterday I was interacting with a few students after Subodhji's, coincidentally, and I asked them what do they want. And, you know, some very interesting things, some data, 7.5 lakh students, 4 lakh students actively pursuing the course, 20,000 people who pass out as chartered accountants, 16% pass percentage, and 700 or 800 out chartered accountants pass from the Eastern India chapter. This is just data, I'm putting it out so that I can make my point. I think these numbers need to change. This is my personal opinion for the humble consideration of the August dais sitting here. I'm not worried about 16%, that's up to you, but I think we need many more people on the field. I asked these students what do they want. I asked my team to, you know, speak to a few students to what is the aspirations. Some interesting, sir, I'm just sharing it so that, you know, you people get an idea. They want flexibility in their courses so that they can pursue other courses simultaneously. They want these courses to be collaborative with other like CFA or other things so that they can complete all of them at the same time. They want to start earning much earlier, pay off their loans much earlier. They want themselves to be multi-talented. And a very strange thing I asked Mitra ji, but they actually want in Calcutta hostel facilities. So, this is just food for thought for all of you. You know, your theme for the conference, aim, act, achieve, if I got it right. Act is something I live by every day. And my act defines action changes things. So that's what I want to leave all of you. Few pieces of you know, advice to all the would-be chartered accountants. Educate your client, do not confront him. And I'm saying this as an entrepreneur, as a client, you know, because I've been at the receiving end of the education, not the confrontation of My uncle Pradeep Chowcharia, who's my chartered accountant, who's more like an uncle. He's always educated me. He's not told me, "Aisa mat karo, vaisa mat karo." Something rural, I see some reluctance among the students and the new chartered accountants in taking up assignments in rural areas. I think rural area is the future. Rural is where the growth is going to come from. And believe me, the action is shifting to the manufacturing or to the rural areas. Something I said at the Vishwa Bangla conference, and I'm repeating here. Amitabh Bachchan said a great line, and I think you should practice it. No means no. It's in your hands to say no. You always have an option. You always have a choice. Maybe the client is saying unfair things. And if artificial intelligence, latest technology can help you develop tools with software which goes more into preventive rather than post-mortem. A lot of times, we as clients, we as entrepreneurs come to know mistakes after we've done it. But if you could do something which prevents us from doing it right, I don't know, Tally, Fact, ERP, I don't know how you could inbuild tools where we are actually prevented from committing those mistakes. And I don't know if I've crossed my time or not, but I would have loved to take some questions, but you can email it me, vivek@sunmark.in anytime. And last, Maninder ji, Mitra ji, they both spoke about passion. I would like to speak about something else apart from passion. Just keep every day reminding, there's a Japanese term, it's called ikigai. It's the reason you get up from bed every day. So just remember the reason you wanted to become a chartered accountant in the first place every day. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vivek ji. You've taken your time correctly, right? And our President sir want to respond to your one of the...
Just half a minute to respond. That we are taking steps now. Committee for Review of Education and Training is established. We also realize that many chartered accountants are required by the country. So this percentage will improve certainly with the new schemes coming up. And secondly, these audit tools which you indicated as preventive checks, the Institute has already set the ball rolling. It should happen as early as possible. Perhaps in the very near future you will hear about it. So I thought on two of the things, let me respond.
Thank you, President sir. Sister Shivani already joined us 5 minutes before, so requesting Ravi Bhai to conclude the session immediately.
Okay. As a great man whispered, feeling thankful and not expressing it is like wrapping a gift but not presenting it. So I understand that the time is at a premium, but still, gentlemen and ladies, I would have to convey my gratitude and thankfulness to those I have to. Chief Guest, Vivek Gupta ji, thank you so much for being so supportive. I am convinced that you would be a great motivational speaker, not just for CA students, but for young chartered accountants as well. We will keep that in mind and perhaps we'll invite you as a motivational speakers. Thanks for being so supportive, sir. We look forward to your support always. Maninder Singh ji, can't forget 86 tight test. I hope Bikram Raju had not given LVW to you and we would have won. And also perhaps you would have reached your century of runs from 99 to 100. Can't forget your loop, your partnership with Sushil Doshi, Shivlal Yadav. Thank you so much for enumerating the importance of passion and enlightening the students to remain passionate always. President sir, Vice President sir, BOS Operations Chairman, I am not naming others, I wish to, but Sushil ji is instructing me to stop. So I'll rather stop here. Thank you very, very much everybody, including the paper presenters. I hope all of you will create great memories through this conference and will cherish those memories all your life. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. Now.
Good morning, one and all. We have Sister Shivani. Ma'am Shivani was born in Pune, friends. After school life, she chosen to study software engineer from Pune University, friends. Spiritually was her interest, and now Shivani has become a household name, and she appeared on television series Awakening with Brahma Kumaris, and hundreds of such episodes has motivated the people all over the world. So request everybody put your hands together for C.A. Suwani. May I request for a bouquet spiritually, virtually, please. She will take us building emotional resilience. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Om Shanti and Namaskar and good morning. While we were listening to Brother Maninder ji sharing that if someone else comes down, it doesn't mean you go up. And I could see the faces of all of you sitting there with a very big smile, acknowledging, appreciating, and agreeing with what he was saying. And the underlying meaning of that was, one, we don't create jealousy. Second, we don't create comparison. We don't compete with others. We excel, but we excel in reference to our own performance. And everyone seemed to agree with it. And he also said, be happy for the others when they do well. And you were clapping for it. Such a beautiful feeling to see this happen. But now let's take a minute and ask myself, am I going to be able to implement this in practical life? Something which is so beautiful to listen to, something which agrees, and that's why you were all smiling, because your conscience agrees with what he was saying. But then why is it that in our day-to-day living, we seem to be doing the opposite? Not only in professional relationships, even in personal relationships, it seems so natural to compare with others, to want to go ahead of others, to not like it when someone else has gone ahead of us, to feel jealous and insecure. Why does it seem so natural when that is not our innate personality? That is not who we are. So very, very important, one word, and that is our emotional health. Because being happy for others, being in your own self-respect, working very hard, but to go ahead of your own capacity, not to go ahead of other people. These are signs of good emotional health, very good emotional health. But signs of not the perfect emotional health is comparison, competition, insecurity, jealousy, and some other emotions. And so everything that you are listening to today, whether it's about positivity, whether it's about passion, whether it's about blessing people when they do well, every word of this, if we need to implement in our life, we need to make ourselves emotionally strong, emotionally healthy. But we are living in times where we believe stress is normal, anger is normal, irritation is normal. And whether it's as a student or whether it's as a professional, often when we are talking to professionals in your field, they'll say, oh, our profession is very stressful. So if you're talking to chartered accountants, they will say, our profession is very stressful. Talk to doctors, they will say, our profession is very stressful. Talk to children, they will say, our studies are very stressful. So everybody seems to believe that my life is extremely stressful. Now this is low emotional health. Low emotional health. So let's take a few minutes to start working on our emotional health, because however hard we work, however hard we study, however sincere I may be, honest, capable and trustworthy, if I am not emotionally strong, I do not enjoy my life. I do not enjoy my life. I'm looking for happiness. I'm seeking for happiness. I reach where I have to reach in my goals. I achieve more than I had thought I would achieve. And yet, I am not contented. Yet, I'm looking at other people and want to going ahead of them. So, emotional health was always a priority. But in the last 2 years with COVID, it became a necessity. Because in these 2 years, we have all the statistics of COVID in our country, but we also need to look at the statistics of what happened to the mental health issues in the country and all over the world. So right from the first wave, when things were not so bad as far as the disease was concerned, but there was a steep rise in depression and anxiety panic attacks. People who did not have COVID, their family members did not have COVID, nothing happened in their house. They were in closed doors. COVID had not entered in their house. Even they believed fear and anxiety is normal, and they continued to create it. A human mind can create fear and anxiety for a few hours or a few days or for a few weeks, but when it creates it for a few months, it does not remain as anxiety. It becomes an anxiety disorder. It does not remain as a depressed mood. It becomes a clinical depression. We as a country are very high on mental health issues in the world. Probably 2 years back, before COVID, we were number 1 in depression. I don't know what it is now currently. So success, when we say I want to be successful, so successful is not in terms of only what we achieve. Achievement is extremely important, but it's one part of life. It's one part of life. And I need to remember that right from my student life, so that I'm very clear about what is the definition of success. So success means being contented and happy, being physically healthy, having beautiful relationships, and then achieving what I have to achieve. They are 4 pillars of our life. But if I just believe success means achievement, and performance, and while achieving what I want to achieve, to which there is no end because I want to also achieve more than other people, to which there is again no end because somebody will always be there ahead of me. In the process, we started neglecting the health of our body, though many of us do take care of that, but many of us started neglecting the health of our mind. And when the health of the mind starts getting affected, almost every aspect of our life starts getting affected, because this is the seed. Always remember this. This is the foundation of your house, which is not visible. No one comes to your house and says, wow, what a strong foundation. Nobody says that. People say, oh, what a beautiful house, what good furniture, what beautiful tapestry. Everybody talks only of what is visible. Nobody talks of what's not visible. But that house is beautiful only if it's standing on a strong foundation. Similarly, your life. People are going to talk about, congratulate you for what you have achieved, because you can see it, they can see it. People can talk about how you look physically. Nobody is going to talk about your emotions, because that is the invisible part of your life. Only you know, nobody else. Nobody else knows who you are inside here. What are your thoughts? What are your feelings? How happy you are in situations. Not happy when everything is perfect, but happy, calm and stable when nothing is going right outside. Calm and stable while crossing the challenges of your education and your profession. How emotionally strong are you? So this is the foundation. This is the seed from where grows the tree of your life. So right from now, start nurturing the seed of your tree. We are all busy just watering the tree without wanting to nurture the seed or water the seed. So it's important to take care of your mind, because all the achievements, everything cannot be enjoyed unless I have a happy mind, a healthy body, and beautiful relationships. Beautiful relationships. It's no parameter of success to say we are very high in diabetes, we are very high in depression, divorce is normal. These are not statements of success. Success does not go just as per our professional and financial achievements. So let's hold on to that right from student life. So the first equation for that, stop calling stress normal, because stress is not normal. It's given by a simple formula. Stress is equal to pressure divided by resilience. Pressure divided by resilience. Pressure is situations. Pressure is people's behavior. Pressure is COVID. COVID is a pressure of our life. but they are only the numerator. They are not equal to stress. But today we've equated that to stress, and we say work stress, travel stress, money stress, parents say parenting stress. Everything is being called stress. Whatever was a pressure. The day you have an exam, you say exam, so stress to hona hi hai. No, exam is a pressure, not stress. So divide it by your resilience, which means the coping capacity to face that pressure. Pressures have always increased and will always continue to increase. While we were in school and college, we thought, oh, once we finish our education, life will be all perfect, no exams. But exam was the simplest pressure of our life. After that, they've only increased. So there is going to be no phase of your life where you believe that the numerator is going to reduce. So stop focusing on the numerator. That's a part of our life. Don't try to control it, because the numerator is not in our control, which means you cannot control people's behaviors, you cannot change situations always, but the denominator is always in our control, and that is the resilience. So let's start increasing our resilience much more than what pressures are increasing, and you will find your stress level starts reducing and reducing and reducing. And all the words that you've heard today, positivity, passion, blessings, this will only increase in proportion to which your stress will reduce. Stress and positivity doesn't go hand in hand. You cannot be positive when you're stressed. You can be positive when you're under pressure, but you cannot be positive when you're stressed, because stressed is a turbulent, negative, worried, fearful thinking. So we are not positive at that time. So let's take a simple equation. Who is the creator of my thoughts and feelings? Ask yourself. I'm sure immediately you will say, I am the creator. I create my thoughts and feelings. And yet, throughout the day, our vocabulary says, I'm angry because of, I'm irritated because of, I'm stressed because of, I'm happy because of. Now this vocabulary is getting programmed here, and it is saying that my every emotion is because of something outside. Something outside. Right from childhood we were taught, oh, aapka exam hai, to stress to hoga hi. So we equated exam equal to stress. That was not true. It was a conditioning. It was a conditioning. So let's understand, I am the creator of my thoughts and feelings. Now, once I know this, but now I have to be aware of it. Now, throughout the day, stop blaming the world for how you are feeling. That's power. That's amazing amount of power. Stop blaming the world. And the world means everybody around you. Everything happening in your life. Stop blaming them for how you are feeling. Take responsibility. This is a situation. This is a stimulus. But this cannot enter my mind and create my thoughts and feelings. I am the creator of my thoughts and feelings. There can be challenges outside. There can be people behaving wrongly. There can be people behaving very badly. They are a stimulus. They are a stimulus. I am the creator of my response, my thought and feeling. So I can say, yes, I'm angry, but I cannot say they are the cause of my anger. I say what they did was not right, but I created my anger. This is power. This is power. Don't give away your power like this throughout the day. It's as if people around you have the remote control to your mind, and they can press any button and you will start reacting that way. That means we're getting manipulated by people around us, because they can press any button and I can go either high or low or upset or happy, all depending on what they are saying and doing. If I do not have control over my own mind, can I really have control over other people's minds or other people's lives or my own life? Can I control anything at all without having control over my own mind? In a year where we are celebrating 75 years of freedom of Bharat, let's become truly free emotionally also. This is emotional slavery when we say they hurt me, they irritated me, they upset me, I'm worried because of them. That means my emotions are dependent on them. They are being controlled by their behavior. And we talk of freedom. We say, I want physical freedom, financial freedom, social freedom. First and foremost, we need emotional freedom. And that emotional freedom, that self-reliant, is called Atmanirbhar. Each one of you is going to be a part of creating Atmanirbhar Bharat. But for Atmanirbhar Bharat, let's also start becoming Atmanirbhar. Atmanirbhar, Atma means self, Nirbhar, dependent, self-dependent, self-reliant, not dependent on people and situations for how I'm feeling. So today onwards, first equation. Equations are most important. As a student, we know it all. Equations are most important. Problem can be anything in the exam. If my equation is right, I will come to the answer. But if my equations are not right, I'll never be able to solve any problems correctly. My answer will not be what I wanted in life. And that's why many have achieved, but they're still looking for an answer to happiness. But while they were working hard, you ask them, why are you working so hard? They say, because I want to be happy and I want to make my family happy. Equation was not correct. So from today, whatever happens, take responsibility. The remote control of this is in my hands. They may have behaved wrongly, but I am going to respond right. And why am I going to respond right? Because my response will decide my emotional health. And I need my emotional health for my studies, for my relationships, and for my performance. So I'm not going to deplete my emotional health for other people. So first equation, I am the creator of my thought, feeling, word, and behavior. My mind is never going to say it's because of. It's going to say it's because of. And I have the power to change what I'm creating. Second, what are the normal emotions? Very, very important to know what is normal. In a world where everybody is talking about new normal, first and foremost, we need to know what is the normal. Then we will talk about new normal. Because actually, the new normal actually means to go back to what is actually normal. For the last few decades, as a society, we have been calling turbulent emotions as normal. Stress, normal. Stress can never be normal. Stress is an emotional disease. The sooner I tell myself that, the sooner I will want to overcome it. It's an emotional disease. Dis-ease. What is a disease? Dis-ease. That means I'm at ease, and then there is a situation, and I create a certain set of thoughts, and I shift from ease to dis-ease, and that dis-ease is a disease. So it's not a physical disease, it's not a mental health issue, it is an emotional health issue. It's an emotional health issue. So it's an emotional disease. So make 2 columns and keep writing your emotions. Which one is an emotional disease and which one is the counter emotional health? So stress is an emotional disease. Calm and stability is health. Anger is an emotional disease. Respect and dignity is health. Criticism, criticizing people, talking ill about people, talking about people's weaknesses, talking about people's problems, negative conversations, which the world calls time pass, harmless gossip, is a big energy depleter. Big energy depleter. So visualize this like a little battery and check that all these emotions are energy depleters. So gossip, criticism, energy depleters. Emotional health, appreciate people, motivate people, empathize with people and understand people. Complaining is an emotional disease. Always शिकायत करने की आदत होती है कुछ लोगों को. This is not right, that is not right, this should be like this, that should be like this. Oh, there's never any end to that. Feedback, yes. Complaining, very different. It's the energy which matters, not what you are saying. It's the energy behind what you are saying. Shift to emotional health, gratitude. Gratitude, shukrana. Start your morning with gratitude and throughout the day, radiate gratitude to all that you have. All that you have. The more you radiate gratitude, the more you will become emotionally stronger, the more you will have. The more you will complain, the more you will criticize, the weaker we become, the lesser we have. So it's a very simple equation. So gratitude is emotional health. Comparison, emotional illness. It was always an emotional illness, but with social media, comparison has gone to another level altogether another level, and starting at a very young age for children. So comparison nahi, self-respect, knowing your values, knowing your weaknesses, knowing your strengths, most important, knowing your principles and ethics. Principles and ethics. We just heard a very beautiful statement. Chitragupt is the first accountant. And which means what? Which means I the being. There is something happening here, which we call the karmic balance sheet. The karmic balance sheet. 31st March is my closing karmic balance sheet, which means the minute that I leave this body, which we call death. I don't just leave empty-handed. I leave with all my karmic accounts, with every karma that I created, every sanskar that I created gets recorded on the soul, and I, the soul, leave this body. That's my closing balance sheet. I don't go to heaven or hell. I enter the womb of a mother, and a baby is born. And the day the baby is born, the Panditji gives us a Janam Patri, a birth chart, a destiny chart. That is my 1st April, my opening balance sheet. Ever thought about it? Why children are born with different destinies? They haven't yet done any karma. So who is deciding? Who is deciding? Who is born healthy? Who's born diseased? Who's born in a family of 20 people? And who's born without parents? Who's born in a palace? Who's born where there's nothing to eat? Whose life is very smooth, whose life is full of hurdles, who doesn't work very hard but gets more success, who works extremely hard but still success becomes difficult. Who is deciding all this? Well, this is decided by my karmic balance sheet. So while leading our life towards our achievements, let's take care. Success is not about what we achieve. Success is about how we achieve. Success is not about how much I earn. Success is about how I earn. So the priorities need to be very clear of our values, principles, and ethics. One moment will come, I will leave everything behind, but I will only carry my karmic accounts with me. I will only carry my karmic accounts with me. So that is the eternal. It's the eternal accounting pattern that is going to happen, that I carry my karmic accounts with me. And anyways, it's not for the future. It's for the present. Every karma that we are creating has a consequence. Every karma that we are creating has a consequence. So be very careful. Be very, very careful that while you are doing what you are doing, it is your karmic balance sheet which will create the destiny, not your achievements. Not your achievements. Your karma balance will decide your destiny, even in this lifetime, and then of course many lifetimes after that. But in this lifetime, the money that we earn is the first energy that comes into the house. Dhan. Dhan is the first energy that comes into the house. That energy is used to sustain the family. That energy has to come with blessings. That means it needs to be pure money. Money which comes with blessings. Money which comes with the highest vibrational energy of values, principles, and ethics. And therefore, it's not the time to compare and compete with others. It's not the time to compare and compete with others. If you're on the road and someone is going ahead of you because they're breaking the red signal, and if you choose to do the same, just to go ahead of them, you're going to face the consequence the same way. So stop on the red signal, even if no one around you is stopping. Even if no one around you is stopping, even if it is 4 a.m. in the morning, there is no CCTV camera, there's no policeman, nobody there to look at you, stop at that red traffic signal, which means allow and train your mind to follow life's principles. Because one, that creates your karma, and second, that builds up emotional health. That builds up emotional health. Do not allow your mind to break the red signals on the road or the red signals of life. Or the red signals of life. Very beautiful statement we heard. No means a no. But when to say the no will be different for different people. Will be different for different people. And so that no has to be very clear as by my own definitions of values and principles, not as per by what other people are saying. We're not living in times where majority is right. That era is over. Majority is right. No. Alone, single-handedly, you have to decide your values and principles, because your values and principles is your compass, is your guiding light, which is going to take you towards a very beautiful destiny. But some people have chosen to keep aside their compass, saying, oh, this doesn't work nowadays, and they've put it aside. They put it aside. Oh, isse kaam nahi chalta hai. So they put it aside. But that's why the consequences are there. That's why the consequences are there. So take care of your karma and your sanskar. And so comparison, competition, jealousy just doesn't fit into our life at all. Self-respect, competing against our own capacity and going ahead of our own capacity as per our values and principles. That is emotional health. So you have very two distinct columns here. Hurt is here, forgiveness is here, expectations are here, accepting people are here. It's a long list. It's a long list. But once you start working on the column and start using the emotional, healthy emotions throughout the day, here, this battery is going to keep charging, and you will say, I am a chartered accountant, but I'm absolutely stress-free. I have a lot of work. I hardly get time to sleep. I have a lot of work, but I am easy, relaxed, peaceful, and contented. That is natural. That is natural. Not stress is natural. So it's very simple, provided we start choosing the right set of emotions. Now, simple lifestyle changes. Very simple, so simple that even a school child can start doing it right from today. Simple lifestyle changes which will help you to build up your emotional health. Like we have simple lifestyle changes for physical health, so simple lifestyle changes for emotional health. Please start them as soon as possible. Emotional health needs to be a priority so that I never ever touch a mental health issue. I know we hear people around us going through a mental health issue and say, oh, it's about them. It can never happen to me. It can happen to anyone, any day, any time. Anyone, any day, any time. So take care of your emotional health. It is a first step to prevent a mental health issue. And of course, gives very good physical health and relationships and performance and career, because it's the seed, it's the foundation. So simple lifestyle habits. One is our sleep cycle. Sleep cycle has a deep impact on our health, mind and body both. We're living in an era where especially students say, oh, but I can study well only at night. Why are we saying this? Only because a lot of people around us are saying it. It has become a conditioning of society. If I go back 20, 30 years back, we grew up, our school and college, we were only taught early to bed, early to rise, makes a person healthy, wealthy, wise. So we would sleep early and wake up early. It's not that we did not have pressures. It's not that we did not have exams. It's interesting that the children of today feel, oh, our education is very, very stressful, lot of pressure. I know what it was 30 years back, and I know what the exam system is now. It's completely different. But it's the right lifestyle which matters. So whether you're a student or whether you're a professional, create right sleeping habits. Early to bed, early to rise. Today, there are workshops being conducted called the 5 a.m. Leadership Club. The 5 a.m. Leadership Club. And a lot of your clients who are leaders in society, who are leaders in their profession, they're attending these 5 a.m. leadership clubs and they want to start waking up early. So what is so special about a 5 a.m. club? So 5 a.m., which means the 4 to 5 a.m. time is a high vibrational time. So we don't call it 5 a.m. leadership club, but we know it in Bharat since thousands of years as Amrit Vela, Brahma Muhurat. It is the Brahma Muhurat time, which means the highest vibrational Muhurat time of the 24-hour cycle. And many of us are asleep at that time. And many of us go to sleep at that time now. So when we do something which is absolutely against nature, the time that we have to wake up is a time that we are sleeping or going to sleep. It will have an impact on the mind and the body. So experiment. It's all very simple. Experiment. Early to bed, early to rise. The highest energizing time when we must be asleep is 10 to 2. These 4 hours is the highest energizing time for the mind and for the body both. So if instead of 10, I go to sleep at 12, I've lost out on 2 valuable hours of energizing. I think I can sleep anytime and I will sleep my 6-7 hours. It's not about 6-7 hours. It's about sleeping at the right time, in the right way, for the right number of hours. Not sleep any time of the day. It doesn't work for our health. It doesn't work for our concentration, focus, and it doesn't work for our emotional fitness. So 10 to 2 is the highest energizing time, which means by 10 o'clock, I should be deep asleep. Now, when you hear this, that by 10 o'clock, I should be deep asleep, most of your minds will say, oh, this is not possible. Well, we have a choice. We have a choice because there is nothing which is not possible as far as our own lifestyle is concerned, because it is my lifestyle. I have to fit it in. There are a lot of people in your profession and in many other professions where other people around them say this is not possible, but they are doing it. They are doing it. So everyone can do it. It's just a little fine tweaking to the day. Because by doing this, we are not going to lose on number of hours. We're actually going to gain extra time during the day if we're sleeping right in the right way at the right time. So 10 to 2 is the highest energizing time, which means by 10 o'clock, we should be fast asleep. Now, 10 o'clock to be fast asleep, I need to take a little care before that. 1, I should have an early dinner and a light dinner. So by 7 o'clock, my dinner should be done and a lighter dinner so that I finish digestion before 10 o'clock. If you finish the digestion in your body before 10 o'clock, you need to sleep less number of hours. This is certain. Anybody experiment this and see. Anybody experiment this and see. If you finish your digestion of 2.5, 3 hours before you go to bed, you need lesser amount of sleep and you get higher energized sleep because the work of digestion is over. So the body is not doing the work of digestion during your sleep. The body and the mind are doing only healing. So an early light dinner. Second, even more important, second, disconnecting from work communication. Now this is for those who are working, not for those who are studying. Disconnecting from work communication by 8 o'clock. Don't allow your mind to say it's not possible. Everything is possible. We're going to do it in the morning. We're going to do it in the morning. Most of us are sleep deprived today. Check on the flight next time. People around you can fall off to sleep any time of the day. Unless they keep themselves busy with their phone, ask yourself if you are able to doze off to sleep any time of the day. We see people sleeping at 9 a.m., 10 a.m. on a flight. How can somebody sleep first thing in the morning? Because they are sleep deprived. Not because they slept late last night. It's just that they are sleep deprived in life because they are working till they go to sleep. So since the time we have technology, we are working till we go to sleep. We are checking our emails, we are checking our messages, we are sitting on our laptops. We are working till we go to sleep. And we thought this was success. This has become unhealthy and toxic for us. So we have to fine tweak our lifestyle. So go to the era of your parents, my parents, when there was no technology. So it was not that there were not people working at that time. But you know what benefit they had? Once they came home by 7:38, they didn't have phones and laptops. They didn't even have TVs when most of them. So after 8 o'clock, till next morning 8 o'clock, they were not connected to work. Can you imagine 12 hours not connected to work? When have we done that last? 12 hours not connected to work. Then every Sunday, and for many even Saturday, Sunday, they were not connected to work. Every holiday, they were not connected to work. Every festival, they were not connected to work. So actually, they were working lesser than 6 months in a year. 12 hours every day, every weekend, every festival, and every holiday that they took, they were not working here. Now we also go home every evening, we also have weekends, we also have holidays, we also have festivals, but we're still at work, which means the mind is always at work. And that is the reason the mind is tired, the mind is fatigued, it is not getting rest, and that's why stress is normal. Stress means a tired, fatigued mind. And a tired, fatigued mind cannot be creative, cannot be intuitive, cannot be focused, because it's a tired mind. So experiment with this. Experiment. Disconnect from work communication at 8 o'clock. No emails, no messages. Now you will say, oh, my client will not be interested. Pause. The client will be with you for your values, principles, and your efficiency. Nobody is leaving you if you have these three. Nobody. And they will respect your lifestyle and probably learn from it also. 9 o'clock, we disconnect from all other media if you want to have deep sleep. Disconnect from all other media, which means not watching the world news before going to sleep. Not watching digital platforms, social media platforms, television programs in which houses are breaking, relationships are crumbling. We don't watch all this before we go to sleep, because what we watch, read, listen is our emotional diet. So please put this as an equation in your house. What I watch, read, listen is who I become. It is our emotional diet. What I watch, read, listen. So content is equal to personality, and personality is equal to destiny. So be very careful of the content you consume. And 2 times where it is even more powerful, just before we go to sleep and the first thing when we wake up in the morning. 2 times subconscious mind is active. Whatever I consume will go in. So don't consume content from media and social media before you're going to sleep, which is of a negative quality. Negative means aggression, fear, violence, greed, comparison, ego, lust, hurt, so-called normal content. So-called normal content, but it's negative content. So disconnect from that for an hour before you go to sleep. Last 15 minutes before you sleep should be my time. Keep it as your my time. 15 minutes before you go to sleep is your my time. Write a little diary every day. Release everything that's happened for the day. Clean your mind before you go to sleep, so nothing will go into the subconscious during your sleep. Somebody made a mistake, someone didn't behave right with you, you reacted with somebody, you didn't say something right. Write it out and release it out. Release it out. You'll sleep very, very light and happy. 10 to 15 minutes, consume healthy content before sleeping. This is where the role of spirituality is extremely important. Spiritual content, which means it has divinity, purity, faith, compassion, happiness, acceptance, cooperation, positivity, that is spiritual wisdom. That's content. Consume at least 10-15 minutes before you go to sleep, because then that content will work here for the next 6 hours while you are sleeping. Very important, what is going into my mind before I go to sleep. Then, if you learn meditation, which is extremely powerful for emotional, mental, and physical health, meditate just before you go to sleep. Even 5 minutes, very powerful. Till you learn how to meditate, just do a few thoughts before you go to sleep. Please remember the equation, संकल्प से सिद्धि होती है. संकल्प से सिद्धि means thoughts manifest. Whatever I think repeatedly becomes my reality. It's a spiritual law. This is a spiritual law and it always works. So sankalp se siddhi. Let's choose a few sankalp. You can note them down right now. A few thoughts which you want to become a reality. We call them positive affirmations. Affirmation means anything that I'm going to affirm, I'm going to repeat often. So let's take a few. For example, 1, I am a powerful being. Powerful means I choose how to respond to situations. I don't react. So 1 is I am a powerful being. Second, I am calm and stable always. So we are going opposite from what we are. So I am not unstable, and that's why I'm putting I am calm and stable always, because whatever I think, I will start becoming that. Third, I am fearless and confident. I am fearless and confident. Fourth, I am contented always. I know many people will be, oh, if I'm contented, then I won't work hard. Contented means perfect emotional health. Perfect emotional health. You will excel beyond your capacity in your goals. It's contented. It's not achievementless or goalless or target. Have your goals, have your targets, but work towards it with contentment. Contentment means you're fully charged. I'm contented. Contented. Fifth, my body is perfect and healthy and will always be. Sixth, for your relationships, I accept people. People accept me. All my relationships stand on a foundation of trust and respect. Create an affirmation for your work or for your academic goals that you have to create. Students can put an affirmation, I'm focused, my concentration is highest, and then put an affirmation for your performance. Now, why affirmation for your performance? You shouldn't say, I want to achieve this much. You have to say, I have already achieved, fill in the blank, whatever you want to achieve. So the vocabulary is very important. Whatever you want the reality to be, you have to create a thought, it already is. जो आप चाहते हैं कि हो, आपको ये संकल्प करना है, वो already हो चुका है, वो हुआ ही हुआ है. इसलिए I have already achieved this. And last affirmation, very important, God's power and blessings is a divine circle of protection around me. Visualize a white divine circle of protection around you. So these are about 8 to 10 affirmations. You can add any affirmation to this depending on what you want to manifest in your life. Suppose somebody has a sanskar of not being punctual. You tend to be late. And you put an affirmation there. I'm punctual. I'm always there before time. Before time. That's an affirmation. And once you start doing that affirmation daily, your nature of being late, your nature of procrastinating and delaying things, everything will change. So any sanskar that you want to change, put it in your affirmation. Now, just before going to sleep, say these affirmations at least 2 to 3 times. You don't need to say them loud. You can say them here. But if you're not able to concentrate here beginning, then say them out. If you're not even able to say them out, then write them out. But very soon, you should be able to do them just here, in your mind, like your own little personal prayer. So say them a couple of times before you go to sleep. After that, don't look at the phone. Don't put any other thought there inside. Close your eyes, lie down, and keep saying them till you fall off to sleep. This is nothing less than magic. People will call it magic, but actually it's not magic. It's just using the power of your mind. You're giving the right instruction to your mind just before you go to sleep so that the next 6 hours, the mind will do its work. So it's like giving an instruction to someone before you leave for the day. Okay, while I'm out, you do this work. Give an instruction to your mind before you go to sleep. It's those vibrations that will radiate to your mind and to your body throughout the night. Now, once you have eaten early, disconnected from work, disconnected from media, energized yourself, now you go to sleep at 10 o'clock. By 4 o'clock, you will wake up on your own. You will not need an alarm. You will wake up at the Brahma Muhurat time on your own. And most important, you would have experienced very, very deep, energizing sleep. If we don't do this and we are with our phones and laptops and TVs till we go to sleep, then only our body sleeps, our mind has lots to think about. Then you're working in your mind even while the body is sleeping. And that's the reason why we're sleep deprived, why we are mentally fatigued, and that also leads to mental health issues. So take care of your sleep. Now you will automatically wake up at 4 o'clock, very fresh, very energized. 1 hour when you wake, we are not looking at messages and emails and not looking at social media handles. It's the time to absorb something very pure and powerful on the mind, not to absorb what the world has to give to me. It can wait for an hour. Just imagine that you were sleeping 1 more hour and you're going to look at the phone after an hour, the newspaper after an hour, the TV news after an hour, because whatever you put in the first hour of the morning, it's just going to go in. So you're going to put world information first thing in the morning, work information first thing in the morning, and that's the only emotion you're going to create during the day. Then you're not going to be able to make yourself stronger. So the first hour, no phones, no TVs, no work communication. Begin the morning with repeating the affirmation. Say it again for a couple of times, very slowly, gently. While you're saying it, remember you are coding it here. You are creating a process of thinking. And when you learn meditation, you will practice meditation first thing in the morning. Wherever you're staying, whichever city, whichever town, even rural India, within 3 to 4 kilometers near you, there's Brahma Kumari's Raj Yoga Meditation Center. Tell the sisters there you want to learn meditation. Choose your day, choose your time. They teach one-on-one. There's no cost attached to it. Nothing can get simpler than that. Just 4-5 days, go for half an hour, 45 minutes at a time which suits you and learn meditation. Till you learn meditation, you wake up in the morning, do your affirmation, then at least 20 minutes healthy emotional diet. Anyone who does not start taking a healthy emotional diet even now and continue to consume the junk toxic diet which is all around us in terms of content is going to find it very tough in the coming times. You're going to find it very, very tough in the coming times. So please take at least 20 minutes in the morning and 10 minutes before going to sleep a healthy emotional diet, which means very pure, divine, powerful, positive content, because what I consume is who I become. It's very important. What I consume is who I become. During the day, content consumption. Don't have to keep scrolling like this and watching whatever everybody sends us. It's not needed. It's changing my destiny. So 20 minutes healthy emotional diet, then of course yoga, pranayam, exercise, whatever method you feel best, and you're ready to respond to every situation that life has to offer without blaming the world for it. Because you are building up the denominator. The resilience is being built up by these simple lifestyle changes. And one experiment that you can do is with your food, the food that we eat, because the money is the first energy that comes into the house. So that is dhan. Then jaisa dhan, vaisa an. So the next energy is the food. Fir jaisa an, vaisa an. So third energy is mind. And jaisa man, vaisa tan. So that is the fourth energy. So dhan, an, man or tan. Wealth, food, mind and body. All connected. And that's why it's very important for that money to come with pure energy. Otherwise, this whole process plant will get affected. The food that the family eats, if it's coming with energy of money which has other energies in it, it's not good for the family. It's not good for anybody. So be very careful how the money is being earned and share this with your clients so that they are also careful on how they earn and save their money. Food. Experiment with a vegetarian diet. Experiment. Because it is jaisa an, vaisa man. We are what we eat. Does not mean only the body is what we eat. It is jaisa an, vaisa man, jaisa pani, vaisi vani. So have high energy food, not just high nutrition food. A non-vegetarian diet has vibrations of pain. anxiety, anger, hatred, violence, and death. How can the energy of death give health? It can only give protein, cannot give health. Not good for the body also. A lot of our doctors now are coming out and telling us not good for health, not good for the gut, not good for heart issues, not good for diabetes, not good for certain cancers, and definitely not good for the mind. So experiment with the vegetarian diet. While you're having your food, no screens, no TV, no phone, no laptop while eating. Distracted eating will affect emotional and mental health. Focus, peacefully eating your food 10 minutes, no work phone calls at that time, no picking up phones and talking while you are eating. It's only 10 minutes. Eating food is not a waste of time. Eating food is not something that can be done while working. Eating food is going to energize your mind and body so you can work well. So those 10 minutes are like a ritual. It is healing, it's energizing for your mind and body. So keep that 10 sacred minutes for yourself to have your meal very peacefully, very calm, no meetings while eating, no meetings while eating, no problem discussion while eating, silent eating or happy conversations, and no screens while eating if you want to strengthen your mind and your body. So vegetarian diet, cooked in a very positive environment, have high energy words play in the kitchen at home. High energy words, spiritual songs, bhajan, mantra, prayers, hymns, chanting, anything that the family likes, play it in the kitchen. Just like it is cooked in places of worship, cook food at home like it is cooked in the places of worship. Food will become prasad, and prasad is energizing. And then while eating, take a 5-second pause before you eat and say your affirmation into your food and water. Let your food and water absorb, I am powerful, I am peaceful, I am healthy, I am successful, I am focused. Let your food and water absorb that, because food and water has all the other vibrations around us. Your water has the vibrations of the city. Food has the vibrations of where it was grown, shop it was, and who has cooked it. That's all the energy. 5 seconds to remove vibrations of other people and to add your thoughts into it, because jaisa an, vaisa man, jaisa pani, vaisa mani. These are spiritual laws. Use them. They are very simple. They are very simple. They are the culture of Bharat. Most importantly, scientific, and they are magical. Magical means they give results very fast. Very fast. So if anybody had to start practicing these little lifestyle habits from today, within 20 days to 1 month, you are going to start seeing a shift in your emotional health. This battery will start charging. Stress is equal to pressure divided by resilience. Your resilience will start increasing. Your stress levels will start reducing. You will be an achiever, which you already are, but you will be a happy, healthy achiever. And that is truly success. Thank you so much. Om Shanti. Shukriya.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very, very much, ma'am. Your mool mantra, that what we earn, that help us only during the life, but the virtues, the sukarm, what we earn, that helps not only in this life, but many more lives to come. So thank you, ma'am. Request everybody put your hands together for the ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we proceed further to our knowledge session. Our first knowledge session on artificial intelligence. Now I welcome our session chairman, CA Sanjeev Sanghi ji, to come on dais. Along with him, our present paper presenters, Ms. Radha Iyer, Ms. Charu Agarwal, Mr. Ritik Chopra, and Mr. Tanmay Sharma. These are the paper presenters. Along with our session chairman, I welcome all of you Please have a seat, sir. Ms. Radha Iyer will be presenting on artificial intelligence, machine learning and deep learning. Ms. Charu Agarwal on the trends in artificial intelligence in contemporary industry and corporate sector. Mr. Ritik Chopra on artificial intelligence and the future of CA. And Mr. Tanmay Sharma on the future of work in the era of digital profession. Now, I request our session chairman to address our guests and give her valuable inputs to the students also. Sir, please.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity for being a keynote speaker and a session chairman on a subject like artificial intelligence. I think this subject is very close to my heart, and I guess this is a great future for all of us as chartered accountants and future professionals. Now, to just set the ball rolling, and I think all these 4 paper presenters are going to do their best on the subject. But just to set the ball rolling, I think artificial intelligence is all about thinking. You know, how we can think, how the machine can think. And that is, a lot of debate comes into, is it going to replace human beings? But that is something which we will definitely, I will discuss in the concluding remarks. But yes, it's time to change. You know, it's always said that Charles Darwin has said that, it's not about the person or the species to be the most strongest or the most intelligent. It's the one who is most adaptable to change. And I think that that particular challenge has been given to me 10 minutes back to be adaptable to it. I don't want to discuss much on it. The second most important thing which artificial intelligence has taught us is to adapt, transform, and innovate. Now, what does that mean? Adapting to the current situation. You know, when you are given a subject, when you are given a choice, you adapt to it. 90% of the time, the challenge is, we always want to be in our comfort zone. We don't want to adapt to new things. And then the most important challenge, therefore, is to transform ourselves. Transform from a caterpillar to a butterfly. Transform from, being an old Munimji, when we were 50 years back, 100 years back, and we were talking about Chitragupt, to a future advisor. Because today, accountants are not going to work on hindsight. When I talk about hindsight, it's all about historical data. They're going to talk about insights and foresights. They're going to talk about forecasting. They're talking about what if analysis. What if I open a company in Singapore? What if I raise a product? Now, these are all subsets of artificial intelligence. And this is going to happen and that requires 3 important elements. The first element is mindset. That plays almost 60% of the role when you have a right mindset, a mindset to change, a mindset to transform, and a mindset to innovate. Because tomorrow's client is not going to look at you as a person who is just going to do a regular compliance person. Compliance work. They are going to look at you as a person who is going to add value to your business. They are going to look at you how you can create more value, how you can create more wealth, how you can bring more customers to their organization, how you can increase the bottom line. I think these are the subsets which clients are going to look forward to all of us as future professionals. And that's why a concept of ABCD has come in, wherein A denotes artificial intelligence. And that is, if you want to relate that with examples, we had been working on artificial intelligence across. Like, I'll give you examples when we're talking about self-driven cars, when we're talking about Amazon. When we see Amazon and we see the books lying down and we see, the recommendations coming in. Let me talk about one good example which we do in our organization. And that is, I guess, going to connect you a lot. We do accounting. Many of us say, sir, we are accountants. How does this artificial intelligence going to impact us? And how should we take this forward as a future curriculum? Is it something as an opportunity? Is it something which we should take it forward? I think those are the questions. Ma'am, just give me a 1 minute before an alert, once the time is up. Thank you. So the question comes, how should we take this forward? Well, as I said, the first thing is to have a mindset. The second important thing is to have a skill set. You need to acquire those skills. You need to start, being an analytical mind, an intuitive mind, a mind which is asking questions and developing automation processes. And the last thing is the right tool set. You need to learn the right tools. So I think these three things are the most important thing which we need to understand when we are working on the direction of artificial intelligence. And I'm looking forward to all these 4 good presenters who are going to enrich all of us on this subject of artificial intelligence. And I'll wait for my time to sum this whole thing up. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, sir. Now, there are 4 paper presenters which is going to present within this 1 hour. After that, there will be a question and answer session that will be selected from our judges who are sitting over there. Now, first paper presenter is Ms. Radha Iyer on Artificial Intelligence, Machine Learning, Deep Learning, the Connect. She will be given only 8 minutes to present her paper.
Where's the PPT to be first? Just a second. Why the PPT is not displaying? Can you bring on to the first slide? Yes, sir. Bring on the first slide, please. Yeah. Okay. Warm greetings to one and all. I, Radha Iyer, today is going to give you the wonderful insights about the AI, machine learning, and deep learning, the connects between them. So, now, we being the aspiring chartered accountants and also the chartered accountants, wants to give the best of the services to our clients and to serve the best of the interest of our nation. So, be the best. For that, let's deep dive into one of the very best quote being given by Ginni Rometty, that some people call this artificial intelligence, but the reality is this technology will enhance us. So instead of artificial intelligence, I think we will augment our intelligence. Now, when did the concept of AI arise? So I will explain you in a very simplified way. As we humans have vital organs and brain to function well. Similarly, for the systems, for the machine, their machine learning is the vital organ and the deep learning is the best brain. So, Alan Turing in 1950s, who is a well-known mathematician, had told that when we would be unable to distinguish between whether a machine is communicating to a human, then we are getting closer to AI. So let's understand what is AI. So Peter Norvig and Stuart Russell are the co-author, where in the book, The Artificial Intelligence, The Modern Approach, they had mentioned the fields of AI, which depicted the history of AI. So, the first one was, think like humans. Think rationally. The third one was, systems which act like humans. And the fourth one was systems that act rationally. Now, we are going to understand what are the aspects of AI. So, here, artificial intelligence is the superset, where machine learning is the subset of AI, and the deep learning within it is the subset of machine learning. So, for understanding machine learning and deep learning, we should understand what is the neural networks. So, a neural network is simply a series of algorithms where one node receives the information and it transfers to another node and it transfers to another node, and hence creating a network, beautiful network which mimics our human brain. Wow, isn't it fantastic? Yeah, it is. So, there are major two phases of neural networks, which consist of, first is the unsupervised learning, and later we will understand the supervised learning. Now, let's take an example to understand unsupervised learning. So, there is a small baby which is growing from 0 years to 1 year, and we are not making it teach that do this thing and do these activities, but it is actually learning by its own. So that's what is unsupervised learning. Isn't it easy? Yes. So by that we can understand that the experienced people are valued by their knowledge. Similarly, for a machine, for a system, that information will be the data. Now, let's understand supervised learning. Supervised learning can be simply put into the input-output pairs, which consist of the following example, that is DeepMind, developed by Alphabet Inc., where it had mentioned about the AI-based forecasting model which has traditionally challenged the traditional AI weather forecasting. Now, let's deep dive into deep learning. As we understood about the neural networks where the information is being connected to various networks, so there would be creation of several hidden layers. So in that hidden layer, whatever the functioning is happening, that is the deep learning. So in that, when that information traveling and reaches to the 100th billionth neuron, then that happens to be a deep learning. Now, the question arises then, Radha, what is the machine learning? So here we go. It's very simple. Machine learning will be having only one layer as compared to the neural networks, where it receives the input, it processes it, and then the output is over and the machine learning is done. Oh my God, that was so easy. Yes, it was easy. So let's come on to the another interesting example where Robert Neely was a checkers master who was defeated by the IBM 7094 computer. No doubt it seems to be very trivial, but it set up the milestone for the AI. Let's understand that what are the significant contribution of AI. So here I have targeted the three main pillars. The first one is of the health. The second one would be coming on to the finance, and the third one would be of the robotics. So let's understand about the health. In March 2020, Haptic developed a WhatsApp chatbot under the naming of MyGov Corona Help Desk, which has helped several people on raising the awareness about the coronavirus. And most honorably, Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi had awarded Haptic for this, for collaborating with Government of India. It's very much proud moment for us. And the second one, where Sajid Javid is the United Kingdom's Health Secretary, had greenlit a series of AI-based projects upon eliminating the racial discrimination among the NHS, that is National Health Service. And second one, prime pillar, we will understand to be finance. Now, you would be astonished to know the fact that out of the worldwide 45 AI unicorns, China is leading among the 19 AI unicorns, having the worth of $43.5 billion. Oh my God. Yeah. So now let's understand robotics, the noteworthy contribution. So ClearBot, which is the startup established for the marine waste cleaning, that collaborated with Razor, and then finally they are into the mission for reducing the ocean pollution. This image, you would love to see it. She is Sophia, being clouded in the beautiful red Bengali sari. And she is the first ever human robot who was the main ambassador, innovative ambassador for the United Nations Development Program, as well as it is developed by Hansen Robotics. Now let's understand the major sector of what is the role of CA in artificial intelligence. So here you can see the various lines that is being depicting that, except one line which is of expert systems, that red line, which is shorter as compared to the other fields, because other fields are developed by the techies, but here expert system has no one to give the rule of the game. Here we chartered accountants come into the play to give the expert knowledge. So finally we are into the conclusion about we humans, when partnership with the super AI, are gonna be leading to serving the mankind to its level best. Thank you so much. It was my pleasure to perform in this platform. Namaste.
Thank you, Radha. Such a wonderful presentation on the AI and awareness about the human interaction with the AI and how to present them. Now, I'll again tell the rule that after 8 minutes, we'll ring the first bell, and 10th minute, we'll ring the 2 bells. Now, may I request Sir Sanjeev Sanghi ji to present a memento to our 4 paper presenters.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'll also present my book to them as well.
Oh, such a nice, sir. Memento to the 4 paper presenters. To Ms. Radha Iyer on AI, machine learning and deep learning. Next, Ms. Charu. To Ms. Chanu Agarwal on trends in AI and contemporary industry and corporate sector. Next to Mr. Ritik Chopra on artificial intelligence and future of accounting profession. A big round of applause for them. Next to Mr. Tanmay Sharma on future of work in the era of digital profession. Now, continuing the session, I call up my second paper presenter, Ms. Chanu Agarwal, on the dais to speak on the trends in artificial intelligence in contemporary industry and corporate sector.
It's not running over there. It's not running. Thank you, ma'am, for the introduction. So I wondered how an AI would have introduced me.
So recently, I was watching Sundar Pichai's interview, and he said that Google is actually introducing and developing an AI that would take real phone calls. Yes, a virtual assistant that would take real phone calls. So a great part of getting things done is making phone calls. I think all the ICASA team members sitting here would agree to it after organizing this magnanimous successful event. Congratulations to you guys. So I would break it down for you. Just imagine a virtual assistant calling all the 24 paper presenters and taking all the details and noting it down seamlessly in the background. A lot of activity done there, guys. I think I have triggered the dopamine rush in my audience. Hi, my name is Chanu Agarwal, and with due respect to all the dignitaries present here and through the virtual front, I'm going to pepper my view on the topic, AI trends in contemporary world and corporate sector. AI, A to I. So I'll present my view on the top 9 leading sectors. AI has transformed the way we work, travel, the businesses are conducted in the 21st century. PwC estimates that around $15.5 trillion of business are going to get conducted by AI by the year 2025. Insightful, I know. So the first industry we are going to talk about is the automotive industry. I promise, I'm not going to talk about Tesla's successful story. It's not a monologue. So automotive industry, AI is used in the automotive industry right from the design phase to the after-sales services and insurance. I've also illustrated few of the very successful AI tools. The first one being Hyundai AI-powered robot that decreases the lower body movement by 80%. Yes, you heard me right, I said 80%. Next, we cannot hope but mention Tesla's autopilot driving assistance system. The next comes the bioscience industries. AI contribution in the bioscience industry has been revolutionary, increasing the life expectancy and increasing the standards of living. How can we not mention that? Next comes the very attractive creative services sector. Right from our Netflix recommendations to the Nike sports shoe that we touched upon on Myntra 3 days before, that's still haunting us. AI has actually marketed better search approaches. Talking of that, there's a very famous app, LoopMe. It's a purchase loop application wherein, based on the past analytics and data of your orders, delivery is pre-delivered right at your doorstep. I'll break it down for you. Imagine, girls, not maintaining your stock of sanitary pads for this month and still getting a sanitary pad delivered at your doorstep right at the time. Insightful, I know. By the way, AI understands, when will you? The next comes the data sector. Data is power indeed. So ever wondered why after purchasing through your favorite retail sector, you get the same kind of text around the same fashion preferences? That's because AI has actually read your raw data and used it for marketing. I have also illustrated Digital Genius, an application that provides chatbot services. The next comes the very lucrative education sector. Education and accountancy are two professions wherein, despite the innovation and the advancements, people still want to go through the traditional means and forms. Yet, AI has made some revolutionary amendments to that too, like GradeScope, CTI, and our favorite language learning app, Duolingo. The next comes our home sector, financial sector. AI is used in the financial sector right from the top to bottom. In lending, robo-advisory, debt collection, fraud detection, KYC process, AI used all over. The next is the gaming sector. AI has been in its epitome in the gaming sector. Remember the 1997 chess game where the AI Deep Blue defeated the world chess record holder Gary? It was commendable and remarkable. It is estimated that by the year 2030, AI would contribute to the growth of 12%. Insightful, I know. The next is the healthcare center. So how many of you watch Shark Tank India? Great. And how many of you remember the startup Torch It? Anyone? So I'll speak about it, guys. So Torch basically claims that they have actually built in AI-enabled power glasses that acts as a personal assistant for blind people. I know AI has actually transformed the Indian health sector. And the last is the ubiquitous Internet of Things, connecting us to the outer world. So after talking about all the sectors and the impact of AI, my story still revolves around the idea given by Spike Jones. Is artificial intelligence more than our intelligence? Let me break it down for you. According to Dr. Martin Kleppman, artificial intelligence is a biased intelligence. Yes, you heard me right. It is we humans who feed in data, and artificial intelligence gives us products based on those data. For example, if I create a survey here and collect raw data of all the CA aspirants, everyone's going to come up with CA is the toughest course in the world, CA is the toughest course in the world, CA is the toughest course in the world. And when I feed this data, AI, despite the analysis and the data, would come up with the conclusion that yes, CA is indeed the toughest course in the world. Still not convinced? Let me talk about our favorite robot Chitti and how he ran through to win over Rajnikant. But still he couldn't. Emotional quotient, EQ, still a long bridge and a way to go. So I think I've answered all your questions and yet left you with a question. Is artificial intelligence more than our intelligence? Thank you and have a great time.
Thank you, Chanu Agarwal. Now I call Ritik Chopra. He will present his paper on the topic Artificial Intelligence and Future of Accounting Profession.
Today, I want to challenge your perspective about artificial intelligence. You may have already heard, though, that AI is everywhere. When you scroll through your Instagram, AI decides what you see. When you walk into some bank and ask for a loan, AI algorithm decide whether you deserve it or not. Some companies even use AI to decide who to hire. But what you may not have heard, though, is that you can be a part in this revolution. My name is Ritik Chopra, and I'm glad to be present here in the city of joy, Kolkata, presenting you with my topic, Artificial Intelligence and Future of Accounting Profession. To begin with, let us ponder upon and answer the most asked question in this era of technology. What is artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence refers to a system that mimics human intelligence to perform tasks. In simple words, it uses the data and analyzes and finds out correlation and patterns to form future predictions. A very basic example of artificial intelligence would include Siri, Alexa, self-driven cars. Even your Netflix recommendations are based on AI. But now, let us address the elephant in the room. Why do we even care about artificial intelligence? We are not IT professionals. To make you understand this, let me show you the data analysis of volume of data. Until 1900, data was doubling every 100 years. After World War II, data started doubling every 25 years. But in this current scenario of technology, data is doubling every 13 months. And it is needless to say that with such an exponential increase in data, we won't be able to check and detect each and every transaction. So here comes into the play the AI tools, which will help to do our work more effectively and efficiently. So now let me start with describing about AI and accounting and the relationship between them. AI in accounting will help to do data input automation. See, most of the accounting data task is to do data input and the review. With the help of optical character recognition and NLP technology, we would be able to do this task more effectively. I will tell you in such a way that the computers will actually be able to read the documents, contracts, and the invoices, and will find out the rupee amount, and then they will transfer it to the correct account as well. So the task of an accountant would be so much eased up after this. Also, AI would be able to help us in doing invoice due time calculation of our contractors as well. So taking my next step forward is AI's impact on auditing. Here I would like to ask you a question. How many of you during your articleship have gone through thousands of bills while doing vouching? A scary memory, right? But what if I tell you that the same task could have been done in a matter of few minutes with the help of artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence will help to do better data analysis through data segregation, which will in turn help us to do better fraud detection on timely basis with less human error. While researching for this topic, I came forward with a fabulous case study about AI's potential in auditing. In the year 2018, PwC came up with the concept of doing audit of a coal reserve using AI-powered drone cameras, in which they found out that the pictures taken by the drone cameras were used to create a digital twin of the coal pile. And the coal pile images were used to form for the calculation of volume of data. And you would be surprised to know that the volume of data was calculated with 99% accuracy. And this is just the beginning. This technology can be used in various other fields as well. For example, asset verification in stock audits of livestock and shipping business as well. So when are we talking about CA profession, how can we miss taxation? AI technology is also being used in the taxation process as well to find things and places of potential fraud. People say that compliance of tax is sometimes more painful than actually paying the tax. So some people avoid both of them. In a country like India, which has such a huge population, we can't just rely on the traditional methods. And keeping this view in the mind, the Income Tax Department has came up with the project Insight, in which the Income Tax Department is actually checking out your social media profile. Yes, you heard it right. In simple words, depending on your social media profiles and your purchasing history on internet, they will find out the discrepancies between your documented earning and your actual spending. And this will help to find out the places where people were not able to declare their income. For example, let me tell you about the case of Kanpur. The Income Tax Department used a similar technology to find out that 250, yes, you heard it right, 250 of the street vendors were actually millionaires. They were evading tax for many years. So when we talk about CA profession, how can we miss business consultancy, as it is one of the core field as well? And using artificial intelligence technology with data analytics, we would be able to have deeper insights in the abundant financial data of our client, so that we would be able to come up with a better decision-making strategy for our client, better profit-making strategy for our client. And keeping this thing in mind, KPMG has come up with the software known as KPMG Ignite, which will help to use the data analytics to perform enhanced business decision making. So now let me take a pause here, because the question of the hour is AI going to replace us? Is it the end of our profession? Well, in my opinion, we humans are not just restricted to the information provided to us. We think beyond it. And that is where the process and the concept of professional skepticism comes into the play, as we do not blindly rely on the information provided to us. So the question that an algorithm will take away our jobs like this is not relevant now. But in my conclusion, I would like to say that instead of being a victim of technophobia, let us work in harmony with the technology and reap the fruitful results. CAs need to buckle up their perception game of AI competence, or else they will lose their business to someone who has a better friend to provide to the table. Because You cannot think of today's job and what technology does to that. You must think of tomorrow's job and where technology meets that. If data is the new oil, data analytics is the combustion engine, and the artificial intelligence is the steering wheel, then we must be the drivers of this revolution. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, Ritik. Thank you, Ritik. Now you have showed us how data is doubling in a fraction of seconds. So I hope that our good deeds and affirmations also double with the same speed with the AI. Now, I call up next Mr. Tanmay Sharma, our next paper presenter and the last presenter of this session, one on the future of work in the era of digital profession. Mr. Tanmay Sharma.
हेलो थोड़ा सा वॉल्यूम कम कर देना वॉल्यूम थोड़ा कम Good afternoon all and one present here. We as humans always think about the future, aren't we? From weather forecasts to financial planning, all of us try to anticipate what might lie ahead. And same is true for our work. I am Tanmay Sharma, and today I am in front of you all to discuss the future of our work in the era of artificial intelligence. But before diving deep, let's briefly understand what artificial intelligence is. To put it simply and succinctly, artificial intelligence is the intelligence shown by the machines. This remarkable technology has given birth to a dramatically different class of machines which can think, reason, and solve problems. AI is doing things which at once seem magical. It's already filtering spam from our inboxes, correcting our spelling mistakes, driving our cars, and deciding what will appear on top of our social media feeds. A revolution is unfolding. In today's presentation, I will be discussing what are the existing impact of artificial intelligence and what are the prospective implications on the future of work. First one is analytics. The world we are living in is being driven by data. Lots and lots of data. Today, we roughly use 2.5 quintillion bytes of data. That's 2.5 followed by a staggering 18 zeros. With so much data brimming over our capacity, AI will not only remain an aid, but a necessity over time. Companies who are using AI with analytics are bringing multi-dimensional benefits in the field of decision-making, supply chain management, customer targeting, creation of new products, and whatnot. Look at Ant Financials. In 2019, just after 5 years of its launch, its number of consumers crossed the 1 billion mark. The company serves more than 10 times customers as the largest US banks with less than 1/10 of the employees. Ant Financial uses a very exceptional blend of analytics and AI to run its variety of businesses. Second, automation. AI has remarkable capacity to automate the entire procedures of work, allowing us to focus on activities which are more valuable, more important. I have an interesting example how artificial intelligence is changing the work culture. In 2004, the Blockbuster company, it was the largest video renting company of that time. It made $6 billion with 84,000 employees. And on the other hand, in 2016, Netflix invested heavily in AI technology and made $9 billion with just 4,500 employees. So you can see how the number of people is shrinking. That's nearly about 5% of Blockbuster's human resource. The future of work is changing through AI, and AI will make this shift as significant as possible. However, a sword is hanging on our heads. AI is encroaching more and more into our professional territory. See, any task which has repetition in it can be easily automated. Given enough time, AI can surpass human capabilities in any field. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. So, is AI going to eradicate all the prospective job opportunities for us? Will we become irrelevant, or are there new horizons of possibilities waiting for us? What do you think? Let me make it absolutely clear. AI will take the jobs it can take, but it will create more fulfilling jobs also. According to World Economic Forum, if AI will take 85 million jobs, it will also create 97 million jobs till 2025. Also, AI will boost economic growth, thus creating additional opportunities for jobs. Friends, but to cater and create these new jobs, we must evolve and adapt continuously. In 2020, World Economic Forum has published 10 skills which we need to thrive in the era of artificial intelligence, which are complex problem solving, critical thinking, creativity, judgment, negotiation, etc. We need to develop these essential skills if we want to remain relevant. And friends, it's not just about being relevant and working. We have to go beyond digits and decimals. How? See, AI with its machine learning can generate massive volumes of information, data, numbers, and statistics. We, as individuals and organizations, must evolve in such a manner that we can create information into insight, data into decision, numbers into narratives, and statistics into strategy. We must reset, redefine, and reskill ourselves. At the end, I will say that future is uncertain, but certainly we can amend our present and start working towards a better working future. My dear friends, AI is amoral, not immoral, it's amoral. It's not good or bad. It's the intention with which you are using it is good or bad. Either we can see, AI has a capacity. If you want to go to hell in a basket, it can take you there in a jet. So it's incumbent on us how we want to manifest our future of work amidst this avalanche of artificial intelligence. Either we can take the technology in our hands or can be in the hands of technology. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Tanmay. And also, we were in dilemma that with the AI, our jobs are not secure. Now he told us 17% jobs are secure. Agree with me? So now our jobs are secure. Be it a government sector, private sector, public sector, or a CA or any other professions. The jobs are secure. That is a good thing of this particular session. Now, there is a question-answer session. We'll display one question on the screen. Sir will ask who will answer this question, and I'll give you only 1 minute to answer this question. So all 4 presenters be ready with that. Sir, the questions are with me. Now, display the screen. First question. How machine learning and AI opportunity to a chartered accountant in their career, and what qualifies should chartered accountant inculcate to apply his knowledge in their career?
Very interesting question being posed by. So, yes, how machine learning and AI will give the opportunity is that how Sanjeev sir had told that for the survival, it becomes essential to attain any of these skills. So for that, whatever you intend to do, you're already gonna achieve it. So I hope you got the answer for this. And for how to inculcate the skills, first thing is you need to be confident enough itself and just analyze your current scenario, whatever is happening. In this best example, I would like to quote ICAI, who are managing in the back-end operations, and they are doing such a great job. And they know each and every technical aspect. No doubt they are not in the front screen. So in that sense, we can help it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the next question is, question please. Although implementation of artificial intelligence is to reduce the burden of chartered accountant, what are the challenges chartered accountant may face due to AI implementation?
Thank you for the question. As we know that AI has a remarkable capacity to change our life, and we as prospective chartered accountants must equip ourselves with this astonishing technology. But there are challenges which we have to face. And the first and the foremost one is that adaptability to the new technology. In this era, every 10 minutes, new technology is coming up around the globe, and it is very difficult for us to get into hand in hand with the updation with the technology. This is one of the major challenge which we are facing, because after every interval of time, a new software comes up, and we have to learn that, we have to adapt to that as well. So it depends on you how you have to do that, but you have to do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very correctly said, Ritvik, but I would say breaking the cell. I think ये जो shell है, इसको तोड़ना बहुत बड़ी बात है. So please go ahead.
Question 3, last question of this session. Display on the screen. Will over-dependence on artificial intelligence reduces the overall importance of chartered accountant and the scope of work?
So as Ritvik just mentioned that even though AI is developing day by day, yet the adaptability that we can have with the innovations and the economic changes, that is very human-based. So first we adapt, and then we make the AI to adapt according to the changes and the requirements of the economy. So I think that's the reason that AI is not replaceable with the AI technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Only 1 minute, sir.
Answering that question, how many of you have heard about 3 revolution report? Anyone? No? In March 22, 1964, a group of intellectuals in America, which included 2 Nobel laureates, submitted a report to the president that due to these automation, our profession is in threat. We will lose our jobs and all. And after 50 years, it's still not happened. Why? Because of the one unique quality we all have, that is, all 3 said, adaptability. We can adapt to the situation. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tanmay. And he's focusing more and more. We are safe. Thank you, all of you. Now, I request Sanjeev Saji to please conclude this session.
I think a big round of applause should be given to all the 4 presenters. I think they had been very lively, they had been very interactive, and I'm very proud to mentor them for last 1 week, wherein we had several sessions wherein they had tried to deliver their best. In fact, educating all of us on actually a block of mind on artificial intelligence. And that is something which is really important, wherein we as chartered accountants always think that this is not my subject. This is something which we are not doing. We are more used to with the age-old practices of income tax, GST, company law, and all of that. That had been done for last, 50, 100 years, time has changed. The world has changed, and the complexities have changed, the objectives have changed, the expectations have changed, and it is changing manifold. It's the right time where we need to start adapting to artificial intelligence, and that is a huge opportunity for all of us. And it is definitely going to be the day. So I'm really thankful to you, ma'am, for, in fact, a big round of applause for the MOC as well. Like, she was so interactive and so good. And I also wanted to thank the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India of taking artificial intelligence as the first session, or first technical session, which shows how much Institute is caring about this subject, which shows how much this subject is giving huge importance to we as professionals. So I'm very happy to chair this session, and thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your words. Now, I call Mr. Kaushal Shaw to present a memento to CA Sanjeev Sani ji. A big round of applause to sir. Thank you, sir. Now I call 4 judges of this session: CA Arijit Chakrabarti ji, CA Sandeep Kumar Savaria ji, CA Avijit Datta, CA Manisha ji on the dais. Please, sir, please come. These are our 4 judges who are doing the best from last 1 hour for this particular session. I request Ms. Sweetie Paul to present a memento to all our 4 judges. Sir, please come. CA Arijit Chakrabarti ji. Sir, please on the dais. CA Arijit Chakrabarti, CA Sandeep Kumar Savaria, CA Avijit Datta, CA Manisha. These are the 4 judges of our first knowledge session. CA Arijit Chakrabarti ji. Now to CA Sandeep Kumar Savaria. CA Avijit Datta. CA Manisha ji. Thank you, sir. So we conclude this session. Now I'm announcing a break. Thank you, all of you. Thank you, paper presenter. Thank you, judges. Thank you, session chairman, sir. We are announcing a break of 1 hour. That is 1 to 1:55. So I request all of you be present sharp at 1:50 over here to start our session on time. That is a second knowledgeable session on CA in 5 trillion economy. Thank you.
across sectors like infrastructure, real estate, information technology, telecom, healthcare and SME, a vibrant India continues to surge ahead, emerging as a market with enormous untapped potential and a destination for global investments. As an integral part of this growth story, the role of chartered accountants has expanded to a wider canvas, a role that is cross-functional, multi-dimensional and multifaceted. The cornerstone of this profession was laid in 1949 by an Act of Parliament with the establishment of a statutory body called the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or the ICAI.
It is a privilege for me to address you all as the President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. ICAI has had the privilege to grow under the guidance of leaders who have a definitive direction to the profession through their vision, conviction and belief with constant perseverance. They possessed the courage of making tough decisions to overcome the challenges and stood strong in the face of adversity. It is their selfless dedication, relentless commitment and rich values that have helped us in attaining the phenomenal growth and brought glory to the profession.
ICAI is guided by a vision to be the world's leading accounting body, a regulator and developer of trusted and independent professionals with world-class competencies in accounting, assurance, taxation, finance, and business advisory services.
The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICAI, bears testimony to the fact that strong foundations go a long way in creating a unique and historic institution. ICAI is contributing to the nation's growth path with a model that defines excellence, independence and integrity. With strong commitment, hard work and dedication, ICAI has emerged as one of the most revered institutions in the field of education and professional excellence. Starting with a few thousand members and students, ICAI has reached gigantic proportions. In this sagacious journey of 72 years, the CA profession carries with it the legacy of pursuit of excellence, being relevant and forward-looking, and above all, a partner in nation building.
The ICAI plays a pivotal role as partner in nation building by assisting and strengthening the financial system in different tiers of government, suggesting measures for boosting economic growth, tackling challenges being faced by key sectors of the economy, leveraging financial services sector, providing training to the officials at center and state levels in professional areas, educating investors on the nuances of the capital market, and much more.
As a true partner in nation building, ICAI has always collaborated with various initiatives of government and regulatory bodies for facilitating the implementation of various policies and measures directed towards development of the economy. Footprints of the institute can be traced to almost all major initiatives of the government, be it Make in India, Startup India or Digital India. ICAI, through its research wing, ICAI ARF, has taken up major projects in the field of accounting and auditing in national interest. In the present complex commercial world, financial literacy empowers individuals and businesses alike. As a part of its agenda, the Institute would develop material on financial and tax literacy in layman's language. This material shall be provided in several vernacular languages. Further training programs would also be conducted for disseminating the financial and tax knowledge to the society at large. In the direction of improved governance, ICAI's endeavor would be to provide advice and support to the government through Group on Public Advocacy. Whenever there are new laws to be introduced or existing laws to be amended, this group would provide professional advice to the government.
The ICAI curriculum is aptly designed by combining education, training system value-added soft skills and personality development to produce globally competitive accounting professionals.
Chartered accountancy is a coveted profession. By virtue of the success it brings, chartered accountancy is considered by many as a means to secure a sound career option. Revolution in information technology, including emergence of artificial intelligence and other advancements, has necessitated changes in the expected skills of chartered accountants. The CA course curriculum is regularly being reviewed and updated with global benchmarks. ICAI believes in focusing to strengthen the present of its students so that their future is bright. In the new millennium, India has emerged
Our single-minded quest at Unilever is to create a better business. And what better way to do it than to create a better world and in the process, a better you.
When we talk digital technology in finance, well, we do a lot more. In HUL Finance, our focus areas are around digital payments, data-driven analytics for decision-making, and virtual controls. We have seen significant benefits come by driving the digital payments ecosystem harder across our value chain, particularly in the last year and a half. Use of analytics to drive better return on our media investment and faster and better pricing decisions based on data has been some of our early wins in this space.
Across sectors like infrastructure, real estate, information technology, telecom, healthcare, and SME, a vibrant India continues to surge ahead, emerging as a market with enormous untapped potential and a destination for global investments. As an integral part of this growth story, the role of chartered accountants has expanded to a wider canvas, a role that is cross-functional, multi-dimensional, and multifaceted. The cornerstone of this profession was laid in 1949 by an Act of Parliament with the establishment of a statutory body called the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or the ICAI.
It is who have a definitive direction to the profession through their vision, conviction, and belief with constant perseverance. They possessed the courage of making tough decisions to overcome the challenges and stood strong in the face of adversity. It is their selfless dedication, relentless commitment, and rich values that have helped us in attaining the phenomenal growth and brought glory to the profession.
ICAI is guided by a vision to be the world's leading accounting body, a regulator and developer of trusted and independent professionals with world-class competencies in accounting, assurance, taxation, finance, and business advisory services.
The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICAI, bears testimony to the fact that strong foundations go a long way in creating a unique and historic institution. ICAI is contributing to the nation's growth path with a model that defines excellence, independence, and integrity. With strong commitment, hard work, and dedication, ICAI has emerged as one of the most revered institutions in the field of education and professional excellence. Starting with a few thousand members and students, ICAI has reached gigantic proportions. In this sagacious journey of 72 years, the CA profession carries with it the legacy of pursuit of excellence, being relevant and forward-looking, and above all, a partner in nation building.
The ICAI plays a pivotal role as partner in nation building by assisting and strengthening the financial system in different tiers of government, suggesting measures for boosting economic growth, tackling challenges being faced by key sectors of the economy, leveraging financial services sector, providing training to the officials at center and state levels in professional areas, educating investors on the nuances of the capital market, and much more.
As a true partner in nation building, ICAI has always collaborated with various initiatives of government and regulatory bodies for facilitating the implementation of various policies and measures directed towards development of the economy. Footprints of the institute can be traced to almost all major initiatives of the government, be it Make in India, Startup India, or Digital India. ICAI, through its research wing, ICAI ARF, has taken up major projects in the field of accounting and auditing in national interest. In the present complex commercial world, financial literacy empowers individuals and businesses alike. As a part of its agenda, the Institute would develop material on financial and tax literacy in layman's language. This material shall be provided in several vernacular languages. Further training programs would also be conducted for disseminating the financial and tax knowledge to the society at large. In the direction of improved governance, ICAI's endeavor would be to provide advice and support to the government through Group on Public Advocacy. Whenever there are new laws to be introduced or existing laws to be amended, this group would provide professional advice to the government.
The ICAI curriculum is aptly designed by combining education, training system value-added soft skills, and personality development to produce globally competitive accounting professionals.
Chartered accountancy is a coveted profession. By virtue of the success it brings, chartered accountancy is considered by many as a means to secure a sound career option. Revolution in information technology, including emergence of artificial intelligence and other advancements, has necessitated changes in the expected skills of chartered accountants. The CA course curriculum is regularly being reviewed and updated with global benchmarks. ICAI believes in focusing to strengthen the present of its students so that their future is bright. In the new millennium, India has emerged as the dynamic face of the global accountancy profession. ICAI believes in providing useful learning to its members in the form of contemporary continuing professional education. The past 7 decades, enthused with integrity, professionalism, independence, competency, and ethics, has shaped the Institute to be a leading body in the accounting world.
Expanding knowledge resources, creating talent pools, nurturing young professionals. Over the years, the ICAI has played a pivotal role in formulating and implementing a host of academic initiatives aimed at keeping chartered accountants on the leading edge of business and industry.
The accounting profession in our country has been progressive and has stayed relevant in this fast-changing and complex world. The young members of CA fraternity symbolizes enthusiasm, energy, and enterprise. Given the professional upbringing by their alma mater, the power of practical training, insightful multi-purpose knowledge and skills, the young members are achieving newer heights. The Institute has been constantly working towards the skill development of CA students. On the educational front, the new Committee for Review of Education and Training, CRET, has been established this year to study the existing scheme of education and practical training. The committee will identify the modifications required in the context of global economic environment, technology, and policies of the government.
ICAI has been making ongoing contribution to quality assurance through disciplinary, peer review, and financial reporting review. These are aimed at ensuring and enhancing the quality of audit and assurance services offered by chartered accountants.
As endorsed by the founding fathers of our nation, CA profession has been successfully assuming the mantle of leadership and influence in the fiscal discipline of the country since ICAI's inception in 1949. Our endeavor is to augment the exalted position of leadership, particularly through ICAI's role as a regulator and facilitator. To this effect, ICAI's Disciplinary Directorate, Ethical Standards Board, Financial Reporting Review Board, Tax Audits Quality Review Board, and Peer Review Board are putting all efforts to fulfill the ever-increasing expectations of the stakeholders and society at large.
ICAI is also playing an increasingly proactive role on the international front and has signed MOUs and MRAs with various accounting bodies, which entails working in tandem with each other to provide synergy. ICAI is the founder member of IFAC, CAPA, SAFA and IN, and its members hold important positions on the boards and committees of these organizations.
The Indian Chartered Accountants are highly respected for their commitment and hard-working attitude across the globe. With an aim to accentuate and empower younger members to take up global careers, ICAI is taking several initiatives by entering into MOUs, MRAs with global accountancy bodies and spreading its presence in various other nations. ICAI is geared up to harness the opportunities and address the challenges presented by the rapidly changing environment so that the three words excellence, independence and integrity continues to have great relevance for the profession.
As India integrates with the global economy, the ICAI is playing a key role in updating Indian professionals and businesses by providing education, knowledge resources, and practical guidelines in the relevant areas.
Accountancy and finance is one of the 12 champion services sectors that the government is focusing on to boost India's growth to the next level. Members of Indian accountancy profession have significant technical competence that is of substantial use for businesses in India and globally. Many of our members are working tirelessly and excelling in foreign jurisdictions to achieve success and bring laurels to the country. ICAI is also facilitating this cause by creating suitable structures across the world. Our profession has registered brilliant growth since its inception. Today, ICAI is the second largest accounting body in the world. ICAI is contributing at all possible international platforms and helping the profession to grow and strengthen. Institute has expanded its footprints across the world with establishment of many overseas chapters and representative offices. Further endeavors are being made to develop the Indian accountancy profession as a truly global brand at the international level.
The ICAI has been constantly formulating new accounting standards as well as revising the existing ones, with the objective to bring the Indian accounting standards in line with the international accounting standards. This has a far-reaching impact on business reporting and holds enormous benefits for capital markets and the investor community. ICAI truly believes that women's participation is essential for the nation's development. They have the qualities of dedication, consistency, hard work and honesty, which are the need of the hour. Education is one of the most important means of empowering women with the knowledge, skills and self-confidence necessary to participate fully in the development process. ICAI offers equal opportunities to women, and this is evident from the fact that year after year, top positions in CA examinations are being secured by female students. Creating benchmarks, raising standards, sharing knowledge, evolving solutions, nurturing a new generation of professionals, participating in the writing of India's success story. The ICAI moves ahead ceaselessly, working towards a brighter tomorrow. Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, a charter for excellence.
Our single-minded quest at Unilever is to create a better business. And what better way to do it than to create a better world and in the process, a better you.
When we talk digital technology in finance, the most common use case that we hear is process automation. At HUL, we do a lot more. In HUL Finance, our focus areas are around digital payments, data-driven analytics for decision-making, and virtual controls. We have seen significant benefits come by driving the digital payments ecosystem harder across our value chain, particularly in the last year and a half. Use of analytics to drive better return on our media investment and faster and better pricing decisions based on data has been some of our early wins in this space.
Across sectors like infrastructure, real estate, information technology, telecom, healthcare and SME, a vibrant India continues to surge ahead, emerging as a market with enormous untapped potential and a destination for global investments. As an integral part of this growth story, the role of chartered accountants has expanded to a wider canvas, a role that is cross-functional, multi-dimensional and multifaceted. The cornerstone of this profession was laid in 1949 by an Act of Parliament with the establishment of a statutory body called the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or the ICAI.
It is a privilege for me to address you all as the President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. ICAI has had the privilege to grow under the guidance of leaders who have a definitive direction to the profession through their vision, conviction and belief with constant perseverance. They possessed the courage of making tough decisions to overcome the challenges and stood strong in the face of adversity. It is their selfless dedication, relentless commitment and rich values that have helped us in attaining the phenomenal growth and brought glory to the profession.
ICAI is guided by a vision to be the world's leading accounting body, a regulator and developer of trusted and independent professionals with world-class competencies in accounting, assurance, taxation, finance, and business advisory services.
The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICAI, bears testimony to the fact that strong foundations go a long way in creating a unique and historic institution. ICAI is contributing to the nation's growth path with a model that defines excellence, independence, and integrity. With strong commitment, hard work, and dedication, ICAI has emerged as one of the most revered institutions in the field of education and professional excellence. Starting with a few thousand members and students, ICAI has reached gigantic proportions. In this sagacious journey of 72 years, the CA profession carries with it.
Words matter. Ideas drive change. And wisdom can transform the human action. These are the words, ideas, and wisdom that transformed profession of chartered accountancy over the years. Our forefathers and their vision of modern India, driven by strong economic foundation, led to the setting up of Free India's premier accountancy institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or ICAI, in the year 1949. From the past 70 years, ICAI and its members have followed the essence of its motto, Ya Esha Supteshu Jagarti, the person who is awake in those that sleep. As our nation's democracy was being shaped, the responsibility of shaping the future of accountancy profession, the strongest pillar of a robust economy, was entrusted to the forefathers of accountancy profession. They not only set the highest standards, but also paved the way for the generations to follow. And what followed thereafter, as they say, is history. This 70 years journey has indeed made ICAI a treasure trove that will enrich the path of future generations to build a resilient new India.
Across sectors like infrastructure, real estate, information technology, telecom, healthcare, and SME, a vibrant India continues to surge ahead, emerging as a market with enormous untapped potential and a destination for global investments. As an integral part of this growth story, the role of chartered accountants has expanded to a wider canvas, a role that is cross-functional, multi-dimensional, and multifaceted. The cornerstone of this profession was laid in 1949 by an Act of Parliament with the establishment of a statutory body called the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or the ICAI.
It is a privilege for me to address you all as the President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. ICAI has had the privilege to grow under the guidance of leaders who have a definitive direction to the profession through their vision, conviction, and belief with constant perseverance. They possessed the courage of making tough decisions to overcome the challenges and stood strong in the face of adversity. It is their selfless dedication, relentless commitment, and rich values that have helped us in attaining the phenomenal growth and brought glory to the profession.
ICAI is guided by a vision to be the world's leading accounting body, a regulator and developer of trusted and independent professionals with world-class competencies in accounting, assurance, taxation, finance, and business advisory services.
The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICAI, bears testimony to the fact that strong foundations go a long way in creating a unique and historic institution. ICAI is contributing to the nation's growth path with a model that defines excellence, independence, and integrity. With strong commitment, hard work, and dedication, ICAI has emerged as one of the most revered institutions in the field of education and professional excellence. Starting with a few thousand members and students, ICAI has reached gigantic proportions. In this sagacious journey of 72 years, the CA profession carries with it the legacy of pursuit of excellence, being relevant and forward-looking, and above all, a partner in nation building.
The ICAI plays a pivotal role as partner in nation building by assisting and strengthening the financial system in different tiers of government, suggesting measures for boosting economic growth, tackling challenges being faced by key sectors of the economy, leveraging financial services sector, providing training to the officials at center and state levels in professional areas, educating investors on the nuances of the capital market, and much more.
As a true partner in nation building, ICAI has always collaborated with various initiatives of government and regulatory bodies for facilitating the implementation of various policies and measures directed towards development of the economy. Footprints of the institute can be traced to almost all major initiatives of the government, be it Make in India, Startup India, or Digital India. ICAI, through its research wing, ICAI ARF, has taken up major projects in the field of accounting and auditing in national interest. In the present complex commercial world, financial literacy empowers individuals and businesses alike. As a part of its agenda, the institute would develop material on financial and tax literacy in layman's language. This material shall be provided in several vernacular languages. Further training programs would also be conducted for disseminating the financial and tax knowledge to the society at large. In the direction of improved governance, ICAI's endeavor would be to provide advice and support to the government through Group on Public Advocacy. Whenever there are new laws to be introduced or existing laws to be amended, this group would provide professional advice to the government.
The ICAI curriculum is aptly designed by combining education, training system value-added soft skills, and personality development to produce globally competitive accounting professionals.
Chartered accountancy is a coveted profession. By virtue of the success it brings, chartered accountancy is considered by many as a means to secure a sound career option. Revolution in information technology, including emergence of artificial intelligence and other advancements, has necessitated changes in the expected skills of chartered accountants. The CA course curriculum is regularly being reviewed and updated with global benchmarks. ICAI believes in focusing to strengthen the present of its students so that their future is bright. In the new millennium, India has emerged as the dynamic face of the global accountancy profession. ICAI believes in providing useful learning to its members in the form of contemporary continuing professional education. The past 7 decades, enthused with integrity, professionalism, independence, competency, and ethics, has shaped the institute to be a leading body in the accounting world.
Expanding knowledge resources, creating talent pools, nurturing young professionals. Over the years, the ICAI has played a pivotal role in formulating and implementing a host of academic initiatives aimed at keeping chartered accountants on the leading edge of business and industry.
The accounting profession in our country has been progressive and has stayed relevant in this fast-changing and complex world. The young members of CA fraternity symbolizes enthusiasm, energy, and enterprise. Given the professional upbringing by their alma mater, the power of practical training, insightful multi-purpose knowledge and skills, the young members are achieving newer heights. The institute has been constantly working towards the skill development of CA students. On the educational front, the new Committee for Review of Education and Training, CRET, has been established this year to study the existing scheme of education and practical training. The committee will identify the modifications required in the context of global economic environment, technology, and policies of the government.
ICAI has been making ongoing contribution to quality assurance through disciplinary, peer review, and financial reporting review. These are aimed at ensuring and enhancing the quality of audit and assurance services offered by chartered accountants.
As endorsed by the founding fathers of our nation, CA profession has been successfully assuming the mantle of leadership and influence in the fiscal discipline of the country since ICAI's inception in 1949. Our endeavor is to augment the exalted position of leadership, particularly through ICAI's role as a regulator and facilitator. To this effect, ICAI's Disciplinary Directorate, Ethical Standards Board, Financial Reporting Review Board, Tax Audits Quality Review Board, and Peer Review Board are putting all efforts to fulfill the ever-increasing expectations of the stakeholders and society at large.
ICAI is also playing an increasingly proactive role on the international front and has signed MOUs and MRAs with various accounting bodies, which entails working in tandem with each other to provide synergy. ICAI is the founder member of IFAC, CAPA, SAFA, and IN, and its members hold important positions on the boards and committees of these organizations.
The Indian Chartered Accountants are highly respected for their commitment and hard-working attitude across the globe. With an aim to accentuate and empower younger members to take up global careers, ICAI is taking several initiatives by entering into MOUs, MRAs with global accountancy bodies and spreading its presence in various other nations. ICAI is geared up to harness the opportunities and address the challenges presented by the rapidly changing environment so that the three words, excellence, independence, and integrity, continues to have great relevance for the profession.
As India integrates with the global economy, the ICAI is playing a key role in updating Indian professionals and businesses by providing education, knowledge resources, and practical guidelines in the relevant areas.
Accountancy and finance is one of the 12 champion services sectors that the government is focusing on to boost India's growth to the next level. Members of Indian accountancy profession have significant technical competence that is of substantial use for businesses in India and globally. Many of our members are working tirelessly and excelling in foreign jurisdictions to achieve success and bring laurels to the country. ICAI is also facilitating this cause by creating suitable structures across the world. Our profession has registered brilliant growth since its inception. Today, ICAI is the second largest accounting body in the world. ICAI is contributing at all possible international platforms and helping the profession to grow and strengthen. Institute has expanded its footprints across the world with establishment of many overseas chapters and representative offices. Further endeavors are being made to develop the Indian accountancy profession as a truly global brand at the international level.
The ICAI has been constantly formulating new accounting standards as well as revising the existing ones, with the objective to bring the Indian accounting standards in line with the international accounting standards. This has a far-reaching impact on business reporting and holds enormous benefits for capital markets and the investor community. ICAI truly believes that women's participation is essential for the nation's development. They have the qualities of dedication, consistency, hard work, and honesty, which are the need of the hour. Education is one of the most important means of empowering women with the knowledge, skills, and self-confidence necessary to participate fully in the development process. ICAI offers equal opportunities to women, and this is evident from the fact that year after year, top positions in CA examinations are being secured by female students. Creating benchmarks, raising standards, sharing knowledge, evolving solutions, nurturing a new generation of professionals, participating in the writing of India's success story. The ICAI moves ahead ceaselessly, working towards a brighter tomorrow. Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, a charter for excellence.
Our single-minded quest at Unilever is to create a better business. And what better way to do it than to create a better world and in the process, a better you.
When we talk digital technology in finance, the most common use case that we hear is process automation. At HUL, we do a lot more. In HUL Finance, our focus areas are around digital payments, data-driven analytics for decision-making, and virtual controls. We have seen significant benefits come by driving the digital payments ecosystem harder across our value chain, particularly in the last year and a half. Use of analytics to drive better return on our media investment and faster and better pricing decisions based on data has been some of our early wins in this space.
Words matter. Ideas drive change. And wisdom can transform the human action. These are the words, ideas, and wisdom that transformed profession of chartered accountancy over the years. Our forefathers and their vision of modern India, driven by strong economic foundation, led to the setting up of Free India's premier accountancy institute. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or ICAI, in the year 1949. From the past 70 years, ICAI and its members have followed the essence of its motto, Ya Esha Supteshu Jagarti, the person who is awake in those that sleep. As our nation's democracy was being shaped, the responsibility of shaping the future of accountancy profession, the strongest pillar of a robust economy, was entrusted to the forefathers of accountancy profession. They not only set the highest standards, but also paved the way for the generations to follow. And what followed thereafter, as they say, is history. This 70 years journey has indeed made ICAI a treasure trove that will enrich the path of future generations to build a resilient new India.
Across sectors like infrastructure, real estate, information technology, telecom, healthcare and SME, a vibrant India continues to surge ahead, emerging as a market with enormous untapped potential and a destination for global investments. As an integral part of this growth story, the role of chartered accountants has expanded to a wider canvas, a role that is cross-functional, multi-dimensional and multifaceted. The cornerstone of this profession was laid in 1949 by an Act of Parliament with the establishment of a statutory body called the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or the ICAI.
It is a privilege for me to address you all as the President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. ICAI has had the privilege to grow under the guidance of leaders who have a definitive direction to the profession through their vision, conviction and belief with constant perseverance. They possessed the courage of making tough decisions to overcome the challenges and stood strong in the face of adversity. It is their selfless dedication, relentless commitment and rich values that have helped us in attaining the phenomenal growth and brought glory to the profession.
ICAI is guided by a vision to be the world's leading accounting body, a regulator and developer of trusted and independent professionals with world-class competencies in accounting, assurance, taxation, finance, and business advisory services.
The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICAI, bears testimony to the fact that strong foundations go a long way in creating a unique and historic institution. ICAI is contributing to the nation's growth path with a model that defines excellence, independence and integrity. With strong commitment, hard work and dedication, ICAI has emerged as one of the most revered institutions in the field of education and professional excellence. Starting with a few thousand members and students, ICAI has reached gigantic proportions. In this sagacious journey of 72 years, the CA profession carries with it the legacy of pursuit of excellence, being relevant and forward-looking, and above all, a partner in nation building.
The ICAI plays a pivotal role as partner in nation building by assisting and strengthening the financial system in different tiers of government, suggesting measures for boosting economic growth, tackling challenges being faced by key sectors of the economy, leveraging financial services sector, providing training to the officials at center and state levels in professional areas, educating investors on the nuances of the capital market, and much more.
As a true partner in nation building, ICAI has always collaborated with various initiatives of government and regulatory bodies for facilitating the implementation of various policies and measures directed towards development of the economy. Footprints of the Institute can be traced to almost all major initiatives of the government, be it Make in India, Startup India or Digital India. ICAI, through its research wing, ICAI ARF, has taken up major projects in the field of accounting and auditing in national interest. In the present complex commercial world, financial literacy empowers individuals and businesses alike. As a part of its agenda, the Institute would develop material on financial and tax literacy in layman's language. This material shall be provided in several vernacular languages. Further training programs would also be conducted for disseminating the financial and tax knowledge to the society at large. In the direction of improved governance, ICAI's endeavor would be to provide advice and support to the government through Group on Public Advocacy. Whenever there are new laws to be introduced or existing laws to be amended, this group would provide professional advice to the government.
The ICAI curriculum is aptly designed by combining education, training system value-added soft skills and personality development to produce globally competitive accounting professionals.
Chartered accountancy is a coveted profession. By virtue of the success it brings, chartered accountancy is considered by many as a means to secure a sound career option. Revolution in information technology, including emergence of artificial intelligence and other advancements, has necessitated changes in the expected skills of chartered accountants. The CA course curriculum is regularly being reviewed and updated with global benchmarks. ICAI believes in focusing to strengthen the present of its students so that their future is bright. In the new millennium, India has emerged as the dynamic face of the global accountancy profession. ICAI believes in providing useful learning to its members in the form of contemporary continuing professional education. The past 7 decades, enthused with integrity, professionalism, independence, competency and ethics, has shaped the Institute to be a leading body in the accounting world.
Expanding knowledge resources, creating talent pools, nurturing young professionals. Over the years, the ICAI has played a pivotal role in formulating and implementing a host of academic initiatives aimed at keeping chartered accountants on the leading edge of business and industry.
The accounting profession in our country has been progressive and has stayed relevant in this fast-changing and complex world. The young members of CA fraternity symbolizes enthusiasm, energy, and enterprise. Given the professional upbringing by their alma mater, the power of practical training, insightful multi-purpose knowledge and skills, the young members are achieving newer heights. The Institute has been constantly working towards the skill development of CA students. On the educational front, the new Committee for Review of Education and Training, CRET, has been established this year to study the existing scheme of education and practical training. The committee will identify the modifications required in the context of global economic environment, technology and policies of the government.
ICAI has been making ongoing contribution to quality assurance through disciplinary, peer review and financial reporting review. These are aimed at ensuring and enhancing the quality of audit and assurance services offered by chartered accountants.
As endorsed by the founding fathers of our nation, CA profession has been successfully assuming the mantle of leadership and influence in the fiscal discipline of the country since ICAI's inception in 1949. Our endeavor is to augment the exalted position of leadership, particularly through ICAI's role as a regulator and facilitator. To this effect, ICAI's Disciplinary Directorate, Ethical Standards Board, Financial Reporting Review Board, Tax Audits Quality Review Board and Peer Review Board are putting all efforts to fulfill the ever-increasing expectations of the stakeholders and society at large.
ICAI is also playing an increasingly proactive role on the international front and has signed MOUs and MRAs with various accounting bodies, which entails working in tandem with each other to provide synergy. ICAI is the founder member of IFAC, CAPA, SAFA and IN, and its members hold important positions on the boards and committees of these organizations.
The Indian Chartered Accountants are highly respected for their commitment and hard-working attitude across the globe. With an aim to accentuate and empower younger members to take up global careers, ICAI is taking several initiatives by entering into MOUs, MRAs with global accountancy bodies and spreading its presence in various other nations. ICAI is geared up to harness the opportunities and address the challenges presented by the rapidly changing environment so that the three words excellence, independence and integrity continues to have great relevance for the profession.
As India integrates with the global economy, the ICAI is playing a key role in updating Indian professionals and businesses by providing education, knowledge resources, and practical guidelines in the relevant areas.
Accountancy and finance is one of the 12 champion services sectors that the government is focusing on to boost India's growth to the next level. Members of Indian accountancy profession have significant technical competence that is of substantial use for businesses in India and globally. Many of our members are working tirelessly and excelling in foreign jurisdictions to achieve success and bring laurels to the country. ICAI is also facilitating this cause by creating suitable structures across the world. Our profession has registered brilliant growth since its inception. Today, ICAI is the second largest accounting body in the world. ICAI is contributing at all possible international platforms and helping the profession to grow and strengthen. Institute has expanded its footprints across the world with establishment of many overseas chapters and representative offices. Further endeavors are being made to develop the Indian accountancy profession as a truly global brand at the international level.
The ICAI has been constantly formulating new accounting standards as well as revising the existing ones, with the objective to bring the Indian accounting standards in line with the international accounting standards. This has a far-reaching impact on business reporting and holds enormous benefits for capital markets and the investor community. ICAI truly believes that women's participation is essential for the nation's development. They have the qualities of dedication, consistency, hard work, and honesty, which are the need of the hour. Education is one of the most important means of empowering women with the knowledge, skills, and self-confidence necessary to participate fully in the development process. ICAI offers equal opportunities to women, and this is evident from the fact that year after year, top positions in CA examinations are being secured by female students. Creating benchmarks, raising standards, sharing knowledge, evolving solutions, nurturing a new generation of professionals, participating in the writing of India's success story. The ICAI moves ahead ceaselessly, working towards a brighter tomorrow. Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, a charter for excellence.
Our single-minded quest at Unilever is to create a better business. And what better way to do it than to create a better world and in the process, a better you.
They love their movies.
When we talk digital technology in finance, the most common use case that we hear is process automation. At HUL, we do a lot more. In HUL Finance, our focus areas are around digital payments, data-driven analytics for decision-making, and virtual controls. We have seen significant benefits come by driving the digital payments ecosystem harder across our value chain, particularly in the last year and a half. Use of analytics to drive better return on our media investment and faster and better pricing decisions based on data has been some of our early wins in this space.
Across sectors like infrastructure, real estate, information technology, telecom, healthcare and SME, a vibrant India continues to surge ahead, emerging as a market with enormous untapped potential and a destination for global investments. As an integral part of this growth story, the role of chartered accountants has expanded to a wider canvas, a role that is cross-functional, multi-dimensional and multifaceted. The cornerstone of this profession was laid in 1949 by an Act of Parliament with the establishment of a statutory body called the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, or the ICAI.
It is a privilege for me to address you all as the President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. ICAI has had the privilege to grow under the guidance of leaders who have a definitive direction to the profession through their vision, conviction, and belief with constant perseverance. They possessed the courage of making tough decisions to overcome the challenges and stood strong in the face of adversity. It is their selfless dedication, relentless commitment, and rich values that have helped us in attaining the phenomenal growth and brought glory to the profession.
ICAI is guided by a vision to be the world's leading accounting body, a regulator and developer of trusted and independent professionals with world-class competencies in accounting, assurance, taxation, finance, and business advisory services.
The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICAI, bears testimony to the fact that strong foundations go a long way in creating a unique and historic institution. ICAI is contributing to the nation's growth path with a model that defines excellence, independence, and integrity. With strong commitment, hard work, and dedication, ICAI has emerged as one of the most revered institutions in the field of education and professional excellence. Starting with a few thousand members and students, ICAI has reached gigantic proportions. In this sagacious journey of 72 years, the CA profession carries with it the legacy of pursuit of excellence, being relevant and forward-looking, and above all, a partner in nation building.
The ICAI plays a pivotal role as partner in nation building by assisting and strengthening the financial system in different tiers of government, suggesting measures for boosting economic growth, tackling challenges being faced by key sectors of the economy, leveraging financial services sector, providing training to the officials at center and state levels in professional areas, educating investors on the nuances of the capital market, and much more.
As a true partner in nation building, ICAI has always collaborated with various initiatives of government and regulatory bodies for facilitating the implementation of various policies and measures directed towards development of the economy. Footprints of the institute can be traced to almost all major initiatives of the government, be it Make in India, Startup India or Digital India. ICAI, through its research wing, ICAI ARF, has taken up major projects in the field of accounting and auditing in national interest. In the present complex commercial world, financial literacy empowers individuals and businesses alike. As a part of its agenda, the Institute would develop material on financial and tax literacy in layman's language. This material shall be provided in several vernacular languages. Further training programs would also be conducted for disseminating.
Good afternoon, all of you. A very warm welcome to all of you after a break. I think everybody comes with the full energy after such a long break. It gives me immense pleasure to extend to you a very warm welcome post-lunch on the behalf of Board of Studies Operation, Student Skill Enrichment Board and ICASA. Now we continue with our program, our knowledge session 2, that is on role of CAs in 5 trillion economy. For this session, there are our session chairman, a keynote speaker, and our 4 paper presenters. Now, I would call upon our session chairman, CA Pramod Jainji, on the dais. He's a Central Council member of ICAI and a chairman of Tax Audit Quality Review Board. Our keynote speaker, CA Debyan Patraji, he's a secretary of EIRC. Our paper presenter, Mr. Sparsh Gupta, Mr. Sai Charan, Mr. Bikash Kumar Singh, Mr. Anup Kumar. Now, I call up on the dais CA Pramod Jainji to lighten us with his words. Sir.
Thank you very much. Namaste to all. I welcome all students in this International Students Conference 2022. And in fact, this is a session which is post-lunch. So when we talk about post-lunch, so yes, a huge task on the 4 speakers to keep the participants awake. And again, it would be a huge task on the participants to see that how they can sleep, and so it would be a war between the two. And we have got our keynote speaker also, the secretary ARC, Patraji, and the judges would be there. So they would be keeping a point on this, that whether you are able to keep them awake or not. So, but yes, congratulations for really coming out and taking a stand to speak on a topic which is going to be a 5 trillion economy, the ways forward to that by the CAs. So really excellent. And one more thing before I hand over the mic to the MOC and inviting the 4 talented participants who will be giving their paper. I'm really, because I'm a vice chairman of vice chairperson of the Women Members Empowerment Committee also, and the first time, because in the students conference I'm seeing that all the 4 speakers are males. Otherwise, mostly we see females coming up, and this is very, very heartening. So again, we were talking earlier that yes, females would be taking over the males. I'll request the males to again bug up and at least match to their level. Thank you. Have a very great time in this whole conference, and all the best to all the 4 participants and speakers for putting their papers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request CA Debyan Patraji to please come on the dais and enlighten us with his words.
So a very good afternoon to everyone. The chairman of this session, a very knowledgeable person. If you get some time to know him, with time you will come to know that he is an expert in various domains of the CA profession. Very good afternoon to all the paper presenters present on the dais. I must congratulate you for coming till this position of being a paper presenter, because there were many who had sent their papers and the evaluators have done a job to select you, and if you are selected, that means you have already won it. Now it is your duty to present whatever you have in hand with ease. The topic today is, the main session revolves around the topic, role of chartered accountants in 5 trillion economy. 5 trillion economy is a dream of the leader of the country. And as finance professionals, it is we who can play a big role in ultimately achieving this goal of the society. We need startups, but who will guide them? The digital field is disrupting everything. Who is going to understand it and understanding the financial impact and make the society prepared for the future? If the digital world comes in, so the ecosystem, the digital ecosystem is also important. And at the end, achieving this 5 trillion economy, keeping in mind that the society does not get polluted because the whole world is worried about the climate. So revolving around these 4 themes, our paper presenters would be speaking, and we have fantastic professionals amongst us who are the judges today, who would be evaluating the presentations made by the paper presenters. So I welcome them once again. Please give a big round of applause for them.
Thank you, sir. Now we'll start with the presentation. The first paper will be presented by Mr. Sparsh Gupta on startups in India. Sparsh Gupta.
Hello, hello.
I also acknowledge the presence of our council member, MPV sir. Everyone knows him very well, a thorough expert in INDAS and the council affairs. Welcome, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Hello. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. David McClure, the founder of 500 Startups, a venture capital company, once said that startup is a company that is confused about 3 things. 1, what its product is. 2, who its customers are. And 3, how to make money. Namaskar Kolkata, I'm Sparsh Gupta, and today I'll be presenting my paper on the topic Startups in India under Knowledge Session 2, Role of CA in a 5 trillion economy. Shri Hardeep Singh Puri, the Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas for India, recently said that India will be a USD $5 trillion economy by the year 2024-25 and a USD $10 trillion economy by the year 2030-31. After various analysis, it was estimated that a huge amount of contribution would be coming from the new and budding businesses that we nowadays call startup. So the question that comes up now is, what is a startup? A startup is basically any business that primarily satisfies 2 conditions. First, that the business is in the first 10 years of its inception and the business does not cross the turnover of rupees 100 crores in any of these 10 financial years. What is the story of startup in India so far? What was that one thing that ignited the spark of startup in India? I would like to ask my audience about this, that what was that one thing that started the revolution of startup in India? A hint for you all, it was a web series released back in 2015 and was produced by the production house TVF. Any guesses?
AVF Pictures, you guessed just right. And now where do we stand? Where has it all led that was started by Pictures? A hint here as well, it's a television show recently started on Sony Television. You guessed it right, Shark Tank India, where new and budding business persons come to established business people in order to raise funds in exchange of equity. The revolution of startup in India. So now kind of we know that Pictures was the one that introduced the idea of startup in India. But what was that one thing that made it such a big revolution that today I have come all the way from Ghaziabad to talk about startup for only 8 minutes? Well, since 2014, there is this one guy who comes up at our TV screens at 8 PM and goes like, Mitron, aaj ratri 12 baje se, you guessed it right, it's our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, who launched the scheme of Startup India in 2016, and since then, there has been no turning back for the startup regime in India. These are all the schemes that were kind of introduced after Startup India came into effect, and we'll be discussing these further in our presentation. So there is a very celebrated term in the startup world known as unicorn. A unicorn is a startup that crosses the valuation of $1 billion. Some noticeable startups that recently crossed this valuation of India are Cred. Cred is always known for its innovative marketing strategies. It provides you reward points for every credit card payment made through their app. You all will be surprised to know that 20% of all credit card payments made in the year 2020-21 were through Cred. Other noticeable startups are Grow, PalmEasy, and BharatPay. Now, some startups were so unique in their idea and they executed so well that they went on to become listed companies in today's world. Few examples are Nykaa. On Nykaa's listing day, the founder, Falguni Nayyar's net worth crossed that of Rakesh Jhunjhunwala. We all know who that is and what he is capable of. Other example would be Zomato. Who thought that a mere change from ordering food through calling to ordering food through an app could make one a billionaire? But guess what? It happened. The founder of Zomato, Dipendra Goyal, has a valuation of $6.7 billion. Other noticeable startups are Paytm and PolicyBazaar.com that recently got listed. So now we have answered the what and when of startup. We will be answering the why. To answer that in a single sentence, I would say that the future belongs to job creators and not job seekers. And to elaborate this point further, I have a very short video for you all.
You are making $500,000 and you were only going to pay me 30? You're getting 30 grand? I'm getting 1,000.
You guys are getting paid?
I hope I have made my point very clear through that video. Another answer to the why of startup would be the government schemes. Schemes such as Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana provide loan up to rupees 10 lakh to micro and small enterprises, including the startups as well. Schemes such as Credit Guarantee Trust Fund Scheme that provide collateral-free loan to all micro and small enterprises sector, including startup. The Startup India Seed Fund, which was recently launched and provides funds or loans before proof of concept has been established. The 80 ICAI tax exemption, where any recognized startup is declared tax-free for the first 3 consecutive financial years. Now, what is the role of a chartered accountant in all this? How can a CA bring value to the startup regime? Well, there are 2 ways that a CA can be involved in a startup. First, in his capacity as a CA in practice, or in his capacity as a founder or a stakeholder like Aman Gupta. So what's in the room for capacity as a CA in practice? Well, the routine work that we all carry nowadays in our offices during our articleship is the tax specialization work, the finance professional, the secretarial matters, compliance checkup, and to cater all the benefits that startup scheme will bring to a new company. What's in the house for capacity as a founder or a stakeholder? So when Vinayak Bhanwani approached his idea of a startup to his CA, Mr. Jinendra Bhandari, he was so thrilled that he made him an offer he couldn't refuse. His idea was that of a live bus tracking app, and today that app is known as Chalo.com, in which Mr. Bhandari is an invested partner. The question that comes up now is, why are CAs investing in startups or building their own startups nowadays, and why are companies hiring CA as their top management official? Well, the answer to this is very simple. It's a win-win for all situation, as the startup or the business gets holistic advice that a CA brings to the company, and obviously we can all imagine the fame, the recognition that a CA gets once the startup is successful, and obviously the paycheck as well. The third most important point would be delegation of authority. We all must have seen big corporate houses, big listed companies hiring chartered accountants as their CFO, the Chief Financial Officer. Now, why is that? Because of the finance knowledge that we inherit nowadays. Few examples of this delegation of authority point can be CA Samir Seksaria, the CFO at TCS, and CA Vikas Garg, the CFO at Paytm. Now, what's the conclusion that we have drawn in our presentation till now? See, the role of a CA and the role of a startup is crucial for the achievement of the $5 trillion mark, and it is India's best bet as to achieve this feat on target time. Startups are basically businesses, and no other profession in this world generates as much cash flow and as much job opportunities as a business does. Hence, CA have always proved to be very good in their finance knowledge, and hence the idea of startup, the idea of CA, and the idea of business, they all go hand in hand. Dhanyavad Kolkata. That was all from my side. Thank you for being such a lovely audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Sparsh. He has enlightened us that startups are more important for CAs, not for the other professions. Now, I call up the second paper presenters, Mr. Sai Charan. He'll present his paper on ease of doing business and ease of living to promote private investments.
I start, sir. Thank you, sir. First of all, a very pleasant good afternoon to everyone present over here. Namaste Kolkata, the city of joy. I am Sai Charan from Guwahati, Assam, which is the hub of Northeast India. Respected judges, dignitaries, chartered accountants, future chartered accountants, chairman of the technical session and keynote speaker, and all the audience who have connected here virtually. Today, I'm here to speak upon the topic, ease of doing business and ease of living to promote private investments. So before diving into the topic, let's see some numbers. 142, 130, 130, 100, 77, and 63. What are these numbers? These are the ranks of India with respect to ease of doing business right from 2014 to 2019. So without doing any delay, let's know what is ease of doing business and how is it measured. Ease of doing business index is meant to measure the regulations directly affecting the business in a country, and a nation's rank is based on the average of 10 indicators which are given here. Starting a business, dealing with construction permits, getting electricity, registering property, getting credit, protecting minority investors, paying taxes, trading across borders, enforcing contracts, and resolving insolvency. So where did this start? It all started with our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, envisioning an interface between the citizens of India and the government for the ease of living and to remove all hassles related to government officers' work to promote ease of doing business and promoting private investments. So let's see a small glimpse of it where our Prime Minister spoke regarding this. Kindly play the audio.
यहाँ फॉर्म भरो, उधर फॉर्म भरो, इधर जाओ, उस ऑफिस जाओ, सैकड़ों ऑफिसों में चक्कर लगाता रहता है, उसको बेल ही नहीं बैठता है। लेते नगर पालिका महानगर पालिकाओं को भी साथ लेते हमने ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस के काम में बहुत कुछ करने में सफल हुए हैं।
Great. And since the start of this vision and the passing of energy, India has been in this mode if ease of doing business rankings exist. Great. All of you know the dialogue behind this, and the energy has to stay in the future as well. Next. So now the question which arises is, what made India's ranking jump so high from rank 142 to rank 63 in the span of 6 years? What were the reforms undertaken? 1. India has made dealing with construction permits less cumbersome by implementing an online building permission system in the cities of New Delhi and Mumbai. It is yet to be operational in many more cities as well. 2. Introduction of Spice Plus and Agile Pro forms by Ministry of Corporate Affairs has eased the process of incorporation of a company. These forms have incorporated various other forms as well. 3. Dedicated commercial courts have been established in New Delhi and Mumbai, and a portal has been opened for enforcing of contracts by the Department of Justice. 4. Introduction of Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016 has been the major game changer in resolving insolvency. 5. Time and cost to export and import has been considerably reduced by the introduction of ICAI, India Customs Electronic Gateway, which gives traders the facility to lodge their clearance documents online at a single point. 6. Companies Act 2013 and LLP Act 2008 have decriminalized various sections by removing the technical or procedural issues, which made ease of doing business a great help. Last but not the least, the major credit behind FDI and private investments goes to Invest India platform. Set up back in 2010 and revamped in 2015 to 16, Invest India is the most awarded promotional agency in the world. Invest India is the facilitator, advisor, and guide in promoting investors who wants to make a home in India. Now, let's move on to a second part of our topic, ease of living. An average Indian spent a lot of time negotiating day-to-day transactions, right from getting a ration card to renewing a driving license, many lengthy processes with a lot of paperwork. So, Government of India has launched various schemes under ease of living, and let's discuss some of them. The only motive behind these is making life easy through reduced burden of compliances. The first reform is simplifying ration card system through Mera Ration app, which promotes the motto, one nation, one ration card. Earlier, what used to happen is only a single shop was mapped to a ration card holder, but this has changed. This radical step has brought nationwide portability to a ration card holder. Let's see what one of the beneficiary has to say regarding this. Kindly play the. Great, that's a great step. Second reform, digitizing road transport offices. Computerization of over 1,300 road transport offices has brought all the services online. 3. Umang app. Umang, which means Unified Mobile Application for New Age Governance, has brought 2,100 e-governance services online on a single platform, which provides right from central government to local government bodies. 4. Parak portal. It has brought accredited, certified, and recognized laboratories on one single platform. 5. eShram. This is the first time in India a nationwide database has been established for the workers in unorganized sector, thereby making them eligible for all the social security schemes launched by the Government of India. That's a great step. Now, let's see the impact of the reforms. Investment climate in India has been considerably improved since the opening up of the economy in 1991. This has been primarily attributed to the ease in FDI rules, which made India today to be part of the top 100 economies of the world. As you can see, there has been 65.3% increase in FDI inflows and 68.06% increase in FDI equity inflows in the last 7 years as compared to the previous 7 years. So the way forward and the last part, let's connect the topic of our knowledge session, role of CS in 5 trillion economy, with the topic of our discussion, ease of doing business. On 1st July 2018, at the Platinum Jubilee celebrations of our institute, our Honorable President Shri Ramnath Kovind has said that India is set to be the USD 5 trillion economy by 2025. In a radical step, in order to achieve this target, the contribution of our profession and the future chartered accountants is going to play a very major role by being the partners in nation building. As said by my fellow paper presenter Spursh, startups are going to be the power boosters of our economy. Chartered accountants have not only been providing various services such as due diligence, formation, all types of audits, and many more, but also been actively taking up the entrepreneurship profession in recent times. Here, I would like to remind everyone a very famous quote by Sri Ratan Tata. I need MBA for running my business, but CAs to teach them how to run the business. That itself shows the importance of a CA, and I don't need to explain more. Coming to the conclusion, I would like to conclude by saying a very important line which our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi said at the ASSOCHAM Foundation Week 2020. Due to the circumstances which existed before, there was a time when it was asked, why India? Now, after looking at the reforms that have taken place in the country, it is being asked, why not India? That's the level of impact which we have created with the reforms. We have achieved phenomenal progress over the years, but the best is still yet to come. It is always said, improvement should never stop, and there's always a scope. With the consistent efforts of our nation and the contribution of our profession, the improvement should never stop. And in achieving the 5 trillion economy target, the role of ease of doing business is going to be one of the biggest contributor to it. That's from my side. Thank you so much, ICAI, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Sai. His name is a very godly name. So now I request my next participant, Mr. Bikash Kumar Singh. He's going to speak on digital opportunity and digital ecosystem. Please join.
An apple a day keeps the doctor away, and an apple in your pocket keeps all your hassles away. Let me ask one question. How many of you are Apple users? Anyone? Yes. So you all know that Apple makes great products, but apart from that, also Apple provides some great user experience. Now, just to tell you, if suppose you have an iPhone and you suddenly get a call, and you also have other Apple devices like the MacBook or your tablet or even the Apple Watch, you get the call simultaneously on all the 3 devices. And depending on the convenience, you can pick and talk from any of those devices. And in case you are consuming media on your MacBook using your earpods, and suddenly you plan to switch between your iPod or your iPhone, then the earpods switches itself automatically depending on the device that you are using actively. Now, this is all possible because Apple has a great ecosystem. Good afternoon to one and all present over here. I am Bikash Kumar Singh from Bhubaneswar, and I am here to present before you my topic, Digital Opportunity and Digital Ecosystem, Session 2, and Role of Chartered Accountants in $5 trillion economy. So let's see what exactly is a digital ecosystem first. Well, it can be defined as a distributed, adaptive, and social technical system that with the properties of self-organization, scalability, and sustainability, which is naturally inspired from a natural ecosystem. Example, the Apple ecosystem. And coming on to the digital opportunity part, it can be defined as those circumstances which create value using technology. And this technology can make part of a digital ecosystem, and thereby creating value and increasing the digital presence of the value creator. For example, how during the times of COVID, we were all locked and were not able to have access to our doctors, but our doctors were available at our phone screens. Not just our doctors, but our yoga instructors and even our meetings and classes were all held online. This was all possible because someone saw the opportunity and tried to bridge the gap using technology. Well, you all know, or you might not know, that India is the world's fastest growing economy. And this India is marching towards the $5 trillion economy. And in order to have a $5 trillion economy, we need a strong foundation. And in order to support that foundation, we also need a mechanism, and that is a ecosystem. To be specific, a digital ecosystem. Now, how exactly an ecosystem should be that it is able to support a $5 trillion economy? Let's see. Well, firstly, the ecosystem should be platform based. Now, earlier if you see, majority of the businesses were in a pipeline model, meaning every time you want to increase your production or you increase your sales, the only way possible is increase the production. There is no other way to scale a business. But with platform business model, you can scale your business so easily, because you can create infinite value using this platform model, because on those models the creator and the consumer, they interact among themselves without the intervention of any third party. May it be Unacademy or Urban Club, they are all platforms and they are able to scale their businesses and create values. Now, it is so easy to scale such type of businesses. Let me take you a few years back when JW Marriott, which is one of the international hotel chains, they declared that they will be adding 30,000 rooms in one of the financial year. To this, the co-founder of Airbnb tweeted saying, Marriott wants to add 30,000 rooms in this year and we will add that in the next 2 weeks. Now, this shows that how easily these businesses can be scaled. And not just that, now Airbnb is not going to create any asset in order to scale the business. Rather, it is going to use the existing property and the assets that is already present in the ecosystem. Well, and when people use these platforms, they generate so much of data, and we all know that data is the new dollar and algorithm is the new decision maker. Now, you might be thinking, or you plan to have 10 minutes or 20 minutes on Facebook or YouTube, but you tend on spending more. Now, you are not the one who is deciding how much to spend, but rather the algorithms. And the algorithms, they keep track of you in everywhere you go. They are the one actually deciding what you watch and what you do and what you do not. Moving on to the second part, the ecosystem should have a strong network. What I mean by this? May it be Zomato or Oyo. Zomato without the restaurants and Oyo without the hotels and without the customers, they are nothing. The only value they have is because of the network of the customers and the hotel chains they have. Otherwise, they are just platforms. So, in order to scale and to have a good ecosystem, the presence of a good network is the most important thing. And thirdly, the ecosystem should be such that we are able to integrate it. Say for example, in an organization, there are so many departments and all of them are running their own experiment without even interacting with one of them, without even interacting with each other. Now, this will not result in anything fruitful, but rather if they decide to integrate their efforts and come along to decide that what they want to do, and this will result in something fruitful and this will result in great success of the organization. And one such example of this is unified payment interface. Now, we all were having a terrible experience when it comes to banking, may it be digital banking or online banking or even going to the banks. We used to add the beneficiaries and wait for some few hours in order to be able to transfer the money. And this was a hell of a process. You know, we used to get fed up. But with the introduction of UPI, we can now make payments across third-party platforms and also across different banking apps. Now, this is all possible because UPI has created a digital payment ecosystem. Now, I told you that we need an ecosystem to grow. But do you think that having an ecosystem is enough in order to create a $5 trillion economy? So, as to conclude, I would like to say that we need to decide, define and design that how the ecosystem should be, that it is able to delight the participants. And having the participants of the network is not the main thing. We also need to have a purpose in the ecosystem. And when our purpose is to make $5 trillion economy, let me tell you, it is going to be the effort of all of us. Well, the government is doing their best in order to support the $5 trillion economy. And we as chartered accountants have a huge role to play. Now, when it comes to CAs, we have the right to audit the financial statements. But how it would be if we can create an audit ecosystem that will facilitate the audit process and also improve the quality of audit that we do? And why restrict ourselves or the CAs only to practice or job? Why can't we think beyond this? You might be aware they are the founder of BOAT, and one is a leading pharma sector industrialist, and they have shown that even CAs can create great businesses. And we as normal individuals also need to bring in a paradigm shift in the way we approach things. We need to be job creators and not job seekers. And we also need to support our businesses. We need to be vocal about our local businesses. And if these small things can be taken care of, $5 trillion economy is just a few steps ahead. By saying this, I conclude. Thank you so much. And Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Bikash, for having our session on the 5 trillion economy. Now I request our last fourth participant of the session, Mr. Anup Kumar. His topic is on achieving 5 trillion economy via net zero carbon emission. Please join.
Hello. After the budget of 2019, our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Damodar Das Modi tweeted that the Economic Survey 2019 outlines the vision to achieve $5 trillion economy by 2025. But since from 2019 till now, we saw lots of ups and downs, not only in our country, but also in our economic wealth. And the reason behind this is COVID-19. And still, we are afraid of third wave in the new form, or rather we can say a new variant called Omicron. So, is 5 trillion economy is still a reality or a myth? Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Anup Kumar, and I am here to share my insights on the topic 5 trillion economy via net zero carbon emission. So, in 2019, the GDP of India was 2.87 trillion, and in order to achieve the target of $5 trillion economy, we need a real growth of 9% per annum. But now we have an economy, or we can say a GDP of $2.94 trillion, and in order to achieve the set target of 5 trillion by 2025, we need a real growth of 12% each year, accompanied by a rupee appreciation against dollar by 10%. And not only that, but we need to boost up our all economic sectors, all the sectors like agriculture, like industry, like tourism, which are one of the major sectors which are affected due to COVID. We need to boost up all our sectors in order to achieve the target. But is that target worthy? There is no doubt that we'll achieve $5 trillion or not, but the most important question, are we creating a healthy economy? Is that growth sustainable? As per the economic survey, as per the survey of World Bank, India is the third largest emitter of carbon, amounting to 2.46 billion metric ton of carbon each year. And the capital city of India, New Delhi, is one of the most polluted city in the world, where young people who are non-smokers are suffering from various diseases generally caused by smoking. So we can imagine the quality of airs we are surrounded us. So these are the few data of different sectors of emission of carbons, among which energy and fuel consumption sectors is contributing highest amount of carbon, that is 40.81%. So how we'll achieve the target? In one hand, we have our $5 trillion economy target. On other hand, we have to control the pollution level for our futures. The answer is net zero carbon emission. Net zero carbon emission is also known as carbon neutrality, where the country will not bring their carbon emission to zero, but rather they'll create more effective tools and other equipments to compensate the amount of carbon that are going to emit by the different sectors. And one of the best tools is planting trees, and even our ICAI is also taking an initiative to plant 10 lakh trees, and not only that, to take care of that planted tree for at least 3 years. So I request all of you who are present physically and virtually to come forward and take an initiative for this social cause. Now moving forward, there are 5 pillars of net zero carbon on the basis of which we can achieve the 5 trillion economy via net zero carbon. The first pillar is decarbonizations of energy intensive industries. In this, we have seen that the most of the industries are consuming high amount of coals for productions of energy, and we have to reduce the amount of carbon that they are reducing. The second pillar is renewable energy. There are so many renewable energies that we can use. The first one is solar energy, the second one is wind energy, the third one is hydro energy, and the fourth one is biogas energy, on the basis of which we can use for the productions of energy and reduce the pollution level from the environment. The third pillar is use of electric vehicles, the new era. Recently our Ola bike and the Tesla cars in our news, where they are going to create a new revolution in our economy, which will help us to reduce the pollution level, as we seen earlier that the fuel consumption is contributing highest amount of pollution in our environment, that is 40.81%. And the fourth pillar is use of sustainable agriculture. As currently the agriculture process used lots of fertilizers and pesticides, which are harming the soil's quality for the futures, and also after the production of rice and with the waste products burn, which cause lots of pollutions in our environment. The fifth pillar is green building infrastructure and cities. This means that we are converting our rural areas in urban areas, but we are ignoring the quality of airs, the number of trees, where they'll help us to create the good environment to absorb the pollution's levels. We need to create a green cities where lots of trees are there, the buildings which will help us to absorb the carbons and so many things. These are the 5 pillars. Recently, our US President invited other nations and including India for Net Zero Carbon Summit, that is COP26 at Glasgow, Scotland, where Prime Minister Sri Narendra Damodar Das Modi said about Panchamrit to tackle climate changes, and Panchamrit consists of 5 things. The first one is by 2030 non-fossil fuels generation to increase by 500 gigawatt, which was earlier 450 gigawatt. The second one is by 2030 India will increase 50% of renewable energy. The third one is carbon emission to reduce by 1 billion ton. The fourth one is 45% reduction in carbon intensity, and the last one is net emission by 2070. So if we ally this Panchamrit, these 5 elements of Panchamrit with 5 pillars of net zero carbon, we will not only achieve the target of $5 trillion economy, but also create a good environment for our future. There is a very famous quote of Bruce Lee: absorb what is useful, discard what is not, and add what is uniquely you own. If we relate this quote with our topic, that is absorb what is useful, that is net zero carbon, discard what is not, that is the amount of carbon dioxide in our environment, and the last, add what is uniquely you own, that is unity to do better. All the fraternity came together, all the industrialists came together, not only to boost up our economy, but also to protect our environment. Thank you. It's Anup Kumar.
Thank you, Anup. And I really believe that we will be able to achieve our 5 trillion economy objective. Do we? Yes. Definitely we will. And now, since you people have joined the CA profession, so you are in the stage of polishing only. So our future builders are here. future pillars basically are here. Now we are going to have our knowledge question answer session. So I will request to display the question 1, and out of our 4 paper presenter, whosoever finds it knows the answer will give to have a reply for 1 minute. Our first question is, what type of mindset is required to set up a well-established company as per a CA student's concern? Yes? Come please. 1 minute to go.
Thank you, ma'am. To answer that question, I would like to say that to build a successful company or build a successful startup, as my topic says, you have to be a one that believes in group efforts, and to take all your company employees, be it first level employees, the top management, be it middle management, or be it the lower management, labor class. You have to take them all together and work towards building a successful and rich company which harvests everyone's efforts from top to bottom and adds $1 trillion valuation to our economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Sparsh. Thank you, Sparsh, for replying. Now our second question is, be ready. What is the best way of going through digital stuff without getting confused? Anyone? Come, sign.
Great question. The best way to not get confused is by getting trained. And these days, we are well known with the certification courses and all the apps which we get to know in recent times, the online education apps. So we can take the certification courses, get trained, and then I think it's the best way to not get confused with the digital stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sai. Now our last question of this round. Question number 3. A very interesting question. Do you think switching into digital area, we can reduce carbon emission? Great, come.
Thank you, ma'am. As we see that we are switching from digital era, actually, previously when industry established is using lots of energy, but now we can see we are using renewable energies and other things in the digital era, where we have a few things comprising the sizes which help us to reduce the carbon from environment and also help us to carry all the things from one place to another in a short span in digital era. Thank you so much.
I think we should clap if somebody is replying. Nice. So meanwhile, I will introduce about one of the facts about the Kolkata, City of Joy. There is a Victoria Memorial Museum. It is at present the museum. It was made in the memory of a Queen Victoria, and it was completed in 1921. It took around 15 years to complete the same. So the construction was started in 1906. And it is a very nice museum. You should people kindly visit it. You will really feel the palace. It is like a palace only. So now I will request our Mr. Amit Kedia to give mementos to our session chairman, CA Pramod Jain ji, Central Council member of ICAI, and CA Debyan Patraji, the keynote speaker and secretary of EIRC of ICAI. Please come. Please join, sir. So you will say, kindly come, sir, please. A big clap, applause for all of them. Please join. Amit, please come.
I don't want to miss this opportunity, to be very frank. At the outset, congratulations to all the 4 speakers for the day. Excellent. Just one question. Have you been regularly speaking or your first time? और आप दोनों का? 4th. भाई लगता नहीं, to be very frank. जो वो सबसे पहले स्पर्श कह रहे हैं ना, फर्स्ट टाइम, मुझे तो नहीं लगा था फर्स्ट टाइम. You are lying. Great. Otherwise you are involved. Great. What I'm trying to say to all the students out here, please don't miss any opportunity to speak. wherever you are, even if you are in a small time practice firm, have the presentations, put it. You know, when we are seeing our budding CAs present like this, and we say we want to compare with the MBA and other presentation, these are the skills which is required. Please never miss it. Wherever you get the opportunity, आप अपनी firm के अंदर करवाइए. There is no issues. अपनी firm के अंदर you say, okay, I'll make a presentation or small section or something. And you know the topics today are covered and which are out of the league, and I don't think so they are there in the subjects of their curriculum. Still you presented very well. All the four, and yes, all the four subjects which is related to startup, ease of doing business and ease of living, digital opportunity, digital ecosystem, net zero carbon emission, each and everything plays a very important role to take India to the 5 trillion economy. Each and every portion has it. Each and every portion. We just need to work. When we have article, you know, we get a very important time of this 3 years. Please use this articleship period. ये time दोबारा नहीं मिलेगा, सिर्फ CA बनने से कुछ नहीं होगा. If you are getting the time to see your clients, see their operations, any of these things or any other things, you can do wonders. You can do wonders. It is not merely a chartered accountant to audit accounts, taxation. So many things, but use this articleship period. कोई भी आपको अपने business operations के SOPs को देखने नहीं देगा, procedures को देखने नहीं देगा, but auditors को जो articles हैं उनको देखने देगा. Use it. Don't miss this opportunity. And my thanks to each and everyone, including the judges, who did a tremendous job. Thank you, judges, and thanks to all the participants. And thank you to EIRC, ICASA, and also the Secretariat of BOS doing a wonderful job. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing such a motivational words with all of us. Please, big applause for sir. A memento for CA Dibyan Patraji, Secretary ARC. Big applause, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Now I request our judges, CA Sandeep Jagoria ji, CA Sarita Agarwal ji, and Professor Dilip Shah ji to kindly join us on the dais for vote of thanks. I request Ms. Sweetie to kindly share the vote of thanks with him. Please join. Ms. Sweetie to give vote of thanks to CA Sandeep Jagoria ji. Thank you. Sweetie to CA Sarita Agarwal. A big applause. And our last judge, Professor Dilip Shah ji. Thank you all of you to kindly join us for the session. Thank you. And now the paper presenters are left. So please join, sir.
Well, on behalf of all the judges, I think that I echo whatever was already said. But indeed, I can tell you, and I have been interacting with a lot of B schools as well, I can tell you that the presentation today was exceptionally good. Especially the first speaker, he covered a lot of ground. And I think that the boys, the others also, please pay attention to the topic. You are talking on chartered accountants and how they can make it happen. That's a very important part of the discussion. So whereas you have covered the discussion pretty well, but how does a chartered accountant come in is something that you might have escaped. Of course, the time was a limitation, no doubt about that. But it is within the limitations that we have that we've got to make a mark. I would put it this way for the institute and for most of y'all, all of y'all in fact, that y'all have decided on the right themes, and I think that you've also designed it beautifully. somebody said this and I'm picking up from what you have said. And as judges, it was a delight for all of us. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request our session chairman, CA Pramod Jain ji. Okay. First of all, a big, nice photograph. Nice. So I request our session chairman, CA Pramod Jain ji, Central Council member, to give mementos to our paper presenters. Kindly bring. First of all, Mr. Sparsh Gupta on startups in India. Memento for Sparsh Gupta. Now, Mr. Sai Charan sees to everybody to be on the dice. One needs lot of energy and power. So give a big round of applause for everybody. And now the third paper presenter, Mr. Bikash Kumar Singh. Thank you. A big applause. Do I have to remind everybody again? Now, the last one, Mr. Anup Kumar Gupta. Mr. Anup Kumar, sorry. On achieving 5 trillion economy. Anup. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with our dignitaries and our students who are from international accounting bodies also. Around 250 students are, 243 total students are from the international accounting bodies who have joined on us on the virtual platform, and more than 6,500 registrations have already been done. So big applause for the same. Now our third growth session second is, I request CA Hari Ram Agarwal ji, Treasurer EIRC of ICAI. Kindly join us on the dais, sir. Please, sir. So Hari Ram Agarwal ji will welcome our Shri Gatsal Swami. He is a motivational speaker and a social reformer from Akshardham Mandir. He is a Swami of BAPS Sanstha. And his famous quote is, "Do not try to look good, but be good." Please.
Our speaker of the session, Swami Gyan Vatsal ji, has already joined. Please connect him. Friends, I welcome you all once again to this International Conference of CA Student 2022 on the theme Aim, Act, Achieve. And this session of this international conference, that is session 4 on motivation, we have got none other than Swami Sri Gyan Vatsal ji Maharaj. Though Swami Gyan Vatsal ji needs no introduction as he is well-known personality, but as a ritual, I present Swami Gyan Vatsal ji to the audience, where more than 6,000 students across the world are connected. Swami Gyan Vatsal ji is motivational speaker, social reformer from Akshardham, BAPS, Swaminarayan Mandir. Gyan Vatsal Swami ji motivated by their Guru Pramukh Swami ji Maharaj, and Swami ji always connected with Guru for any situation. He is mechanical engineer from BVM, that is Birla Vishwakarma Mahavidyalaya. He has been a speaker at various seminars in the USA, Australia, Canada, Europe, England, New Zealand, and other countries. Motivational and inspirational speaker. He discusses different subjects, for example, proactive and ethics. He has spoken on topics such as stress management in daily life, ethics in profession, attitude, the master key, character, home of happiness, work-life balance, and many more. Friends, I, CA Hari Ram Agrawal, Treasurer EIRC of ICAI, for and on behalf of ICAI, offer a flower bouquet to Swamiji. Flower bouquet, please. Thank you, sir. In today's topic is on Think Different, Be Different, Succeed Different by Sri Gyanvatsal Swamiji. Though we have got such a uncompared speaker, so I will not say anything on the topic and will request Swamiji to please deliberate on the subject. A big round of applause to welcome Swamiji at our audience. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
With prostrations at the divine feet of Bhagwan Swaminarayan, my Guru Hari, Param Pujya Pramukh Swami Maharaj, and Pragat Guru Hari, Param Pujya Mahant Swami Maharaj, my heartiest namaskar, good afternoon. Jai Swaminarayan to all the delegates of the International Chartered Accountants Students Conference. This international conference of CS students, organized by the Institute of the Chartered Accountants of India, the ICAI. And as I heard, more than about 6,000 students have registered for this. I especially applaud them. And my good friend, CA Sushil Goyal, who has been instrumental in connecting us today. My special thanks to Sushil ji as well. And well, the topic shared with me today, think different, be different, succeed different. See, we live in this 21st century, where these are the times of fancier houses but broken homes. These are the times of double incomes but more divorces. These are the times of high-rise buildings but low-rise characters. These are the times of broadest highways but narrower viewpoints. These are the times where man has gone all the way to the moon and has come back, but finds it difficult to cross the road and meet the new neighbor. These are the times of sometimes good profits and businesses but shallow relationships. In short, we live in the times where we have much to show in the show window and nothing in the stockroom. We live in this age of guided missiles, but misguided man. Why I would say we are misguided? Today, I think we have the best of education than at any other time in history. We have the best of academic institutions than at any other time in history. I think all of you would agree with me with this. Today, we have more educated people in the society than at any other time in history. Yet, mankind is a diseased one. Mankind needs of thinking something different. What is that thinking different? To be different and succeed different. You would pose a question to me, Swamiji, are we not thinking in the right direction? I don't say you are not thinking, but still a better one is needed. What I call thinking different is not just the word hatke, that means out of the routine or apart from the normal or not treading the routine path. By the word think different, I mean on the lines of humanity, on the lines of morality, on the lines of spirituality. As a student, and in future as a professional, as a family person, as a social person, if a person living a public life all will have to think differently on the lines of ethics in profession, on the lines of humanity in personal life, on the lines of morality in family and social life, on the lines of spirituality overall. Only then we will be different and will succeed different. Once upon a time, on a fine Sunday morning, a gentleman was reading his morning newspapers. And a couple of articles he found very interesting. So he was reading it enthusiastically with a cup of coffee beside him. And he was enjoying his Sunday morning. And his little 7, 8-year-old son walked up to him and started harassing his father. Dad, you promised me a cricket bat this week, and you did not fulfill it. And after 2 hours, I have a cricket match. I was so enthusiastic to have my own bat, carrying my own bat to the cricket match and showing it to my friends that I got a new one. And you are letting me down. And he started crying. The father himself also felt that I should have got him a new bat. He regretted. But then he had no option, as it was a Sunday morning and the shops were closed. So he wanted the boy to stop crying, get him engaged in some other work for a while. By the time he can go for his cricket match and he could keep continuing reading his Sunday morning newspaper. He looked around to get something to engage the little boy, and he found an A4 size paper which had on it a world map printed. So he got an idea. He showed this world map to the little boy. He said, see, this is a world map. Now the little boy was just 7, 8 years old. In second or third standard, he had never studied geography. He had never seen maps of the world. And he said, this is India, here, this is called Asia, this is Europe, this is England, this is America, this is Africa, this is Australia and New Zealand. See, now I'm tearing it into small pieces, like about 16 pieces, and I'll hand it over to you after shuffling it. You are supposed to get it back in order. If you get it back in order, I'll give you a bet right away. Otherwise, you play with your friends, bet this match, and next Sunday, definitely you're getting it. The little boy had no option. He said, okay, Dad. And so the dad tore that A4 size paper into 16 pieces, shuffled it, and gave it to the little boy. The little boy went to the other room, and he was asked to arrange the whole map of the world perfectly with a sellotape stuck behind the paper. The father knew that the little boy would not come back at least for 1 hour, 2 hours, and that too, he will come without doing the job because he's never studied world geography. And to his surprise, the little boy came back in 10 minutes and said, Dad, here is the job done. And Dad was surprised. And he took the paper in his hand and saw it. Oh my God, it's a perfect world map done. How did you do it? And the little boy laughed at the father and said, Dad, it is very simple. Dad said, you are just studying in standard 3. How can it be simple for you? You have never studied this. How did you do it? The little boy said, give me the paper, and took the A4 size paper from Dad's hand, turned it around and told the dad, see Dad, on the other side, there was a picture of a man standing. I just turned everything around, adjusted the man, and the world got adjusted automatically on the other side. Adjust the man, adjust yourself, and your world, and your people's world, your surroundings world, your connected world, everything will get adjusted. How would you do it? By thinking different. By thinking different, you can adjust yourself well, and thus adjust your world well, and thus help and be an inspiration to the society, to the nation, and to the world. Now let us talk practical after this example. What exactly is thinking different? The first point that I would like to put forward in thinking different is, always tell yourself in the morning before you get out of your bed, that is before you start your day, that I am born to be a winner. even after defeats, even after setbacks, even after failures, even after falls, still I'm born to be a winner. This is point number one in thinking different. I'm born to be a winner. Energize yourself in the morning. Fill yourself with confidence in the morning. Develop an attitude of positive, and you can win your life. You can change your world. Let me share you a wonderful example of a master batsman, Marwan Atpatu of Sri Lanka. Many of you might have seen him playing, a world-class batsman. But his story goes back that when during the initial days of his domestic cricket, he performed very well. And so one day he got that elusive call from the National Cricket Board of Sri Lanka that you are supposed to tour with the national team this time and you are part of the playing 11. And this was a moment of joy, and it is always for any sports person to play for his country. So Marwan Atpatu was elated and he toured with Sri Lanka. His first international exposure, first test, first innings, 0. First test, second innings, 0. He was benched. And the coach, the selector, and the captain decided to send him back to Colombo. Now, this was a big dejection for him. A state of depression did cloud his mind. But then he had decided, the point number one that I'm sharing with you, he had decided that I am born to be a winner. He had decided that I will be a winner. So what did he do? He kept on telling himself, yes, I will not feel dejected, I will not feel depressed. He went back to the nets. His family did console him. His friends did support him. Again, like about 21 months later, he again gets a call from the national side. This time again, he tours. Again, first test, first innings, 0. First test, second innings, just 1 run. Again benched, again sent back. Now this time his family would say, well, Marwan, you should think it over again. And this time his friends would also say that, Marwan, I think you should think over your career again. He said, no, I've decided to play for my country. I'm born to be a winner. I will not allow the setbacks and failures to cloud over my mind, depress me, and put me back into the room. He went on for the domestic cricket. He again went back through the grid. Another 19 months of strict domestic discipline circuit. And then again he got that elusive call to play for the national 11. Again, first inning 0, second inning 0. Now this was very depressing. Anybody would lose confidence in their own self. Anybody would start telling their inner self, come on now, this is not my cup of tea. And this time when he was sent back, even the Sri Lankan press started writing about him, that Marwan Atpatu is not a big match material. He has some fear to perform on the big stage. Some newspapers wrote that Marwan cannot face international pace. So all these things started happening. Even his family said, see, and more than that, Marwan Atpatu was a qualified chartered accountant. Today I'm talking to chartered accountant students. Marwan Atpatu was a qualified chartered accountant and had a good family business. So the family members, the elders told him that, see, you have other options. You can sit in the family business office or at all. If at all you want to have your career as a professional, as a chartered accountant, in our office building, family office building, we can set up an office for you. He said, definitely, but I want to play cricket for my country. I'll again go for the domestic cricket. And he goes through it. Again, gets a call from the national side, and this time he scores a wonderful half century, cemented his place in the playing 11 for many years to come. He scored more than 5,000 test runs and more than 16 centuries with 6 double centuries, and had a wonderful, glorious cricketing career for his country and realizing his dream. Today, he is an idol of inspiration for the youngsters, not just in Sri Lanka, but everywhere. I shared this special incident with you all because you all are chartered accountants, and Marvin Epworth also was a chartered accountant. But what I mean to say is think different. And that first thing is, I'm born to win. I am born to win, whatever the setbacks. See, success is never an elevator to the top. You can not go to the top of the Himalayas and buy a chopper and have your photograph printed in front on the front page of a newspaper. It is always one step at a time. You have to go from the base camp. So what I mean to say is that basically you have to take care of yourself when you face such dilemmas in your life, when you face such setbacks and failures in your life, that I'm born to win. Never lose the confidence. Never lose the willpower. Never slip into negative attitudes. This is think different. See, so Marvin Epworth thought different. He became different and he succeeded different. So think different, be different, succeed different. My second point, always throughout the day, from morning to evening, always be a positive thinker, a prosperity thinker, never a poverty thinker. This is my point number 2, practical in the topic, think different, be different, succeed different. Prosperity thinking, never a poverty thinking. What is prosperity thinking? Prosperity thinking is, yes, tomorrow morning the sun is going to rise with some golden opportunities for me. Yes, tomorrow morning the first rays of sun coming into my window, into my bedroom, is going to bring opportunities for me. Yes, tomorrow morning somebody is going to meet me who is going to help me out of this issue. Yes, tomorrow morning will be my morning. That is called prosperity thinking. What does a poverty thinker think? Yes, oh my God, what will happen? Where am I? Oh my God, I am landed in darkness. Who is going to support me? I don't have enough friends. Who will take care of me? I'm alone. I'm not that academically qualified. These are the thoughts of poverty thinker. So before actually the situation affects you, your own thinking of poverty level kills you. Here the point lies of thinking different is become a prosperity thinker. In the worst of situations that you are placed, yes, I will get support. Yes, my academics, my talent and my experience together will prop up with something that would be able to bring me out of this situation. Yes, there lies many opportunities in front of me. Keep on having such thoughts in your mind. Even if it is to be done forcefully, do it. Even if it requires telling yourself this again and again, even every hour of the day, do it. While you are walking to your railway station, while you are walking to your taxi stand, while you are getting down from your house onto the main road to catch a taxi, all such times you can use to tell yourself these things and fill you up with all positive energy. And that radiates in your facial expressions, that radiates in your body language, that radiates in the words that you speak. And it helps people around you. So become a prosperity thinker. Never become a poverty thinker. That is my point number 2. When it comes to think different, be different, and succeed different. See, if at all, India is considered a third world country. India is considered not to be a developed country. But still in the times of Corona, what India achieved, perhaps none of the so-called developed countries could ever achieve. What is 150 crore plus vaccination? That means, do you know the entire population of UK is 6.5 crores? That is 65 million. And the population of India is 135 to 140 crores. 150 crore vaccine doses means India, the government of India, we the Indians, we achieved. We vaccinated 25 UK. We vaccinated 25 England. The population of US is 35 crores. That is 350 million. What is 150 crore vaccination? So we India, we vaccinated 4 Americas, 4 US. What an achievement for the so-called less developed country, for the so-called third world country. And for the first time in history, we developed a vaccine. Never ever we have developed our own vaccine. And that too during the times of the pandemic. India can do it. If we decide, we can do it. Prosperity thinking. Yes, we can make it. And we did it. And we should be proud of it. So what I mean to say is, be a prosperity thinker, never be a poverty thinker. For example, you are a chartered accountant student. Maybe at some stage in phase 1, phase 2, that is inter or finals, you may not succeed at the first attempt, and many don't. But I know many chartered accountants in WIRC, where I come from. That is, I stay in Gujarat, so according to your regional setup, we are from the WIRC zone. I know many chartered accountants in Ahmedabad, in Baroda, in Surat, in Mumbai, in Pune, who did not academically qualify well, that is, were not throughout rankers or did not pass out CA in their first attempts. But still they kept on doing it with all positive energy. They came out with flying colors one day, and today they had wonderful jobs or they are doing their own practices. So keep trying, keep moving. Prosperity thinking tells you that until I can run, I will run. When I can't run, I'll walk. When I can't walk, I'll crawl, but I'll not stop. I'll keep moving. This is prosperity thinking. This is my point number 2. Point number 3, in think different, be different, succeed different is always be in a state of introspection. Can I be wrong? Did I make a fault somewhere? Was it my mistake? Did I miss out on something? Do I lack some talent, some intelligence, some know-how of my field? Am I not able to maintain relationships? Did I fail in knowing my company culture? And that is why I lost my job. Introspect. See, nowadays you millennials, because I've been with the millennials many a time, I'm not cursing any generation. You millennials are quite smarter than our generation. Let me accept that. You millennials are academically more qualified than our generation. Let me accept that. You millennials are more tech savvy, which is great, than our generation. Let me accept it. But at the same time, for your good, let me tell you today that you millennials lack patience, lack introspection, and always are in a sort of a superiority complex that I'm always right. This is hurting your careers. This is disabling your lives. This is paralyzing your progress. Introspect. Yes, you can be wrong. You can make a mistake. And if you are wrong, if you have made a mistake, accept it. This is thinking different. Then you will be different and you will succeed different. Why you will be different and succeed different? Because when you introspect and accept your mistake, when you accept your failure, that is when you own your failure, yes, it is because of me that I have failed, then people around you will take you as a genuine person. People around you would feel like helping you. People around you would think that he is a person who loves truth. People around you or your work colleagues back in office would feel that he always lives, he or she always lives in the right spirit of life. When such thoughts, when such attitudes, and when such behaviors develop for you amongst your colleagues, amongst the people around you, they help you to be different and succeed different. So think different. Point number 3 is introspect. I studied at the BVM Engineering College in Vallabh Vidyanagar in central Gujarat. There in our college was a professor by the name Junnarkar. In his subject, you would be surprised, and let me tell you, the entire class failed. All 40 failed. The professor was a bit strict in his disciplines, in his attitudes, in his teaching style. But somehow the entire class failed. Professor Junnarkar, with all the 40 answer sheets, enters the room during his period time, places the entire heap of answer sheets on the teacher's table, and all the students of that class were like downheaded, not able to match their eyesight with the professors. And they were like feeling ashamed. And they knew the professor would scold them in the class, and everybody were like feeling, oh my God, what will happen next? When after a moment's silence, everybody looked up, to their surprise, they found tears in the eyes of Professor Junnarkar. Professor Junnarkar was a very renowned professor. His written books today still are a course in engineering colleges. Tears in professor's eye, and everybody were like surprised. And then Professor Junnarkar said, I'm quoting him word to word and letter to letter. He says, I don't know why, but there is something wrong with me. And he left the class. All the students also were in tears, started crying. That why should our professor feel bad about himself when we have not performed well? They decided to study harder. They decided that none from our batch should fail the next time in the professor's subject. And when they decided, they came out with flying colors the next time. Entire class passed this subject. This is my point number 3. When you introspect and accept something, that something is wrong with me, we have a habit of pinpointing finger towards people. He did this, she did this, he shouldn't have done this, she shouldn't have done this, and all they did this to me, so this happened to me. No. You had a mind on your shoulders, you had a heart. That means you have to have control on your thinking in your head and your emotions in your heart. What to take, how much to take, when to take, was always your choice. Then why did you take negatives inside you? Why did you accept those negatives? Got my point? So whenever it comes to failures or setbacks, first introspect. Where did I go wrong? This is called thinking different. And accept the complete responsibility of your failure. This is the highest level of thinking different. Situations were not conducive to me, so I failed. No. I prepared my best, but the question paper was too tough, so I failed. No. I did work hard in the company for 12 hours a day, yet my boss was not satisfied with my work, so I failed. No. None of these excuses. No excuses. Take 100% responsibility for your failures. Only then you will grow. Let me tell you something into brackets. You are not 100% responsible for your failure. Situations, circumstances, and people do affect your failure or success. But when you want to grow, when you want to earn a promotion, when you want to rise, when you want to reach to a different level, always tell yourself, I am 100% responsible for my failure. Let me improve in all the sectors. Let me rejuvenate myself with all the latent resources that I have. I just failed because I was not perfect myself. Keep that attitude to grow, to rise. This is called thinking different. All the great personalities have done this. Think different, then you be different, and you succeed different. Our Guru Pramukh Swami Maharaj, organization that I come from, the BAPS Swaminarayan Sanstha, we are one of the largest organizations in the world with a permanent state in the United Nations as an NGO. We have got about 1,300 institutes of hospitals, hostels, schools, colleges, community centers, sanskar kendras, mandirs, akshardhams. Probably you might have heard the name of Akshardham at Gandhinagar in Gujarat or Delhi. I come from the same organization. I named Parapuja Pramukh Swami Maharaj, the creator of this organization, to this level, and initiated more than 1,300 saints like us. Out of them, more than 70% of them are graduates, postgraduates, chartered accountants, doctors, and engineers. Many of our saints are even chartered accountants. Many of our saints have studied in Stanford, in Harvard, in Carnegie Mellon, in Yale, and such institutes. Many of our saints have left aside $150,000, $200,000 of job in NASA, Microsoft, and Google. This was the achievement of Pramukh Swami Maharaj. Why could, as a saint, he could achieve this level of success in the society? As a saint, he could achieve a hardcore professional when it comes to intense hard work. This is thinking different. Normally it happens, and people have an attitude that saints are made for just discourses. Saints are made just to bless people. And saints are made to stay in big complexes, in big religious institutions, and have an easy life. Pramukh Swami Maharaj thought different. He decided to go all out and reach out to people. You would be surprised to know when I tell you that Pramukh Swami Maharaj, in a span of 45 years as the guru of this organization, He traveled to more than 60 countries in 18,000 villages and towns and cities. He personally visited more than 3.5 lakh homes, offices, factories, and shops to uplift people in all walks of life. He personally read and answered more than 7.5 lakh letters at an unbelievable average of reading and answering more than 70 letters a day without a Sunday for 45 years. Intense hard work. This is Think Different. Intense hard work. Walk the extra mile. Carry the extra burden. Face the extra danger. That is called intense work. Again, I repeat. Walk the extra mile every day. Carry the extra burden every day. Face the extra danger every day. This is thinking different. And you succeed different because of that. See the successes of Pramukh Swami Maharaj. He created a volunteer force of 5,000. This event is being organized by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. And I was asked to join this event by Sushil Goyal from Kolkata. In Kolkata on the Gangasagar Road, we have a huge 50-acre campus that the people of Kolkata very happily join on weekdays and weekends to just spiritually refresh themselves. Such huge campuses all over the world where people can change their lives for the better. Pramukh Swami Maharaj did. For that, he has been the recipient of more than 40 Kiruta cities in America. Pramukh Swami Maharaj was felicitated in the British Parliament, in the Kenyan Parliament, in the Canadian Parliament with standing ovations. He has been in the Guinness Book of World Records 6 times. You can see his picture behind me, the black and white picture. His birth centenary celebrations this year, 2022, we are celebrating. And in the month of November and December 2022, in Ahmedabad, Gujarat, it will be a 30-day cultural festival on 750 acres of land. Why so much a person can do during his lifetime? With intense hard work. And let me add one more similarly important factor. Ethically right working. Once Pramukh Swami Maharaj was asked which thought remains with you 24/7. And he said, the thought that has never entered my mind. Shall I tell it first? And that was more interesting. He said, the thought of hurting anybody physically, mentally, or emotionally has never entered my mind. This is beyond the can of human intelligence. This is beyond anybody's thinking. This level of ethical, intense hard work is thinking different. Don't find shortcuts. To try and find a shortcut is a routine thinking. And I sometimes label it as an animal thinking. It's not human thinking. There is no shortcut to success. Shortcuts are always slippery. Shortcuts are always slippery in your professional careers. You may feel that if I go through this path, I can achieve a couple of promotions, or I can make my boss happy, or I can find out my way. But that's not going to happen. You will have to go for intense ethical hard work for progress, because this is the age of competition. Severe cutthroat competition in all the professions. Without intense ethical hard work, nobody is going to progress. Nobody. Sachin Tendulkar was a God-gifted batsman. When he completed 20 years of international cricket, Times of India Mumbai carried out a very special supplement on him. The interviewer asked him a very simple question, sir, what is the secret of your success of 20 years of international performance? Because for any sportsman in any sport, 20 years of stellar performance, stable performance is a class of its own. And Sachin was still going. Sachin, a God-gifted batsman, cricket of God, as Adam Gilchrist tells about him. And about his talent, even the Pakistan pacer, Waqar Yunus tells that Sachin is so perfect in his leg glance that he can play a Waqar Yunus pace delivery to a leg glance by a walking stick. If you give a walking stick to Sachin Tendulkar to play, Sachin such a thin stick, and he's facing Waqar Yunus, and the ball pitches on the leg, Sachin can play a glance with a walking stick and a perfect glance to the defined leg boundary. Such a talented batsman, but intense ethical hard work was the secret behind his success. Sachin Tendulkar answers this question saying, the secret of my success is I face 500 deliveries in the morning. Every morning I go to the nets. I face 500 deliveries. Without that, I don't start my day. The interviewer was quick, intelligent. He propped up a question from this answer. Sir, if you're in good nick, you have scored a century or a double century in the previous day. Sachin goes, even then, I go to the nets at 6 in the morning and play 500 deliveries the next day. Again, the interviewer asks him, sir, would you not get attracted to your emotions of going through the newspapers and social media? Because because you have scored a century, you will be all over the media. And would you not feel like seeing your pictures in different medias and the captions written underneath? Sachin says no. He says that if you go for that in the morning, you miss out your practice and you miss out your cutting edge advantage. So intense hard work, even if you are talented. So as a CA student, even if you are intelligent, even if you are a ranker, still develop a habit of intense hard work. Once upon the time, the Prime Minister of India, Indira Gandhi, used to say that there is no option to hard work. She in her Hindi language used to say, Kathor parishram ka koi vikalp nahi. There is no alternate to hard work. And we see today in the Honorable Prime Minister of our country, Narendra Modi, even at the age of 70, 71, he works 14 to 16 hours a day. And we could see the results of his hard work today in the country. So what I mean to say is intense ethical hard work has been the motto, has been the slogan, has been the blood of all the great achievers. Nothing can be achieved without that. This was my point number 3 in telling you to think different, be different, and you succeed different. My last point number 4 in this topic is, along with developing your IQ, along with developing your EQ, also try to develop your SQ. IQ is intelligence quotient, EQ is emotional quotient, and SQ is spiritual quotient. IQ, intelligence quotient, means that you think rationally, you act purposefully, and you deal effectively with the situation. Emotional quotient means you have empathy for people. You put yourself in other person's shoes and think, how would he be thinking? Feel, how would he be feeling? Experience, how would he be experiencing in the times that he's passing through? That is called emotional intelligence. Until the 90s, the concept in the market, in the commercial, professional world was people with the best of resources and intelligence would always succeed. And they succeed better. After the 90s, they found out that people sometimes with lesser intelligence, that is technical know-how. By intelligence, I mean technical know-how. Lesser of resources, still they succeeded more. The reason behind that, they had emotional intelligence. That is, they knew how to deal with people. People-friendly people would succeed more than technically loving people, academic loving people, people loving people, not just technology loving people. People loving people would always succeed more. See the Silicon Valley. where many of the engineers get $100,000, $150,000 job, but who is paying them? The Americans, who are not even sometimes commerce graduates, because they are smart managers. They know how to handle people. So they are handling, even being a commerce graduate, the best of technical minds, paying them big money and extracting huge money from them. So emotional intelligence is more than just intelligence. But above EQ is SQ, spiritual quotient. I refer a wonderful book to all, to dear students, because you young generation is the next in line responsible generation of our country. You youngsters are going to shoulder the responsibilities of our country and your respective countries. This is an international conference. Your respective societies, your respective communities, and your respective nations. You are going to shoulder the responsibilities of all progress and success and peace. So let me refer to you a wonderful book. I recommend it to you. The title of the book is Spiritual Intelligence, the Ultimate Intelligence, written by Dana Zohar and Ian Marshall. Dana Zohar and Ian Marshall. It's a wonderful book. You must definitely read it. In this book, the authors write that spiritual intelligence is 8 things. I'm not going to elaborate on it. I'm just giving you the names of the 8 qualities that a person who possesses spiritual intelligence has mastered, or the vice versa. If you master these 8 qualities by a regular focus on it, you become spiritually intelligent. And these 2 authors, after their research and survey, they write that people with spiritual intelligence definitely guides, definitely be in a superior position than people with IQ or EQ. First quality of a spiritual intelligence person, flexibility. Flexibility to change is intelligence. The new definition of intelligence put forward by Harvard University. Flexibility to change is intelligence. Second is self-awareness. You should be extremely self-aware. Where am I? What am I doing? What I'm talking? Who are the people around me? What are the circumstances and situations prevailing around me? What I'm supposed to do next? Extremely self-aware so you don't make a private or a public mistake. Third, an ability to face and use suffering. If you have a suffering of some kind in your life, face it. And face it in a way that you use it for your advantage. Some people have this knack. Fourth quality of a spiritual intelligent person, an ability to be inspired by a vision. You see something and you get inspired to do something in your own field. Fifth quality, an ability to see connection between diverse things. Those things which are 180 degrees apart, yet you see a connection between the two. That is the fifth quality of a spiritual intelligent person. Sixth, an ability to cause as little harm as possible to yourself, to people around you, to nature, to environment, to the system. Cause as little harm. When you are extremely self-aware of all your moves and motives, you cause minimum harm and damage to your surroundings. That includes from people to environment. Seventh, an ability to ask and probe the fundamental questions of life and profession. If you don't understand something as a student, ask your teacher. Still, if you don't understand, ask again. Still, if you don't understand, ask a colleague. But until you are fully satisfied and convinced with the answer, and until you have clarity of that point in your mind, don't leave that. Just with an imagination, perhaps it can come as an option in my exams, and I just leave it with a laughing face. No. What will you do when it comes actually in your practice and a client comes up with the same issue to you when you are a chartered accountant, when you are practicing in your own firm? So an ability to ask and probe the fundamental questions of life and profession. And the eighth one, an ability to work against a convention, against a belief, against a design, against a sloth, and ability to work. These are the 8 qualities of a spiritually intelligent person and the top class management gurus today. From Stephen Covey to Og Mandino to Ken Blanchard to Anthony Robbins to Robin Smith, all of them, they definitely put forward a point that a spiritually intelligent person can definitely rule over just people with IQ or people with EQ or even with people possessing both IQ and EQ. Still, SQ stands out. This is the opinion of researchers and surveys in the management field, in the profession, in the work field, and even in social relationship skills. People with SQ develop better and strong relationships with people around them than just intelligent people. So don't just develop your hand. 3H should be required. Develop your hand, head, and heart. Because when only the hand works, it is labor. When the hand and the head work together, it becomes a skill. When the hand, head, and the heart, all 3 work together, it becomes an art. Make every word of yours, every act of yours, every attitude of yours, every behavior of yours, every exchange of yours with others, an art. And that you can make only when you are extremely self-aware or spiritual quality, self-awareness. So this is my point number 4. When you think of becoming a spiritually intelligent person, according to this book and the 8 points that I listed out, it is thinking different from just money-oriented mind. It is thinking different than just being a participant in the rat race in the professional world today. Because even if you win the race, you are still a rat. This is thinking different from the routine way of life of just going to the office, doing your work, getting your money, and getting back to your family and living a life. Spiritual intelligence is a different world. This will make you succeed in all the worlds that you are in. Personal world, family world, neighborhood world, community world, social world, public life world, everything. It can add fragrance to your life. It can add color to each and every act of your life. So spiritually intelligent person, strive to be. So I told you 4 points. Point number 1 in thinking different was Marwan Akpatu. I am born to win. Point number 2 in thinking different was, here I don't have the real audience, so I won't be able to ask them and I cannot see your fingers raised. But point number 2, I tell you, of prosperity thinking, no poverty thinking. Point number 3, I told you, introspect and accept the full responsibility of your failures. Only then you will succeed. No excuses in life. Point number 4, be a spiritually intelligent person, not just IQ and EQ. Develop SQ as well. All this comes by faith in God. More the faith in God as the all-doer. As Bhagavan Sri Krishna tells in Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Karmanyavadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana. He tells Arjun, Arjun, your job is to perform your duty well. Results, I will decide. So when you accept this saying, when you accept this reality of life, that my job as a human being is to do my work to the best of the resources that I have, I possess, and I could exhibit. But final results, God decides, and I will accept all the final results that come in my life. Then you will be more stable, more peaceful with your own self. And that is the biggest achievement of life. To be at peace with yourself, even in the turmoils of life. To be stable with yourself in all the happenings of your life is the biggest achievement. Sometimes when I'm talking to corporates, I tell them, when you say that I don't have time, is it your success or your failure? When you say I don't have time, when you speak this sentence, is God a fool that he just made 24 hours in a day? And you are wiser that you need 26 and 28 and 30 hours in a day? The President of America, Joe Biden, has 24 hours. The Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, had 24 hours. I talked to you about Pramukh Sai Maharaj. He had 24 hours in a day. See what they did, what they're doing. Even you have 24 hours. So if you say, I don't have time for something which is important to you, then let me tell you, it is not your success. It is a failure. You are not a good manager of your time. You're not a good manager of your work. You don't have a good work-life balance. So think different. That I want to live a proper work-life balance, and that comes when you have such faith in the happenings and above that faith in God that He's the all-doer. I will do to the best of my resources. I'll try to perform best. But the final result, whatever, I will accept it. I will not get disturbed. I will not get irritated. I will not slip into frustration and depression. That why did not I achieve my goal? Okay, I will try it the next time. I will try better the next time to achieve it. But I will not slip into depression and frustration just because I did not achieve my goal in the first attempt. Okay, I tried my best. Only thing you have to check yourself when you fail is, did I put in my best foot forward? Yes, if you did, then okay, accept failure. Simple. That will come by your faith in God. Yes, that He's all doer. And it's well scripted in our scriptures. We are the children of God. Why should we? Do our parents think ill about us? No. In the same way, we are children of God. Why He would think ill, bad about us? He's always there to help us and bless us. So whatever He does in our life is for our good. So this is called faith in God, that whatever has happened in my life so far, whatever is happening at the moment, and whatever will happen in the future, always happen for my good, for my progress. I have to keep that attitude. So these were certain points that I wanted to put forward in my talk today. Think different, be different, succeed different. I especially thank Sushil Goyal, my good friend again, for inviting me to this forum today and allowing me to share some of my thoughts with you. I take this platform today to wish all the chartered accountants a glorious academic career and a wonderful professional career and a great family life and personal life ahead. May you take your societies, your communities, your nation to more heights of pride in future by your achievements and by your purity of your life. And I also thank Agrawalji for introducing me to the forum.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And all my prayers for all of you.
Thank you. A big round of applause for such a nice deliberation by Swamiji. Swamiji has aptly described the topic, the subject given to him, that is think different, be a different, succeed different. And on the basis of this theme line, he has elaborated with the help of 4 lines, that is, I am born to win, always be prosperity thinking, introspect yourself, and be a spiritual person. As rightly told by Swamiji, if we think of these 4 sentences every morning, then we will have enough energy throughout the day to run your day very nicely and achieve our goals successfully. Thank you, sir. We are obliged to you, sir, for giving your precious time to mentor 6,000 plus students spread throughout the world and who've seen or heard your deliberation. Many, many thanks, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now proceed to our last session of the day, 1 of the International Conference of CS Student 2020. The last knowledgeable session for the day is forensic audit. Now I invite our session chairman, CA Rajesh Sharma ji, on the dais. Our 4 paper presenters, Ms. Soumya Shah, Ms. Vaishnavi Bharat Kumar Panchal, Mr. Piyush Bhatwal, Ms. Pratishtha Agarwal. All of you please come on the dais. Now I request Kaushik Agarwal to present a bouquet to our session chairman, CA Rajesh Sharma ji. A big round of applause. Next. Now I call upon the paper presenter on the stage, Ms. Soumya Sharma, on the black hat versus white hat ethical hackers.
नहीं
If you keep up with the technology and If you read the news and keep up with the technology, you might know what a hacker is, but you may not know that there are different types of hackers. Good afternoon, everyone, respected dignitaries and my friends. I am Soumya Shah, and I'm going to present my paper on the topic Black Hat versus White Hat, that is ethical hackers. This paper explores hacking and its brief history, hackers, meaning and types, black hat hackers, white hat hackers, utilitarianism and its relation to hacking, case study, and the conclusion. Now, what a hacker is? What is meaning of hacking? It's an attempt to exploit computer system or private network inside it. Simply put, the unauthorized access to or control over a computer network security system for some illicit purposes. As we all can see that India ranks number 2 in hacking bounties in 2020. With there were almost 6 lakh registered hackers which is almost double of 2018. Now, the history of hacking goes back to 1965 when William Matthews, working at MIT, discovered that compatible time-sharing system could be compromised to display system password to anyone logged into system. However, the first known hacker was John Draper, who invented a method of making free long-distance calls with the help of a toy whistle given away with the packages of Cap'n Crunch, his breakfast cereal. This method was nicknamed as Blue Box, which was mainly used for communication purpose. And then John Draper was nicknamed as Captain Crunch. Now, who are these hackers? It refers to someone highly skilled who can gain unauthorized access to other computers. One can easily assume that these are intelligent and highly skilled people. In fact, breaking a security system needs more intelligence and expertise than actually making it. The type of hackers is defined by their motivation and whether they are breaking the law or not. The difference between several forms of hackers hinges on hackers' motives on which the ethicality of hackers depends. Now, there are commonly 2 types of hackers, black hat hackers and white hat hackers. Black hat hackers are the criminals who break into your computer networks with malicious intent. They also may release malware that destroy files, holds computer hostage, or steal passwords, credit card numbers, etc. Their intention and their motivation are political, environmental, recognition, money, and etc. Their motivation may also be ideological. That means they target the people they strongly disagree with. Now, how do these black hat hackers work? They often develop specialities such as phishing or managing remote access tools to work alone, or they work with organized criminal organizations. These organizations also have call centers and they pretend that they are calling from a technological corporation such as Microsoft. In this fraud, they pretend that they are from these big corporations, and they ask for the access of computer or ask the users to download a certain software. But when these users do that, or the potential victims to this, they get all their banking details and their computers get hacked. Although authorities sometime in shutting down a hacking site in one country, but the same operation may run elsewhere, allowing the group to keep going. Some of the famous black hat hackers are Kevin Mitnick and Tsutomu Shimomura. Kevin Mitnick was one of the most famous black hat hacker who at one point of time was the most wanted cyber criminal in the world. He hacked over 40 major corporations including IBM, Motorola, and even US Defense Warning System. Later on, he was arrested, and following his release, he became a cybersecurity consultant serving as a white hat hacker. Tsutomu Shimomura is a cybersecurity expert credited with tracking down Kevin Mitnick. A computational physics research, Shimomura also worked for US National Security Agency. He was one of the leading researchers who first raised awareness of cell phones' lack of security and privacy. Now we move forward to white hat hackers. Who are they? They are the ethical hackers or forensic investigators and the antithesis of black hats. They use their capability to uncover security failing to help safeguard organizations from dangerous hackers. In fact, they are one of the major reasons why big corporations have less downtime and they have less issues with their websites. Now, how do they work? In place of exploiting the vulnerabilities and to spread the code, they work with network operators to fix the issue before anyone can detect it. Their tactics and skills include social engineering, which means to find out the weakness in the organization's human defense. Then penetration testing, which aim to find the weakness in organization's defense and endpoint to rectify the mistake. The third one is reconnaissance and research. This means researching the organization's physical and IT infrastructure with the basic objective to pave way to legally bypass the control system and mechanism without creating any mistakes. Some of the famous white hat hackers include Tim Berners-Lee and Greg Hoglund. Tim Berners-Lee is famous for inventing World Wide Web, but he is also a member of White Hat hacking camp. He is right now the director of the World Wide Web Consortium, who oversees the development of the web. Then comes Greg Hoglund. He is a computer forensics expert who is best known for his work and research contributions in malware detection, rootkits, and online game hacking. Now we move forward to utilitarianism. What is utilitarianism? It is a normative ethics theory which holds that a morally good action is the one that helps the greatest number of people. The ethical standards of this society includes utility approach which focuses on most ethical action that protects the moral rights in the best way of individuals in their society, and the second one is fairness and justice standard. Utilitarianism and hacking, it is the test being applied in case of hacking. Any form of hacking that seeks to promote the fidelity of a system can be termed ethical, that is white hat hacking. As utilitarianism states, white hat hackers also agree with the same. Hack reveals or exposes criminal activity, then the relevant information is given to the authorities, then the hack is most certainly justified and is a net benefit to the society. Now we move forward to one of the case study where the biggest accounting firm got hacked after a basic security goof. In an online world, you can never be too safe. Deloitte is a perfect example for this. In 2016-17, at Deloitte's Hermitage office in Nashville, Tennessee, the attackers were able to access information from Deloitte's major corporate and government client in US. And this was all because just one mistake, that they did not use two-factor authentication. A single password from firm's email account was acquired by the administrator. Major clients were the point of interest, which included 6. Their information like username, password, sensitive security information were accessed. In total, 244 emails were stored in Azure Cloud Services, and hackers had access to all of that. Specialists tried to map out exactly where the hackers went by analyzing the electronic trail, which is known as reverse engineering, and these specialists were known as white hat hackers. To conclude, as utility provision of utilitarianism, an action is termed ethical if it brings utility to the greatest number of people. White hat hacking is pro-ethical and black hat hacking is con-ethical. Thank you.
Thank you, Soumya. Now I welcome CA Charanjot Nanda ji sir on the dais, and I request Kaushal Shaw to present a bouquet to CA Charanjot Singh Nanda ji. A round of applause. Thank you, Nanda sir. Now I ask the second presenter, Ms. Vaishnavi Bharat Kumar Panchal, come on the dais and present her paper on digital forensic and cybercrime.
The only thing that can stop a bad guy on internet is the good guy on internet. A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Vaishnavi Panchal from Ahmedabad. I am honored to be here, the city of joy, the city of palaces, and the cultural capital of India, Calcutta. Today my topic of discussion is digital forensics and cybercrime. So first of all, I just want to request all my audience to close your eyes for a while. Now you can imagine it's around 7 p.m. and you are at home and doorbell rings and you open the door and what you see? The policeman is at your door who has come here to arrest you because you got convicted for sending, abusing or harassing messages from one of your social media account to person X, and you don't even know who that person X is. So this was one of the imaginary case of identity theft. Now I want to share 2 real cases of cybercrime. So in 2018, the Aadhaar details of 1.1 billion Aadhaar card holders got leaked from 210 Indian government website, and data leaked included Aadhaar details, PAN card details, bank account numbers, IFSC codes, and almost every personal information of individual card holders. Also in same year, the ATM server of Cosmo Bank got hacked from 2 hackers, and they took the details of Visa and debit card holders. And because of these attacks, Cosmo Bank suffered a loss around 94.42 crore rupees. The severity of cybercrime can also be understood by one of the code given by Robert Mueller, that is, there are only 2 types of company, those that have been hacked and that will be hacked. Now we have to understand what is cybercrime. So US Department of Justice defines cybercrime as any criminal offense committed against or with the use of computer or computer network. The major motivation behind cybercrime is financial gain. However, good portion of cybercrime has different motivations like interrupting data, stealing confidential material, exchanging copyrighted material in unlawful manner, and cyber espionage. The cybercrime attacks mode can be bifurcated into insider attacks and external attacks. Today, the hackers are more smarter and the malicious programs are more sophisticated. Malware distribution, ransomware distribution, cryptojacking, hacking, phishing, software piracy, SQL injection are some of the types of cybercrime. So this is the chart showing the cybercrime cases reported in India during 2013 to 2020. As per the latest report by National Crime Report Bureau of India, the cybercrime cases reported in 2013 were 5,693, which has been increased to 50,035 cases in 2020. This chart shows the statewide cybercrime cases reported in 2020. So, as we all can see, the Uttar Pradesh recorded the highest cases of cybercrime, that is 11,097 cases, followed by Karnataka with 10,741 cases and Maharashtra with 5,496 cases. The threat of cybercrime is unquestionably growing more serious over time. As per the latest report by IBM, the data breach cost rose from $3.86 billion to $4.24 billion in 2020-21. But what if, in spite of taking all the cybersecurity measures, you become the victim of cybercrime? What you can do? So, for this purpose, you have to prove in court of law that the cybercrime has happened to you and this person has committed a cybercrime. So here digital forensics play a very important role. So now question arises, what is digital forensics? So digital forensics is a forensic science that uses scientific knowledge for acquiring, preserving and presenting digital evidences related to computer crime in court of law. The ultimate objective of digital forensics is to find out what was done, when it was done, and who did it. The digital forensics is widely used as synonym of computer crime, but has expanded to cover investigation of almost all the devices that are capable of storing data, like laptop, computers, Internet of Things devices, digital home appliances, and all the digital storage media like CD, DVD, SD cards, digital tapes, and many more. Based on the source of acquired evidences, the digital forensics can be grouped into computer forensics, database forensics, mobile forensics, network forensics, and forensic data analysis. As I previously mentioned, the ultimate object of digital forensics to find out, the ultimate objective of digital forensics is to analyze, present, and preserve the digital evidences related to computer crime. But the best evidence in forensic science may not be accepted in court of law if proper methodology is not adopted. So what are the conditions for digital evidence to be accepted in court of law? So let me tell you one thing, that the Evidence Act was amended by virtue of Section 92 of Information Act, and the term digital evidence was amended to include electronic record, allowing for admissibility of digital evidences in court of law. And Section 65B of Evidence Act prescribes some technical and non-technical grounds allowing for admissibility of digital evidences, which are as follows. The first one is the computer that has produced digital evidence must have been in regular use. The second one is the information contained in electronic record must have been ordinarily fed into the computer. The third one is the computer, when the information was fed into the system, was operating properly. And the fourth one is the duplicate copy must be the reproduction of original electronic record. Now I'm going to answer one of the most important questions, then why we should have knowledge about cyber security, digital forensics and like that. We have convention fields also like indirect taxes, direct taxes and like that. So here is the answer. Information is all in every organization. Corporates have a lot of information about that customers, suppliers and many people linked to it. This data is prone to cyber attacks. The financial assets of the organization are at risk of being targeted by hackers. So here, chartered accountants possess professional strength and qualification that make them capable for cyber risk management. First of all, they know how to quantify the cost and comparative cost effectiveness of every cybersecurity measure. Every cybersecurity strategy must prioritize the vulnerability areas of organization and commit resources to it. Though chartered accountants are not IT focused, they can comprehend basic cybersecurity knowledge to make them capable to contribute towards their organization's defense. Finally, we chartered accountants are leaders in control process that ensure that the risks are mitigated. At the end, I just want to conclude with a note that cybersecurity and digital forensics are still emerging fields for CS to practice. A lot of opportunities are lying here because for every company, at the end of the day, the goals are simple: safety and security. But at the same time, these are also rapidly changing fields requiring CS to acquire knowledge and develop practice according to changes in technology. Thank you, ICAI, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Vaishnavi. Now I call the third paper presenter, Mr. Piyush Bhatwal. He will be present his paper on New Age Forensic Accounting Standards of ICAI, a Path Breaker.
I want a wireless mic. Wireless mic चाहिए sir. अच्छा.
Hello. Samuel Johnson, a very famous English author, once said that fraud and falsehood dread examination. Truth invites it. A very warm good evening to one and all present here. My name is Piyush Bhatwal, and I will be presenting on the New Age Forensic Accounting Standards that have been issued by ICAI. So let's understand what forensic accounting is. It basically is the integration of accounting, auditing, and investigative skills into one single discipline. And it is different from auditing in the sense that auditors generally look at the numbers, but forensic accountants look behind the numbers. Now let's see what our respected ICAI president, Mr. Jambu Saria, once said. He said that an auditor's job is not to become a bloodhound and should not be seen as an investigator. An auditor can be a little bit of a watchdog, and at the most what one can expect them to become is a sniffer dog. And a forensic accountant tends to do exactly that by sniffing out such fraudulent activities that take place in an organization. Now let's understand the need behind forensic accounting in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, India, as we know, is the 86th most corrupt nation in the world. And this is evident by some of the major scams that have taken place in our country, such as the 2G Spectrum case, the Commonwealth Games, or the Satyam case, where operating profits were artificially inflated from 61 crore rupees to a whopping 649 crore rupees. Now let's delve deeper into the new age forensic accounting standards. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap our hands together for the beloved institute, since it is the first accounting body in the entire world to come out with such forensic accounting standards. The standards also introduce for the principle of natural justice. Now, let's say you are appearing for your CA exam and the teacher catches you looking into your partner's answer sheet. Without giving you an opportunity to be heard, she directly takes you to the head invigilator who decides to cancel your exam. How would you feel in such a situation? Instead, if the head invigilator had given you an opportunity to speak, you would have said that, sir, my neck was paining so much that I decided to do some neck exercise. This is essentially the essence of principle of natural justice, which states that the subject party should be given an equal opportunity to be heard and for his views to be incorporated in the report. Additionally, the reports mandate that the report should only state the facts and not give out any opinions, and should be backed by sufficient and appropriate evidence. Because earlier to this, what used to happen is that the so-called forensic accounting experts would issue reports and also express opinions which were not substantiated by sufficient and appropriate evidence. Now, ladies and gentlemen, each of these standards has taken months and months of hard work to be formulated. So I will try to basically capture the essence of every standard in the next few minutes. 110 states that it is the professional's responsibility to understand the nature of engagement and whether the engagement relates to forensic accounting, investigation, or litigation. This helps to gain clarity on the nature of engagement and also to define the scope of work which is to be performed. 120 talks about fraud risk. Now, just as we students perform an ABC analysis on what is more likely to come in the exam, similarly, a forensic accountant tends to focus more on those high-risk vulnerable areas where fraud is more likely to occur. 130 states that every engagement is unique and attracts certain laws and statutes. So it is the professional's responsibility to ensure that laws and regulations are being complied with. For example, if it is a case of money laundering, then the professional should be well versed with the provisions of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. 140 talks about applying hypothesis, which is basically a provisional unproven theory, which is either proved or disproved on the basis of certain procedures performed. The advantage of using hypothesis in our procedures is that it makes evidence discovery more methodical and also more admissible in a court of law, which is essentially the main purpose behind these standards. 210 talks about engagement objectives and states that the professional should define the objectives and also the scope within which the work is to be performed. Also, the professional should not commit to a particular outcome, since the work procedures performed during the engagement keep changing and the outcome keeps changing as a result of that. 220 talks about engagement acceptance and states that the professional should conduct certain due diligence procedures to ensure that he understands the inherent risks of accepting the engagement. At the same time, it also helps the professional to understand the timeline within which the engagement will be completed, the resources to be deployed, and whether there are any risks in accepting the engagement. 230 talks about using the work of an expert. Now, if a professional or his team is not well equipped with certain skills or knowledge, an expert can step in and help the professional. Over here, one caveat is that the expert should not have any personal or financial interest in the client, otherwise it would render his report as biased. 240 talks about engaging with agencies. I believe that after the introduction of these standards, agencies like SEBI, RBI, Enforcement Directorate will have a greater confidence on the work performed by us as professionals. 250 talks about communication and states that communication should be precise, clear, and unambiguous. At the same time, it should also be secure and confidential, because we are talking about a very high-profile cases over here. It states that the professional generally communicates with the clients, and the clients generally communicate with the other stakeholders. However, in circumstances, the professional can directly communicate with the other stakeholders, such as third parties, with the approval of the client. 310 talks about planning of an engagement and states that it is an ongoing activity which is performed by the professional, and 320 talks about evidence and documentation, which should be sufficient and appropriate. At the same time, it should be admissible in a court of law. 330 talks about conducting work procedures, and generally work is performed in two phases. The first phase deals with the preliminary review, where the professional conducts various procedures such as going through the documentation and conducting discrete interviews. The second phase conducts more detailed investigation and also engaging directly with the clients. 340 is a very interesting standard, ladies and gentlemen, and I straight away want to get into a case in point. So over here, an auditor was made responsible for the audit of a national chain of gas stations. he detected a discrepancy of $58,000 in cash. And as soon as he detected the discrepancy, he decided to speak to the accountant, whose explanation was not satisfactory to the accountant. So he decided that he will come back the next day to resolve the case. However, that same night, a fire took place in the gas station. On investigation, it was found out that the fire was intentionally set to destroy the documents. So what is the fault of the auditor over here? He straight away went from detecting the discrepancy to interviewing the client. Instead, he should have also performed certain other background research and evidence gathering procedures. Now, 350 talks about review and supervision of the work which is performed by a forensic accountant, and 360 talks about testifying before a competent authority, where a professional can testify either as a fact witness or an expert witness. A fact witness generally expresses the facts and does not give any opinion, and an expert witness also gives an opinion. I believe that the 400 series is very interesting, and I laud the institute for introducing the 400 series because it talks about the digital domain and its relevance today. You know, a lot of culprits today are using a lot of sophisticated techniques to conduct fraud over these digital domains. And that is why 410 over here talks about data analytics, where it helps a professional to understand the patterns and the anomalies in the data. At the same time, 420 talks about the evidence discovery in a digital domain, which basically states that the person who is made responsible for gathering the evidence should have the requisite skills such that the evidence collected by him is admissible in a court of law. 430 talks about loans and borrowings and states that matters requiring investigation include where a loan is obtained through inappropriate means, where the loan is used for reasons other than that stated in the contract, where the asset which is securitized by the borrower is not even owned by the borrower, or whether there is a delay in the repayment of principal or interest. I believe that 510 is another very important standard because it talks about the reporting of results. Ladies and gentlemen, the report should be precise and unambiguous. At the same time, it talks about the principle of natural justice, which we had discussed. Also, it states that the report should merely state the facts and not express any opinions, because the determination of culpability is a matter which is internal to the organization or it is a judicial proceeding. 610 is another important standard which talks about quality control and states that the highest quality of work should be performed because, as we can understand, forensic accounting standards and forensic accountant report is issued to so many stakeholders and they place such a great reliance on them. In conclusion, I would like to state that the forensic accounting standards indeed are a path breaker for us as new age professionals because of the kind of scope of work it offers, because of the capacity building of us as professionals, and because of the opportunity to export these services to other countries of the globe, because you know the institute is the only currently accounting body to come out with such standards. So we can export these services to other countries. Lao Tzu once said that the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And my friends, I believe that the institute has taken the first of many right steps in this positive direction to introduce the forensic accounting and investigation standards. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Piyush. Now our next paper presenter is Ms. Pratishta Agarwal. She will present her paper on forensic accounting, the profession and the industry.
Progress is possible when you are ready for the change. Those who cannot change their mindset cannot change anything. The only time you should ever look back is to see how far you have reached. A very warm good evening to honorable dignitaries, respected judges, and my dear friends. I feel privileged to be on the land where people are known for their love towards literature and sweet nature. My name is Prashita Agarwal and I am from the city of our Captain Cool, Ranchi, Jharkhand. Today, I would be presenting on a very burning topic and an emerging field, forensic accounting, the industry and profession. To begin with, answer this simple question. Among the two balls present here, which one seems bigger in size? The front one? Yes? But by observing it carefully, you will understand that both of them are of the same size and the background is creating the illusion. This reminds me of a very famous saying, things aren't always what it seems to be. And hence it is said that financial accounting look at the numbers, but forensic accounting look beyond the numbers. The word forensic accounting was first coined by Malus Palaber in 1946 when he caught the biggest fraudster of that time, Al Capone. After that, number of cases came into picture, like the Enron case study, and a few to name from our country itself: 9,000 crore Satyam scam, 14,000 crore Kingfisher scandal, and not to forget 11,000 crore Nirav Modi PNB scam. But what do we exactly mean by the term forensic accounting? It simply means combining accounting, auditing, and the hero of the picture, investigating, to obtain results which can withstand legal scrutiny and proceedings before the court of law. Which thing can withstand legal scrutiny? Evidences. Evidences can withstand legal scrutiny before the court of law. But the bigger question is, why there is a need for forensic accounting when we already have a so complacent forensic accounting system in place and number of audits taking place all year round? KPMG fraud survey report showed that only 6% of the frauds can be detected through financial procedures and 94% remains undetected. Because it's easy to miss out something that we are not looking for. Financial people go with the mindset that we need to check the true and fair view. But forensic people go with the mindset that they need to find evidences. Let me tell you a very surprising fact. Forensic accounting is not only involved in corporate world. Even during the time of divorce cases, forensic accountants are called to divide the assets between the spouses. Interesting, right? Now let's assume that we all present here want to get into the boat of forensic accounting and pursue as a profession. Then what all we have to do? It is said that you must have an accounting background degree. Reason being, it involves lots of numbers. If you don't know the debits and credits, receivables and payables, then you won't understand the mechanism. Like in our country, chartered accountancy, and in other English-speaking nations, there is certified public accountant. After that, you can go for certified courses or degrees specialized in forensic accounting. Like our institute has provided with certificate courses on forensic accounting and fraud detection. Other courses include Association of Fraud Examination and Certified Financial Forensics. But the bigger question comes in mind is what? What all work we have to do, what are the skills required, and what is the career aspects in it. If we talk about the role of forensic accountant, it is broadly classified into two terms, fraud detection and litigation. Simply means detection. आपको पता है घर में दीमक कहाँ कहाँ लग सकती है, आप पहले से वहाँ पे अपना कंट्रोल स्ट्रॉन्ग रखते हैं. और इन्वेस्टिगेशन इज आपको पता है दीमक लग चुकी है और आप बाहर से किसी को बुला के कह रहे हो कि पता लगाओ कि कहाँ लगी है, कैसे लगी है और क्यों लगी. Apart from it, you can work as an advisor to the organizations, report writing, review of report, suggestions, briefing, investigation of key documents, and the most important, litigation part, to present the client in the court. Now, what is the behavioral skills you required? Of course, while pursuing any profession, the first thing that comes in mind, am I fit for it? Am I? But trust me, being a chartered accountant or any accounting degree in hand, you are already half done. You just need and you must be intellectually curious, investigative mindset, reasoning and review and communication. Apart from it, there are few technical skills you just need to add on, like core accounting skills. This is the knowledge of subject matter like accounts, law, economics. Then comes to core forensic accounting skills, like for example, behavioral, psychology, family law. Then comes the specialized field. Which field you want to enter as a forensic accountant? You can go for family law, you can go for fraud investigation, you can go for corporate organizations, and then comes the experience. This is something which you will grow with time, with experience. Careers in forensic accounting, let me tell you friends, there are number of growth prospects present here. You can work as a claim examiner in an insurance company, an internal auditor in a public sector organization, expert witness, fraud investigator, tax compliance officer, or law enforcement directorate. You can either go and join an organization, be a part of it, and work for that organization. Or you can also be an external agency who comes to the organization for the work. Industry, the forensic accounting industry. Financial year 2020 saw 83,368 banking fraud cases. And would you all like to guess the amount? 1.38 lakh crore. Imagining the amount, right? Once a wise man said that for an industry to grow, demand needs to come on the heels of the supply. This means that if there is a demand, there will be a supply. $17.45 billion economy is now $28.83 billion economy in the coming 5 years, with 7.73% compounding annual growth rate. At last, I would like to conclude by saying that yes, might pre-COVID era has shown a direction to this field, but after the world has moved to the technology part, cyber crimes and money laundering is expanding like anything. And we need forensic accountants for fraud detection. Thank you for being a wonderful audience and for a patient hearing.
Thank you, Pratishta. Now, there is a question-hour session. A question will be displayed on the screen. We'll ask the question. Our session chairman, C.A. Nandaji sir, will decide who will answer that question. Now, the first question is on the screen. Can white hat hackers prove to be a boon for auditors while auditing to access the internal environment and internal controls over financial reporting and enhance the quality of auditing by reducing the risk of material misstatement? We'll give you only 1 minute to answer the question.
As we saw the Deloitte case study, it proves that white hat hackers will reduce the risk of material misstatement by using reverse re-engineering and Thank you.
Thank you, Soumya. Now the next question is on the screen. What is the impact of strong gut feeling in forensic auditing?
A very interesting question, but the answer to it is that we cannot rely on the gut feeling because it involves lots of numbers, career of lots of people are in the stake of the top management officials and also the lower positions. You can use gut feeling to a certain extent, but if you're not sure about it and you're not backed up with the evidences, don't do that because you need to present those evidences in the court of law. That is the utmost objective. Thank you.
The question was very interesting, ladies and gentlemen, and as I had discussed in my presentation, Standard 140 talks about applying hypothesis, and a hypothesis is basically a provisional or an unproven theory, which is either proved or disproved on the basis of procedures. Now over here, the impact of gut feeling is such that if a forensic accountant has a gut feeling that, okay, this area might be exposed to a fraud, then the forensic accountant can go ahead with his hypothesis and conduct the procedures. And this is why I believe that gut feeling is very important in forensic accounting, because fraud is generally concealed in nature. For example, if a theft takes place in your house, you know that you've been robbed. But fraud is of such a nature that a theft has taken place in your house and you're not even aware that you have been robbed. Thank you so much.
I would like to add one thing, that gut feeling is the basis on which forensic occurs. It helps you unearth larger frauds. If you see the best of the frauds or forensic investigations that were undertaken only on the basis of gut feelings. So gut feeling is something, you can call it as a trigger to ensure that you move on the right track.
Thank you, sir. Now question number 3 on the screen. How forensic accounting might change the world of business?
So I believe that forensic accounting is a very new area. It has been there in the past, but nowadays the Companies Act also indirectly favors the forensic accountants. For instance, Section 140 today states that auditors and their firm will also be liable in case a company is detected with a fraud. Similarly, Section 245 of the Companies Act states that the members and depositors of the company can claim damages from the forensic accountant or the auditor in case a fraud is detected. So forensic accounting is a very nascent in a very nascent stage today, and is going to grow by leaps and bounds because of the number of frauds that are going to increase in the coming years. Because as much as we try to make the law stringent, people try to find loopholes in the system. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Now I request Nanda sir to come on this dais and address our audience with the words of wisdom and share a note to all of us in the pathway forward, sir.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I see the chairman of Eastern Regional Council, Mr. I have not forgotten your name. Yes. So in fact, I was traveling for past 3 days, so my intellect is at the all-time low at this moment. So ladies and gentlemen, the topic today, I came in incidentally, I was asked to chair the session, but I want to tell you is very dear to my heart. This gentleman very clearly said that there have been so many instances where India has become number one. I would like to, he gave one instance, when entire globe we came with forensic accounting standards. I was part of that board which decided, it is ultimately promulgated by DAB, Digital Accounting and Assurance Board. Your institute did one more thing. Your institute was the first institute in this world which is a constant member of IFAC, International Federation of Accountants, who came with guidance on remote working, working at home way back on 28th March 2020 when COVID had barely set in. Out of 600 institutes worldwide, your institute was the number one. Forensic, we are now totally in control of it. I want to tell you very candidly that your institute, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, which was set up an Act of Parliament way back on 1st July 1949, when the most important document to the democracy, the Constitution, was adopted. Sausab, am I saying correct? The Constitution to this great country was adopted on 26 January 1950. The pertinent question that arises is, what prompted the Constituent Assembly to set up an Institute of Chartered Accountants of India when its own democratic setup was not in place? The answer is very candid, very simple, very forthcoming. The answer is that they were looking for a disciplined band of soldiers to steer this country out of confusion. And ladies and gentlemen, today the basis of forensic accounting, forensic investigation is to give us ample opportunities More than 56% of corporate accounts are fudged. There is a strong need of chartered accountants who could understand investigation. And for young chartered accountants, we have a course called FAFT. So if you want to get forensic as your areas of expertise, you can always use it. And let me tell you, and let me make a statement, that forensic is simpler than auditing. There is a couplet which says, आसमां पे किसी के ठिकाने नहीं होते, आसमां पे किसी के ठिकाने नहीं होते, जो ज़मीं के नहीं होते वो कहीं के नहीं होते. The most important aspect is that when you know the root cause, when you know the grassroots, you are able to flourish and create larger perspectives and initiatives for yourself. DAB is now scaling newer heights every day. We have been training our members to get involved in unearthing frauds and white-collar crimes. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will not take much of your time, seeing that we are all skipping the time, and I would like to bring it to the perspective where we can move ahead. But my last piece of advice to you all, I see young aspiring chartered accountants sitting here who want to do something great in their life. I want to tell you that the basis of your thought process is ultimately your instinct. When Madam from Jharkhand, Ranchi, started speaking, she said a very nice thing. She said, if you want to change anything, you need to change your mindset. And mindset is something which is so stubborn. Kyun Pratishtha, theek bol raha hu? It is so stubborn that it will not like you move. आप लोगों ने शहीद भगत सिंह का नाम सुना होगा. When Shahid Bhagat Singh was hanged, the International Treaty of Prisons says that a man can be hanged only when the sun is going up. When Shahid Bhagat Singh was hanged, the sun was not going up, it was not stagnant, it had already set in. और उनके सेल के अंदर इम्तियाज अली नाम का एक जल्लाद हरकारा बन के मौत का, उसने कहा, भगत सिंह जी, मुझे अफसोस है कहते हुए कि आपको आधे घंटे में फांसी दी जाएगी. वो लेटे हुए थे शहीद भगत सिंह. ये सुनते ही उछले और इम्तियाज अली की तरफ दौड़े. इम्तियाज का जिंदगी में एक्सपीरियंस बहुत बड़ा था, जिसके वो फांसी की सजा सुनाते थे, लोग उनको पीट दिया करते थे, उनको गालियां निकाला करते थे, तो अपनी जान बचाने को आगे से दौड़े. लेकिन भगत सिंह बहुत बढ़िया एथलीट थे, उन्होंने एक ही छलांग में उसको पीछे से दबोच लिया और उसके कान में हल्के से कहा, शुक्रिया मेरे भाई. एक जल्लाद जो किसी को फानी दुनिया के कोच का फरमान सुनाने आया हो, उसके लिए भाई शब्द और शुक्रिया दोनों नितांत अजनबी शब्द थे. उसने कहा, क्यों? शहीद भगत सिंह ने कहा कि जब से मैंने जन्म लिया, मेरा अरमान था कि मैं भारतीय पर कुर्बान हो जाऊं, और आज वो मुबारक घड़ी आ गई. आज मैं अपने देश पे कुर्बान होने जा रहा हूं. And here I would like to bring forth the concept of mindset. उनको खतो किताबत अलाउड नहीं थी, क्योंकि जो वो लिखते थे बाहर बलवा हो जाता था. एक कोयले का टुकड़ा उठाकर जेल की दीवार के ऊपर एक इबारत लिखी, लेट दैट बी द चेंजिंग पॉइंट ऑफ योर लाइफ. क्या लिखा उस रणबांकुरे ने, उस 22 साल के लड़के ने, जिसके माँ बाप, बहन भाई, नाना नानी, दादा दादी, महबूबा जेल खाने के दरवाजे पे बिलख बिलख के लोग रो रहे थे. उसने लिखा, कुछ इस कदर मेरी फितरत से वाकिफ है मेरी कलम, कुछ इस कदर मेरी फितरत से वाकिफ है मेरी कलम, इश्क लिखना भी चाहूं तो इनकलाब लिखा जाता है, इश्क लिखना भी चाहूं तो इनकलाब लिखा जाता है. This is essentially your bent of mind. This is essentially the chemistry which you carry. This is essentially the panacea of success. When you dream what you intend to do, when you think what you intend to do, when your mind is always preoccupied with what you intend to achieve, everything is very small, very meager. You can only just put your hand across and take it. I want to thank you all for giving me patient hearing. I want to thank BOS Operations for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nanda sir, for sharing such a knowledgeable sharing among the participants who are sitting in the here and listening virtually to you. Thank you, sir. Now I like to call up Mr. Kaushik Agarwal to present a memento to our session chairman, CA Charanjot Singh Nanda ji. A big round of applause. Ms. Pragya to present a memento to our paper presenter, Ms. Soumya Shah. Mr. Kaushik Agarwal to present a memento to Ms. Vaishnavi Bharat Kumar Panchal. Ms. Pragya to present a memento to Mr. Piyush Bhatwal. A big round of applause for all the participants, please. Then Mr. Kaushik Agarwal to Ms. Pratishtha Agarwal. Sorry, Prishita Agarwal. Now I request Ms. Pragya to present a bouquet to our judges. Sir, please come on the dais. Ma'am, please come on the dais. CA Mayur Agarwal and Sarita Agarwal. Present a bouquet to both the judges. A big round of applause for all of you. With this, we conclude this eventful day. I would like to thank each one of you for being here with us. I hope you enjoyed the day. That's all for the day. We will meet tomorrow for the day 2 of the International Conference of CA Student 2022, theme Aim, Act and Achieve. Thank you all of you.